Chapter 1. The Raven's Mouth. The law of evolution dictates that the later arrivals surpass their predecessors. Time and space have given rise to inorganic beings, which in turn have evolved into flora and fauna. From the steadfastness of plants emerged the gentle, yet tenacious women, while the vivacity of animals birthed the rugged, daring men. Men and women together create children. In their turn, give rise to dolls. Thus, the supreme deity must be the ultimate product of evolution, as noted by Qian Zhongshu in The Dream of God. City W.S. Jun Lin ascended the rooftop. He spotted Lu Zheng standing at the edge of the building. He was cautiously peering down. From this vantage point, the crowd below resembled ants, while the vehicles appeared no larger than beetles. The dizzying height sent a shiver through Lu Zheng, and Jun Lin observed his legs trembling slightly. From the side, the scars of past burns marred his face, rendering him somewhat fearsome, making it difficult for Jun Lin to gauge his emotions. Yet, the quivering legs betrayed a hint of anxiety and fear. This realization bolstered Jun Lin's confidence. At least he understood the essence of fear. Jun Lin ambled over leisurely. Lu Zheng glanced back, shouting, "Don't come any closer. If you do, we'll jump." Jun Lin waved his hand, signaling that he had no intention of advancing. He took a few steps sideways, positioning himself about 5 meters away from Lu Zheng, and climbed up to the rooftop edge, mirroring Lu Zheng's stance. The crowd below erupted in another chorus of gasps. Jun Lin sat down, dangling his feet over the edge. Gazing downwards, he spoke slowly. "I have no interest in your affairs. I merely came to leap from this building." Lu Zheng regarded him with curiosity. "Are you attempting to play the empathy card? To lower my guard and ultimately persuade me? You negotiation experts always resort to such tactics, don't you?" Jun Lin chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage with his words, instead continuing to muse aloud. "I've contemplated numerous methods of suicide. Poisoning seems a tad painful, and there's no guarantee it would be fatal. Surviving means enduring further torment. Hanging too entails a torturous process, and the sight of death is rather grotesque. Drowning? I can swim, and I would likely instinctively struggle to stay afloat, only to regret it later. After much deliberation, the most straightforward option appears to be jumping from a height. It's simple, with a brief period of suffering. The only caveat is finding a sufficiently high place. Otherwise, if one survives the fall, it becomes yet another predicament." Lu Zheng fell silent. Despite his reservations, Jun Lin had indeed struck a chord within him. Every individual contemplating suicide likely considers various methods, and jumping from a height is undeniably the most uncomplicated and decisive. Jun Lin continued, "In truth, I've also pondered another approach, committing a heinous act. To kill, to set fire, then be executed." Lu Zheng was taken aback. He scrutinized Jun Lin's police uniform, asking, "You're a police officer, yet you harbor such thoughts?" Jun Lin shot him a glance of disdain. "Is it not permissible to think about such things? Mere thoughts do not manifest into reality." Lu Zheng paused for a moment. "Indeed, who decreed that a police officer could not entertain malevolent thoughts?" Jun Lin added, "Strangely enough, I seem to possess a peculiar kind of bad luck, akin to a form of prophetic ability. Sometimes, the nonsensical things I utter inexplicably come to fruition that if he had attempted to console Lu Zheng, perhaps Lu would have resisted internally and truly jumped. However, he is presently recounting a tale that has piqued Lu Zheng's curiosity. For instance?" Jun Lin replied, "Once, there was a fellow who took his own life due to a heartbreak. I approached him and said, 'I'm just like you. I too have suffered from unrequited love. In fact, my situation is even graver. I was unable to afford the exorbitant bride price and was consequently torn apart from my beloved by her mother. Yet behold, I have persevered and lived on.'" Lu Zheng scoffed, "You negotiation specialists are all skilled at spinning tales. You are deceiving him." Jun Lin shrugged. "At that moment, I indeed deceived him." Lu Zheng paused. "Are you implying?" Jun Lin nodded. "Eventually, it came to fruition." Lu Zheng scoffed again. "Nonsense, I refuse to believe that." Jun Lin chuckled. "Come on, you're not contemplating jumping from despair over a broken heart. What motive would I have to deceive you regarding this matter? Are you aware of my circumstances? If you wish to counsel someone, it is imperative to first understand them." Jun Lin's tone grew somber as he gazed at Lu Zheng and said, "You are far too innocent. It is not worth it. Truly not worth it." Lu Zheng is a hero who recently made headlines on a night shift returning home. He intervened to protect a solitary woman from 2 ruffians. One of them doused him in gasoline and set him alight, resulting in minor burns. This incident caused quite a stir, not due to the 2 ruffians, but because the girl he saved fled the scene. When the police sought evidence, she categorically refused to come forward, citing fears of retaliation. Ultimately, she publicly lamented that Lu Zheng had meddled in affairs that were none of his concern, asserting that had he not intervened, she would not have faced any life-threatening danger. Indeed, it seemed that the ruffians were merely interested in her. What was even more infuriating was that many shared this sentiment. They believed Lu Zheng's plight was self-inflicted, the result of unwarranted interference. If not for him, the situation would not have escalated to such severity. Of course, the majority held a sound moral compass, leading many to chastise the girl. Thus, she found herself ensnared in the tumult of public opinion. In a tragic turn of events, the girl ultimately took her own life. Consequently, Lu Zheng became the alleged perpetrator of her suicide under the manipulation of malicious individuals. The narrative swiftly shifted to portray Lu Zheng as the one who drove her to despair. Rumors circulated that the two young men, now apprehended, had merely engaged in verbal banter, and it was Lu Zheng's forceful intervention that incited the altercation, with the gasoline being accidentally knocked over by him, leading to a discarded cigarette igniting the flames. In summary, Lu Zheng found himself in an untenable position, transformed from a hero to a scapegoat. Having endured such an ordeal, one can comprehend why Lu Zheng stands here now. Jun Lin softly remarked, "Being a good person is exhausting, isn't it?" Lu Zheng could no longer suppress the sorrow within his heart. He wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I no longer wish to be a good person. What nonsense is this about being a good person? I have never committed a wrongful act in my life. Why should I endure such misfortune? If it weren't for me, that Yu Mingzhu would have been violated by them. Yet in the end, she shifts all the blame onto me. I never uttered a word against her. I cannot comprehend why she chose to take her own life. How did it come to be that I drove her to despair?" The burned visage, disfigured and contorted in sorrow, appeared particularly grotesque. An ugly exterior cloaked a wounded soul. "Something seems amiss," Jun Lin murmured. Typically, a girl like her would lack the courage to end her own life. Yet, one can never be certain. The instinct for survival resides within us all, yet we often relinquish our precious lives for various reasons. In truth, if given the choice, who among us truly desires to die? Lu Zheng stared at him, astonished. "Do you genuinely wish to die?" Jun Lin nodded solemnly. "Why is that?" Lu Zheng inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Jun Lin replied, "Very well, I shall confide in you. I am afflicted with cancer. Latest stage lung cancer, nearing the end." Lu Zheng gasped in disbelief. "Is that true?" In a hushed tone, Jun Lin recounted, "Once, I implored a would-be suicide not to follow through with it. He was suffering from sudden illness and could no longer bear the pain. I deceived him, saying I too was ill, suffering from cancer, but I kept it to myself, for I had resolved to live with strength. Life is precious even in the face of adversity. One must endure and cherish every fleeting moment of beauty, to not squander this gift, a heap of uplifting platitudes. Yet it successfully saved him." Lu Zheng regarded him intently. Jun Lin's voice grew somber. "A crow's mouth is indeed a crow's mouth at that time. I was merely deceiving him. Who could have foreseen that a month later, I would receive the diagnosis of cancer myself? Damn it, this is truly absurd. This." Jun Lin chuckled softly to himself. Lu Zheng's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Are you speaking the truth?" Jun Lin took his time, retrieving a document from his pocket. He approached Lu Zheng, offering it to him before stepping back, harboring no intention to exploit the moment to distance Lu Zheng from him. Lu Zheng accepted the paper, and upon inspecting it, he found it to be a hospital diagnosis. The words Jun Lin, latest stage lung cancer, glaringly emblazoned upon the page. Jun Lin continued, "I differ from you. I have not endured the torment you have faced. My life has been smooth sailing. That I once believed that being a negotiation expert was merely the commencement of my journey. That my future would be even more splendid and illustrious, do you understand? A fate more painful than yours is one of unimpeded fortune, abruptly halted. All joy suddenly vanishes, and all beauty ceases to exist. Your desire for death stems from a lack of attachment to this world. I do not wish to die, yet I cannot escape it. If you were in my position, which would you choose?" Lu Zheng sat in silence for a moment before finally shaking his head. "I suddenly find myself feeling more pity for you. You are younger than I, with a promising future, yet you face such calamity. It is no wonder. It is no wonder." He slumped down, inadvertently swaying, nearly toppling over, which caused another wave of gasps from below. Fortunately, Lu Zheng managed to steady himself. A few police officers attempted to approach him, but Jun Lin shook his head, signaling them to halt. Lu Zheng murmured, "I lack the courage to take my own life. I merely wish to show them, to make those online critics witness the terrifying power of their words, to demonstrate that it is they who have driven a person to the brink. Reaching this point is already sufficient," Jun Lin remarked with a sigh. He rose and approached Lu Zheng, extending his hand. Lu Zheng gazed at Jun Lin and embraced him, bursting into tears. "Careful, don't shake me so vigorously you nearly sent me toppling." Supporting Lu Zheng as they exited the rooftop, Captain Li Dazhang approached, embracing Jun Lin and smiling. "Well done. Did you employ your cancer-ridden narrative again?" Jun Lin stretched lazily. "The method is not outdated if it proves effective. When it comes to saving lives, who needs innovation? It's quite rare to see you preparing a fake medical report just for this." "Better safe than sorry." Jun Lin chuckled heartily. "All right, I've completed my task. It's time for me to rest." He spoke as he moved forward. "Hey, you still have a report to write." Jun Lin waved his arm dismissively. "Leave it, I'll address it after my rest." Upon returning home, he opened a refrigerator and retrieved a can of cola. Jun Lin flopped onto the sofa, turning on the television. The news was broadcasting a report about some bizarre occurrence, with witnesses claiming to have spotted unidentified flying objects, complete with blurry video footage. Such sensational news has become increasingly common lately, though most have been debunked as hoaxes. Jun Lin paid little mind, merely zoning out while watching a drama, before pulling out the medical report to glance at it, suddenly smiling. What would you think if you knew this was true? The medical report was genuine. Jun Lin truly had cancer. Yet he had confided in no one. Until one day, a colleague inadvertently spotted the report, and when everyone gathered to console and sympathize with him, Jun Lin felt an inexplicable wave of annoyance. He detested pity and consolation. It made him feel like a failure, a weakling who could only garner sympathy through his own helplessness and despair. Jun Lin scorned such sentiments. Thus, he concocted a lie, claiming he had fabricated the report to deceive those contemplating despair. It is indeed ironic that a man tormented daily by illness, who would gladly welcome an early death, must frequently counsel others on the preciousness of life and the importance of seizing every moment. Perhaps it was for this reason, while hypnotizing others, he also managed to hypnotize himself, enabling Jun Lin to grit his teeth and endure. However, his body gradually succumbed to the strain. This compelled Jun Lin to take frequent leaves of absence. 2 days prior. Upon visiting the hospital again, the doctor informed him that, without chemotherapy, he could only last a maximum of 3 more months. Yet Jun Lin still declined the treatment. He loathed the idea of merely existing in a state of prolonged suffering. He could refrain from suicide, but he also did not wish to merely survive. Apart from painkillers, he requested nothing else. At this moment, agony washed over him once more like a tide. Jun Lin retrieved the pill box from his pocket. The box was labeled as vitamins for confidentiality. Jun Lin had swapped it out. Opening the medicine box, Jun Lin poured a few pills into his palm and swallowed them, only to be seized by a violent fit of coughing. Blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Well, perhaps this is fate. You have saved many lives, yet the price is your own. Of course, it may also be a prophecy." Jun Lin muttered to himself, a laugh escaping his lips despite the gravity of his situation. The so-called prophecy had indeed come true. Jun Lin had not deceived Lu Zheng. His luck was notoriously poor, often manifesting in the stories he spun while persuading others, which would then materialize into reality. His girlfriend, with whom he had been discussing marriage, suddenly demanded a bridal price that soared from 200,000 to 400,000. That might have been bearable, but the requirement for a house escalated from 60 square meters to 120. Such absurdity inevitably led to their separation. On another occasion, he advised a bankrupt businessman, casually mentioning his own experience of lending money to friends who failed to repay him. The following day, a childhood friend who had borrowed 100,000 from him vanished without a trace. Time and again, his well-meaning fabrications morphed into harsh realities, prompting Jun Lin to proceed with caution. He altered his narrative, claiming he had won a lottery. The result? The other party took their own life. That marked the most devastating failure in his negotiation history. And afterward, he had not won anything at all. Thus, Jun Lin continued to curse himself until he was diagnosed with cancer. From that moment onward, he no longer needed to deceive others. With a genuine medical report and real emotional experiences, he could speak freely, and the effect was unparalleled. His career flourished, even as his health deteriorated. In reflection, Jun Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't it ironic how the good luck eludes me while the bad luck prevails? I'm not a prophet, I'm merely a harbinger of misfortune." If you possess the ability, make my words come true again. If I were to leap from this window, I would surely traverse time. As he spoke, laughter bubbled forth, mingling with the blood he coughed up. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. I assure you, this time your words shall indeed come to pass. Startled, Jun Lin turned to see a figure seated behind him. Describing this person proved exceedingly difficult, as Jun Lin experienced a dichotomy of sensations. On one hand, it felt as though this individual was a figment of his imagination, for he could clearly see every object in his room: the sofa, the window, the stove, and the trash. Kanoni obscured by a human presence. On the other hand, this person undeniably existed. They occupied the space before him, unobscured yet not transparent, as if he could perceive both them and everything behind them simultaneously. Yet, he could not articulate their features, nor could he determine their gender. It was as though all he perceived had morphed into a jumble of incoherent symbols, only comprehensible in an abstract sense. Existence and non-existence appeared before Jun Lin in a bizarre manifestation, akin to 2 feet treading upon distinct points along the river of time, simultaneously present yet mutually exclusive, much like the sensation of one hand touching the palm and the back of the same hand. Paradoxical, yet harmoniously unified, that a profound astonishment welled up within him, prompting him to shake his head as if to dispel an illusion. And he exclaimed, "No way?" The figure smiled. Jun Lin could not see, or rather, he could not perceive the other's smile, yet he was acutely aware that the other was indeed smiling. He stated, "If he truly exists, then this is not an illusion." Taking a deep breath, Jun Lin endeavored to ascertain the other's location, only to feel as if he existed everywhere, no matter where he looked. The other seemed to be present. Steeling himself, he remarked, "I have not heard of any technology reaching such heights. This is not technology, it is consciousness transmission." Consciousness transmission? Jun Lin exclaimed in astonishment. "You mean?" The other gently waved his hand, and Jun Lin witnessed the scenery before him shift dramatically. It was as if he had transcended to a vast expanse of sky, gazing down upon towering mountains, flowing rivers, verdant meadows, and lush forests. Yet the flowers, grasses, and creatures of the plains were all unfamiliar to him. Jun Lin blurted out, "This is not Earth. You have transported me across realms." Perhaps due to having read too many novels. While Jun Lin was indeed astonished, he found it within himself to remain composed. The other's response, however, nearly made him choke with laughter. "I merely wanted you to see you haven't leapt from a building yet." Jun Lin nodded. "So, how about I, the harbinger of misfortune? Make a prediction? You are an unfortunate deity from another world, defeated by a god of the same realm, and now you seek a host on Earth to become his patron." The other chuckled. "You have read quite a few novels. This aids your imagination, but does little to assist with reality. However, it would be wise for you not to speak so carelessly, as it serves no purpose for me and would only squander your talents." "What do you mean?" Jun Lin detected an underlying implication in the other's words. "Let's begin anew. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the distant dimension of the War Realm, the cradle of the great ascendant civilization. At least I did not err in this regard. It is indeed another world," Jun Lin muttered. "Dimension, not world. Did I ask there a difference?" "There is. To understand in your terms, a dimension is a universe, while a plane is a world. It's significant." "Very significant. All right, if you say it is important, then so be it. So you come from a universe called the War Realm? I prefer to call it the War Dimension. That is the term used by the Ascendant Civilization, and it has thus been widely adopted. It appears our universe has yet to be named," Jun Lin continued to murmur. "Your focus is quite peculiar," the other remarked with a laugh. Jun Lin shrugged, and feeling a bit disoriented. Anyone would be in such a situation, wouldn't they? "So you're not only an alien, but also an extraterrestrial from a different universe? And you're currently communicating with me through consciousness? You may interpret it that way. Why have you sought me out?" Jun Lin inquired. Glancing downward, he still stood upon the clouds. Beneath him, the clouds shifted like a capricious sky, the world flowing like rippling water, filled with magnificent illusions. This sensation was both ethereal and profoundly real. It was truly not a dream. The other's voice resonated. "This matter is rather lengthy, so I shall describe in the simplest terms. I require you to serve as my soldier and engage in battle." "Wow." Jun Lin whistled. "Sounds impressive, but if you are so formidable, why do you still need me? Is it that you're not strong enough?" On the contrary, the Ascendant Civilization was once the most powerful ultimate civilization in the War Realm dimension, unifying the entire dimensional universe. Let me take a guess. According to the usual narrative, you later encountered a formidable adversary and were ultimately annihilated. Thus, fueled by the desire for vengeance. You crossed the dimensional barrier, found me, and became my devoted elder, placing your hopes and aspirations for revenge upon me? Jun Lin chuckled. Jun Lin felt a sense of relief despite the circumstances. He found himself able to smile. The other party smiled as well. You are overthinking it. The Ascendant civilization indeed no longer exists, but it was not destroyed by any formidable foe. It was obliterated by our own hands. By yourselves? The usurpers? Do not view matters through the narrow lens of your earthly perspective. The Ascendant civilization harbored grand ambitions. We had no interest in vying for power or profit, or rather, unifying the dimensions was merely a means to pursue something greater. The Ascendants were united, their solidarity surpassing your imagination. Then how did you meet your demise? Jun Lin inquired, perplexed. Without external enemies or internal strife, how could they have fallen? We chose to perish voluntarily. Huh? Jun Lin was taken aback. Voluntarily perish? Indeed, to transcend this dimension and ascend to higher realms, all Ascendants ultimately opted to relinquish their individuality, merging all consciousness into one, which resulted in my present form, the Ascendant Consciousness Collective, the primordial and ultimate deity of the dimension. Goodness! Jun Lin exclaimed, you truly are united. Through his dialogue with this Ascendant Consciousness Collective, Jun Lin finally comprehended. After reaching the pinnacle of the dimensional realm, the Ascendant civilization discovered that they had exhausted all paths forward. A civilization devoid of pursuits, stripped of life's objectives, would inevitably become adrift, ultimately losing the very meaning of existence. When no external adversary remained to bring about their demise, they would spiral into self-destruction. The Ascendant civilization made their decision under such circumstances. In the pursuit of transcending dimensional confines, they undertook their final endeavor, the grand merger of Ascendant consciousness, achieving the unparalleled divine essence. They succeeded. They failed. They became the true gods of the dimension, yet could not genuinely rise above the infinite dimensions. Since their grand aspiration remained unfulfilled, they would strive anew, nurturing the next generation, once again devouring, merging, transcending, interpret it as you will. In the absence of new entities to merge with, they would create anew. Of course, all of this was merely his design. The future might not unfold as envisioned by this deity, yet that does not hinder him from crafting such a plan. At this moment, Jun Lin clarified his thoughts, allowing himself to regain composure. He asked, by the way, how should I address you? I can hardly call you the omniscient and omnipotent God, can I? Or perhaps the deity of dimensions. My name is quite lengthy, as it encompasses the entirety of the appellations used by all beings of the celestial ascendants. I could impart it to you in a mere second, yet you might require a century to fully comprehend it. Jun Lin found the other party's reasoning inexplicably sound and, inspired by a sudden whim, proposed, how about I bestow upon you a simpler name? The other party smiled. That sounds agreeable. As he spoke, he exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a deity from the West descending to earth in human form. Though he appeared as an ordinary individual, his words carried a certain gravitas, devoid of haughtiness, instead reflecting the demeanor of a venerable sage. Naturally, the other party exhibited no signs of age. It was merely a sensation. There was neither the awe of a divine being nor the elusive mystique, only a serene attitude that suggested a tranquil acceptance of existence. Jun Lin chuckled. Shall we call you Nikolai? Why that name? For no particular reason. A name is merely a designation, chosen at random. Jun Lin implied a sense of urgency, as if fearing the other might later retract their acceptance. The privilege of naming, in certain respects, is a form of honor, and to name a deity is an unparalleled distinction that Jun Lin surmised few, if any, could claim across the vast expanse of a universe. Very well, from this day forth, I shall be known as Nikolai. The deity acquiesced. With this agreement, Jun Lin felt an inexplicable sensation within himself, as though something had been unlocked. Yet upon examining himself closely, he found no tangible evidence of change. What could this mean? Jun Lin regarded Nikolai in astonishment. It seems something has transpired within my body. Indeed, Nikolai replied. What is it? You will come to understand once you venture forth. It dawned on Jun Lin that he had yet to confirm his willingness to traverse dimensions. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, present me with a reason to agree to this journey. Nikolai casually spread his hands. Your cancer, perhaps? There, at least you shall not perish from illness. That was indeed a compelling argument. However, after further thought, Jun Lin remarked, Are you not concerned that I might feign agreement, only to cause mischief once my affliction is resolved? I harbor no worries regarding that. The future you, whether consumed by me or vice versa, will merge into a singular entity, indistinguishable from one another. Success or failure holds no significance. What matters is the transcendence itself. Jun Lin laughed. I've suddenly realized that you, as a deity, are rather intriguing. In what manner? On Earth, the vast majority of deities are taciturn, imposing, and exude an air of superiority, yet you are nothing of the sort. Nikolai chuckled. That is because your world lacks a true deity. The gods you have conjured require faith to uphold their majesty and maintain their standing. The so-called great figures among you are even more dependent on an air of superiority to create distance and conceal their vulnerabilities. Yet, genuine strength never needs to ponder such matters. Just as a human faces an ant, you can easily control its life and death. Do you need to project an air of superiority over it? Would you fear that it might discover your weaknesses? No, such concerns are unnecessary. Your mere existence is supreme in the eyes of the ant. You do not need to prove your might to it regardless of how amiable you may appear. Your divine status remains unshaken. Conversely, it is the human who must put on airs before a swarm of ants, which is truly ludicrous. Is it not? Indeed, Jun Lin replied with a smile. Nikolai continued, however, you are not my sole target. It is unwise to place hope in a single human. Only with a plethora of options can one discern the most suitable. I understand. Given that we've reached this juncture, it would be a waste to hesitate and miss this opportunity, Jun Lin remarked. By the way, how do I get there? Originally, you could simply leap from a height, but considering your nation's disapproval of suicide as a means of traversal whenever you wish to depart, just seek any door and say you wish to go to the battlefield. Jun Lin was taken aback. You actually adhere to the law? Nikolai chose to ignore this comment and vanished without a trace. Hey, I wasn't finished speaking. You haven't told me if I can return. Jun Lin exclaimed in frustration. With many questions left unanswered, Jun Lin found himself bewildered by Nikolai's sudden disappearance, as he called out in vain. This left Jun Lin feeling as if the entire encounter had been a mere dream. Did I truly converse with a deity from another dimension and agree to traverse? Could all of this be an illusion? Yet what does it matter if it is? After all, it merely involves opening a door. Moreover, his deteriorating physical condition had left him with little choice. With death looming, it was better to take a chance. The sky outside had darkened. Jun Lin stood gazing out the window, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I am truly embarking on a journey to the farthest reaches. The end of the universe lies in Teeling, and I shall traverse to the very limit. And all of this is due to my own ill-fated words. How peculiar. With that thought, he murmured, very well, since I am here, I shall accept it. He chose not to traverse immediately instead. He bid farewell to all his friends and family, including his ex-girlfriend who had left him over dowry issues. This led her to mistakenly believe he sought reconciliation, and she gently turned him down, mentioning that she would invite him to her wedding. Is this a signal for a red envelope? He withdrew all his savings and sent them to his parents back home, without revealing his intention to traverse. Jun Lin also penned a will. Suddenly, he found the arrangements for his eventual departure remarkably simple. Everything was settled in a mere half-day. With all matters organized and the sky growing dim, Jun Lin made his way to the police station. Resigning? In the office, Li Dazhong stared in astonishment at Jun Lin. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "You've been unreachable all day, and suddenly you appear to announce your resignation. What do you think, that you can disregard me as your superior? Actually, I've decided to resign. I simply no longer wish to continue," Jun Lin replied. "I've spent the whole day contemplating this and have come to a conclusion." "Absolutely not. I refuse to accept that," Li Dazhong firmly rejected. Jun Lin shook his head. "Come on, old Li. I'm here to resign, not to negotiate a salary increase. What is there to disagree about? If I no longer want to work, can you really force me to stay? You're talking nonsense." Li Dazhong cursed vehemently. "What do you think this is? You can come and go as you please?" Jun Lin replied lazily, "While it may not be guaranteed that one can come, it is certainly guaranteed that one can leave." "You!" Li Dazhong was so furious, he felt like punching Jun Lin in the face. In the end, he suppressed his anger and said, "Fine, you want to resign, is that right? Submit your resignation letter first according to protocol. We must follow the proper procedures." "That's fine by me." Jun Lin understood that this was merely Li Dazhong's stalling tactic. He would find ways to delay and gradually persuade him otherwise. However, he meant well, and Jun Lin did not wish to embarrass him. As the saying goes, if one truly desires to leave, who can stop them? At worst, he could forego his subsequent severance pay. Let's see if you can make RMB universally accepted in the realm of war. Li Dezhong continued to prattle on, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Jun Lin exited the office and encountered someone turning the corner. It was Lu Zheng. He entered the nearby knife shop. Jun Lin felt a stir in his heart and followed him. "Boss, I'd like to buy a knife," Lu Zheng said with a gloomy expression. "What kind of knife do you want?" "A three-edged knife. Are you joking? That's a prohibited weapon." The shopkeeper shot Lu Zheng a disdainful glance. Lu Zheng's ominous demeanor made the shopkeeper quite anxious. Lu Zheng scratched his head, murmuring, "Then what knives can I buy here?" However, the shopkeeper was already frightened and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I won't sell you a knife. If you're looking for trouble, don't drag me into it." Lu Zheng came out in disappointment and unexpectedly bumped into Jun Lin, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, it's you?" Jun Lin smiled. "What's this? Thinking of committing suicide again? This time with a knife? A fruit knife will suffice." He made a gesture as if to cut an artery. Lu Zheng shook his head. "I have no such intentions, forget it. It's not something I can explain to you." As he spoke, he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Jun Lin suddenly said, "If you want a weapon, just find a steel pipe and sharpen one, and it can serve its purpose." "Right?" Lu Zheng slapped his forehead. "How could I have not thought of that?" Then he realized something and looked at Jun Lin in surprise, forcing a grim smile. "I'm not looking to engage in illegal activities. I just need a weapon for self-defense on a trip." Jun Lin nodded, understood. He patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder. "Take care on your journey. May we meet again by chance." Lu Zheng was taken aback by the gesture, but eventually nodded in agreement. Ah. Watching Lu Zheng depart, Jun Lin pondered for a moment before returning to the police station. The negotiation experts in Huaxia are all officers with official status thus. Jun Lin is also equipped with a firearm, though he seldom finds the need to use it. Having secured his gun and strapped a knife to his side, Jun Lin casually sought an isolated corner, whispering, "Enter the battlefield." Upon opening the door, a sudden shift in perception revealed him to be in a dimly lit room. With a faint yellow light filtering in from the window, he discerned a wardrobe nearby, atop which rested a television. Beside it was a sign indicating room occupancy, reminiscent of a dilapidated and long past its prime. Outside the window lay an even more desolate scene. He beheld a completely unfamiliar street, where crumbling edifices appeared as if abandoned for a century, with scarcely a whole structure in sight. In the distance, towering buildings loomed, shrouded in shadow, devoid of any light. If this were a city in blackout, it should be teeming with life. If it were the dead of night, at least the streetlights would be aglow. Yet, none of this was present. The entire city languished in darkness, with but a few streetlights flickering and the sky bereft of moon or stars. Only a faint glimmer of light remained. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the city itself had succumbed to slumber. Turning back in an attempt to reopen the door, he discovered it was now immovable. So, have I truly crossed over? Jun Lin pondered, bewildered. Before him, an inexplicable three-dimensional holographic system panel materialized, chosen of the divine. Name, Jun Lin. Gender, male. Age, 26 years. Condition, late-stage lung cancer. Basic attributes: strength, 4, agility, 4, spirit, 3, constitution, 3. Dimensional law ability, none. Planar law ability, none. Innate ability, bud of truth. Equipment, none. Points, none. Level, bronze tier 0. Current status, critical, with an estimated 3 months of life remaining. The affliction remains unrelieved. Nikolai merely provided Jun Lin an opportunity. As long as he continuously evolves, the cancer would become a trivial concern. In addition, the most prominent section of the system displayed a taskbar. Current dimension, city of abandonment. Dimension traits, chaotic laws. Current mode, survival mode. Current tasks. 1. Survival. Endure in a land of abandonment for 3 months. Complete this task to earn 500 points. Point 2. Hunt. Eliminate invading creatures to receive corresponding point rewards. 3. Conquer. Defeat the final boss. Completing this task grants corresponding points, a chance for a lottery, and special rewards. Failure incurs no penalties. This description lacks sufficient detail. Could you elaborate further? Jun Lin inquired. The system replied, "You possess the right to 3 inquiries. Choose your questions wisely." Initially, Jun Lin contemplated asking whether he could return to Earth afterward, but with only 3 questions at his disposal, he felt compelled to exercise greater caution. After some deliberation, Jun Lin stated, "Let us first discuss dimensional laws and planar laws. The distinction between dimensional laws and planar laws lies primarily in their universality. Dimensional law abilities are universally applicable across dimensions, whereas planar law abilities are specific to the dimension in question. This is akin to the disparity in gravitational forces between the Earth and the Moon from the perspective of dimensional battlegrounds. It signifies that the laws governing different planes are not uniform. However, the acquisition of dimensional law abilities can only be achieved through self-awakening, and only those endowed with a law-constituted physique possess the qualification. To do so, awakening necessitates a formidable mental stimulus, which is precisely why it is commonplace for individuals within the battleground dimensions to experience explosive growth. During combat, upon hearing the explanation, Jun Lin was engulfed by an unsettling sensation. He attempted to fire a shot. With a resounding thud, the bullet, upon exiting the chamber, struck the door and ricocheted off, leaving merely a dent upon the surface. Is it truly ineffective? Then what of this? Jun Lin unsheathed his knife and carved a deep mark upon the table. This proves useful. Thus, it appears that the more fundamental the law, the greater its applicability. Logically, one would presume that with such environmental alterations, individuals ought to perish instantaneously, yet this was not the case for them. Glancing at the system, he noted the prompt. Due to dimensional compatibility, the power of this firearm has diminished by 68%. Jun Lin's second inquiry pertained to invasive entities. Invasive organisms can be categorized into two types. One being interdimensional invaders, creatures from other planes within the battleground dimension arriving in this realm, and the other being fantastical beings. Upon arriving on Earth, Nikolai, out of habit, conducted a search of the planet. To his astonishment, due to the dimensional deity's formidable creative prowess, he inadvertently birthed countless life forms after perusing various artistic works of Earth. Thus, the entities of legend, mythology, games, and cinema emerged within the battleground dimension, manifesting as fantastical beings. The third inquiry revolved around the bud of truth. Unsurprisingly, this represented his external enhancement, whose true designation should be absolute truth, standing alongside absolute control as a novel sequence. Absolute control is, in essence, a collective term for the abilities within the battleground dimension. The fundamental characteristic of the law abilities within this dimension is the mastery over energy and matter. The ascendant civilization specializes in the absolute control sequence. Jun Lin's innate talent, however, has unlocked another sequence, the truth sequence. Yet, the essence of Jun Lin's absolute truth does not lie in the mastery of matter, but rather in the redefinition of all entities, including the laws themselves. This revelation startled Jun Lin. He had surmised that he possessed an enhancement, yet he had not anticipated its magnitude. This also elucidates why naming Nikolai would induce a transformation within himself. He had named a deity, and in turn, the deity accepted it. The absolute truth materialized, resulting in significant growth that birthed the talent of the bud of truth. It is precisely for this reason that Nikolai regards Jun Lin with a discerning eye. Not just anyone merits such extensive conversation with him. The very qualification to converse with influential figures is an exceedingly rare opportunity. Upon answering the three inquiries, a new task suddenly emerged on the system. Optional task, Extreme Challenge. Upon accepting this task, you shall encounter a level 2 bronze tier invasive entity pursuing you for a duration of 1 day. Evade the pursuit. Reward 500 points. Successful counterattack. Reward of 1,000 points. Difficulty level high. Novice special reward 1. Upon accepting this task, you will receive partial information about this realm in advance. Novice special reward 2. Upon completing the task, you will gain an additional opportunity to pose a question. Jun Lin was taken aback. What does this mean? The system replied, as a potential candidate favored by Nikolai, you are obligated to undertake greater trials. This is a voluntary task, meaning I have the right to decline? Jun Lin inquired. Indeed. However, trials are also opportunities. To forego a trial is to relinquish a chance. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin glanced at his current condition, critically ill, with 3 months left to live. Gazing at the alarming red letters, Jun Lin smiled. It seems I have little choice. Very well, I agree. Jun Lin was acutely aware of the significance and difficulty of the first pot of gold. Whether one can soar often hinges on a solid foundation. Being terminally ill, he felt it was better to take a risk. Moreover, there was another crucial reason. He understood that the trial was not merely about defeating Nikolai, who had high hopes for him and would likely not allow him to perish so easily. The gaming company, catering to players willing to spend, and to encourage players to recharge rather than abandon the game. Hence, he was eager to see how Nikola's trials balance the scales between life and death. Chapter 1. The Raven's Curse. The law of evolution dictates that the successors surpass their predecessors. Time and space have given rise to inorganic entities, which then evolved into flora and fauna. From the steadfast plants emerged the gentle, tenacious women who cling to men, while the lively animals gave birth to the coarse, adventurous men. Men and women together brought forth children, who in turn conceptualized dolls. Thus, the supreme deity must be the ultimate product of evolution, as posited by Qian Zhongshu in The Dream of God. W City. Ascending to the rooftop, Jun Lin observed Lu Zheng standing perilously at the edge of the building. He was cautiously peering downward, and from this vantage point, the throngs below appeared as ants, while vehicles resembled mere beetles. The vertigo induced by the height made Lu Zheng's heart tremble. Jun Lin noted the slight quiver in his legs. From the side, the scars marring Lu Zheng's face from past burns rendered him somewhat menacing, complicating Jun Lin's ability to gauge his emotions. Yet, the tremors in his leg betrayed his underlying anxiety and fear, instilling Jun Lin with a sense of confidence. At least he possesses the capacity for fear. Jun Lin ambled over leisurely. Lu Zheng glanced back, shouting, "Don't come any closer. If you do, you'll jump." Jun Lin waved dismissively, indicating no intention of approaching. He stepped aside, maintaining a distance of roughly 5 meters, then ascended to the rooftop's edge, standing parallel to Lu Zheng. The crowd below erupted in further gasps. Jun Lin seated himself. Allowing his feet to dangle over the precipice, he gazed downwards, speaking slowly. "I have no interest in your affairs. I merely came to leap from this height." Lu Zheng regarded him quizzically. "Are you deliberately employing empathy to lower my guard, hoping ill heed your counsel? This is a tactic employed by negotiation experts, isn't it?" Jun Lin chuckled softly, not engaging with Lu Zheng's statement, but rather continued his monologue. "I have contemplated numerous methods of suicide. Poison? The process is quite agonizing, and there's no guarantee of death. Surviving merely prolongs the suffering. Hanging, that too involves a tormenting struggle, and the resulting visage is often grotesque. Drowning? I can swim instinct would likely kick in, leading to a futile struggle and subsequent regret. After much deliberation, the most straightforward method appears to be jumping. It's simple and the suffering is brief. The only concern is finding a sufficiently high place otherwise. If one survives, it poses yet another dilemma." Lu Zheng fell silent. Despite his apprehension, Jun Lin had struck a chord within him. Every individual considering suicide likely weighs their options, and indeed, jumping is among the most direct and uncomplicated means. Jun Lin continued, "In truth, I have also pondered another approach, committing a heinous act murder, arson, and then facing execution." Lu Zheng was taken aback. Glancing at Jun Lin's police uniform, he queried, "You're a police officer, and yet you entertain such thoughts?" Jun Lin shot him a look of disdain. "Is it not permissible to think? Thoughts do not manifest into reality merely by being contemplated." Lu Zheng paused, reflecting. "Indeed, who decreed that a police officer must be devoid of malevolent thoughts?" Jun Lin added, "Strangely enough, I seem to possess an innate streak of bad luck. It's as if I have a knack for prophecy sometimes. The most absurd notions I utter inexplicably come to fruition that if he had attempted to console Lu Zheng, perhaps Lu would have resisted internally and truly leaped down." Yet he was now narrating a tale, significantly piquing Lu Zheng's curiosity. "For instance," Jun Lin replied, "once a fellow took his own life due to heartbreak. I approached him and said, 'I, too, have faced a similar fate. In fact, my situation is even more dire, as I was unable to meet the exorbitant bride price, which led to my mother-in-law tearing us apart. Yet, behold, I have persevered and emerged stronger.'" Lu Zheng scoffed. "You negotiation experts are all skilled at spinning tales. You were deceiving him." Jun Lin shrugged. "At that moment, indeed I was." Lu Zheng paused. "Are you suggesting?" Jun Lin nodded. "Eventually, it became reality." Lu Zheng huffed. "Nonsense, I refuse to believe it." Jun Lin chuckled. "Come on, you're not contemplating suicide due to heartbreak. Why would I deceive you about this? Do you know about my situation? If you wish to counsel someone, you must first understand them." Jun Lin's tone grew somber. He gazed at Lu Zheng and said, "You are far too innocent, undeserving, so very undeserving." Lu Zheng was a hero who had recently graced the news on a night shift returning home. He intervened when he witnessed injustice, protecting a lone woman, only to fall victim to the aggression of 2 ruffians. One of them doused him in gasoline and ignited it, resulting in minor burns. This incident sparked considerable uproar, not due to the two ruffians, but rather because the girl he saved fled the scene. When the police sought evidence, she obstinately refused to come forward, claiming fear of retaliation. Ultimately, she publicly lamented that Lu Zheng had meddled. Had he not intervened, she would not have faced any life-threatening danger. After all, it seemed she merely sought to be left alone. What was more infuriating was that many shared this sentiment. They believed Lu Zheng's plight was self-inflicted, a consequence of his interference. If not for him, the situation would not have escalated so severely. Of course, the moral compass of the majority remained intact, leading many to condemn that girl. Consequently, she became ensnared in a whirlwind of public opinion. Tragically, the girl ultimately took her own life. Thus, Lu Zheng became the scapegoat for her suicide, driven by sinister motives. Public sentiment swiftly shifted, painting Lu Zheng as the one who drove her to despair. Rumors circulated that those two young men, now apprehended, had merely engaged in verbal sparring until Lu Zheng intervened violently, prompting their retaliation. The gasoline was claimed to have been accidentally knocked over by him, with a cigarette but sparking the flames. In summary, Lu Zheng found himself unable to defend his innocence, transforming from a hero into a pariah. Having endured such an ordeal, one can comprehend why Lu Zheng stood there in silence. Jun Lin softly remarked, "Being a good person is exhausting, isn't it?" Lu Zheng could no longer contain the sorrow swelling within him. He wept uncontrollably, shouting, "I no longer wish to be a good person. What's the point of being a so-called good person? I have never committed a wrongful act in my life. Why should I be subjected to such misfortune? If it weren't for me, that Yu Mingzhu would have been violated by them. Yet in the end, she cast all the blame upon me. I never said anything to her. I do not comprehend how she could take her own life. How did I become the one who drove her to despair?" His burned, dual-faced visage twisted in sorrow, presenting an especially grotesque appearance. An ugly exterior, a wounded soul. It is rather peculiar, Jun Lin murmured. A girl like her should not possess the courage to end her own life. Yet who can say? The instinct for survival is inherent in every individual. Yet we often relinquish our precious lives for various reasons. In truth, if given the choice, who truly desires to die? Lu Zheng stared at him. "Do you genuinely wish to die?" Jun Lin nodded. Lu Zheng asked, "And what is your reason?" After a moment of contemplation, Jun Lin replied, "Well, I shall divulge it to you. I have been diagnosed with cancer. Latest-stage lung cancer. I am nearing death." Lu Zheng gasped in disbelief. "Is that true?" Jun Lin spoke softly. "Once, I persuaded a would-be suicide not to take that final step. He was suffering from a sudden illness, overwhelmed by pain. I deceived him, claiming I too was afflicted with cancer, enduring great suffering, yet I kept it to myself, resolved to live with strength. Life is precious even in hardship. One must endure, cherishing every beautiful moment, lest one squander their existence, a heap of uplifting platitudes that successfully saved him." Lu Zheng regarded him intently. Jun Lin's voice lowered. "A crow's mouth is indeed a crow's mouth at that moment. I was merely deceiving him. Who would have anticipated that a month later I would be in the hospital, diagnosed with cancer? Damn, what a ridiculous turn of events." At this point, Jun Lin himself chuckled. Lu Zheng stared in astonishment. "Are you being serious?" Jun Lin leisurely retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. He approached Lu Zheng, handed it to him, and then stepped back, entirely devoid of the intent to take advantage of the opportunity to distance himself. Lu Zheng accepted it, and upon examination, he found it indeed bore the hospital's diagnosis. The words "Jun Lin, latest-stage lung cancer," stood starkly on the page. Jun Lin continued, "I am unlike you. I have not faced the torment you have endured. My life has been smooth sailing. That I once believed that being a negotiation expert was merely the beginning of my journey. My future held even greater promise and brilliance. Do you know what is more agonizing than what you have experienced? It is the abrupt cessation of a life filled with ease. All happiness can vanish in an instant. All beauty can cease to exist. Your desire to die stems from a lack of attachment to this world. I do not wish to die, yet I cannot escape death. If you were in my position, which would you choose?" Lu Zheng sat in silence for a moment before shaking his head. "I suddenly find you to be more pitiable than I. You are younger than I, with a promising future, yet you face such a fate. No wonder. He slumped down, inadvertently swaying, nearly losing his balance, prompting another round of gasps from below. Fortunately, Lu Zheng managed to steady himself. A few policemen approached to apprehend him, But Jun Lin shook his head, signaling them to halt. Lu Zheng murmured, "I lack the courage to end my own life. I merely wish to demonstrate to them, to those online critics, the terrifying power of their words, to make them see that they themselves have driven a person to the brink of despair. To reach this point is already sufficient." Jun Lin sighed. He rose and approached Lu Zheng, extending his hand towards him. Lu Zheng glanced at Jun Lin and then enveloped him in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Careful! Do not shake me so vigorously you nearly toppled me." With Jun Lin supporting Lu Zheng, Captain Li Dazhang approached, offering an embrace to Jun Lin and grinning. "Well done. Did you resort to your cancer ruse again?" Jun Lin stretched languidly. "It is not the method that matters, but its effectiveness. When it comes to saving lives, why seek innovation? It is indeed rare for you to prepare a fake medical report for this purpose. Better safe than sorry." Jun Lin chuckled heartily. "Well, my task is complete. I shall return to rest." Now, he began to walk away. "Hey, you still have a report to write." Jun Lin waved his arm dismissively. "Leave it, I shall attend to it after my rest." Upon returning home, he opened the refrigerator and retrieved a can of cola. Jun Lin flopped onto the sofa and turned on the television. The news was reporting a peculiar incident. It seemed that unidentified flying objects had been sighted in some region, with witnesses having captured video footage, albeit unclear. Such trivial news has become increasingly frequent of late, though most have been debunked as false. Jun Lin paid it little heed, lost in thought while watching a drama, glancing at the medical report once more, and suddenly smiling. What would you think if you knew this was true? The medical report was indeed genuine. Jun Lin was truly afflicted with cancer. Yet he had confided in no one until one day, a colleague inadvertently glimpsed the report, prompting everyone to come forth to console and sympathize with him in that moment. Jun Lin felt an inexplicable wave of irritation that he despised being consoled. Being pitied, it made him feel like a failure, a weakling, who could only elicit sympathy through his own helplessness and despair. Jun Lin scorned such sentiments. Thus, he fabricated a lie, claiming he had prepared the report to dissuade those who were despondent. It was indeed ironic. A man tormented daily by illness, who longed for an early demise, was compelled to frequently encourage others to cherish life and seize every moment. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that while he hypnotized others, he also lulled himself into a semblance of endurance, gritting his teeth to persist. However, his body gradually succumbed to the strain. This compelled Jun Lin to take frequent leaves of absence. 2 days prior, when he visited the hospital again, the doctor informed him that given his current condition, without chemotherapy, he could last a maximum of 3 months. Yet, Jun Lin still refused. He loathed the thought of living in a state of mere survival. He would not take his own life, but he also did not wish to exist in such a manner. Besides painkillers, he requested nothing else. That moment, agony surged once more like a tidal wave. Jun Lin extracted a pill box from his pocket. The box, labeled as vitamins for confidentiality, had been switched by Jun Lin. Opening the medicine box, Jun Lin poured a few pills into his palm and swallowed them, only to be seized by a violent fit of coughing. Blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Well, perhaps this is fate. You have saved many lives at the cost of your own. Of course, it might also be a form of prophecy." Jun Lin muttered to himself, unexpectedly bursting into laughter. The so-called prophecy had indeed come true. He had not deceived Lu Zheng. His fortune was truly unfortunate, as the tales he spun in his attempt to persuade others often materialized into reality. His girlfriend, with whom he had been discussing marriage, suddenly demanded a bride price that escalated from 200,000 to 400,000. That was bearable, but the house size requirement also skyrocketed from 60 square meters to 120. This was absurd. The inevitable result was that his girlfriend departed. On another occasion, while advising a bankrupt business owner, he casually mentioned that he too had friends who borrowed money without returning it. The following day, a childhood friend who owed him 100,000 vanished without a trace. After a series of well-intentioned fabrications that ultimately became reality, Jun Lin grew cautious. He changed his story, claiming he had won a lottery. The aftermath was tragic, as that individual took their own life. It marked the most disastrous failure in his negotiation history, and he never did win any lottery. Thus, Jun Lin could only continue to curse himself. It was not long before he was diagnosed with cancer. From that moment, he no longer needed to deceive others. With a genuine medical report and authentic emotional experiences, he could speak candidly, with the essence of truth imbued in his words, yielding remarkable results. His career flourished, while his health deteriorated. For this reason, Even Jun Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't it ironic that good fortune eludes me while misfortune prevails? I am no prophet, merely a harbinger of doom. If you have the power, prove it once more should I leap from this window. I would traverse time." As he spoke, laughter erupted from him, mingled with blood. Then, he heard a voice. "I assure you, this time your words will indeed come to pass." Startled, Jun Lin turned to see a figure seated behind him, if one could truly call them a person. It was challenging to articulate the essence of this being. Jun Lin experienced two conflicting sensations simultaneously. The first was the conviction that this entity did not exist. He could distinctly perceive every aspect of his room: the sofa, the window, the stove, the trash canoni of which were obscured by a corporeal form. The second was the certainty that this being was indeed present. They occupied the space before him, not obstructing his view, yet they were not transparent. It was as though he could see both them and everything behind them, but he could not articulate their appearance. Even the term them felt inaccurate, for he could not discern whether this presence was male or female. It was as if everything he perceived had dissolved into a jumble of incoherent symbols in his mind, comprehensible only in essence, yet ineffable in description. Existence and non-existence manifested before Jun Lin in a peculiar manner, akin to placing both feet upon two divergent points in the river of time, coexisting yet unaffected by one another, much like the sensation of one hand touching the palm of the same hand's back in enchanting contradiction in harmonious unity. A profound sense of astonishment welled up within Jun Lin. He shook his head as if to dispel the illusion and blurted, "No way?" The figure smiled. Jun Lin could not see, or rather, he could not perceive the other's smile, yet he instinctively knew the other was grinning. He asserted, "If he indeed exists, this is not an illusion." Taking a deep breath, Jun Lin endeavored to ascertain the other's location, only to feel as if he were present everywhere. No matter where he looked, the other seemed to be in sight. Steadying his thoughts, he remarked, "I have not heard of technology reaching such heights. That IT is not technology, but rather consciousness transmission." Consciousness transmission? Jun Lin expressed his astonishment. "Are you implying?" With a gentle wave of his hand, the other transformed the scene before Jun Lin's eyes. He felt as though he had traversed dimensions, arriving in the vast expanse of a celestial realm. Looking down, he beheld towering mountains, flowing rivers, lush greenery, and dense forests, yet the flora and fauna he observed were entirely unfamiliar to him. Jun Lin involuntarily exclaimed, "This isn't Earth. Have you transported me across worlds?" Perhaps due to his extensive reading of novels, Jun Lin felt a sense of shock, yet had not escalated to an unbearable degree. The other's response elicited laughter from him. "I merely wish to show you have not yet leaped from a building." Jun Lin nodded. "So, how about I, the harbinger of ill omens, make a prediction? You are an unfortunate deity from another realm, defeated by a god of your own world, and you have come to Earth seeking a host, intending to become his guardian?" The other chuckled. "You have read quite a few novels. This enriches your imagination, but does little to illuminate the truth. Yet, it would be wise for you to refrain from making unfounded assertions. They are of no use to me and would only squander your talents." What do you mean?" Jun Lin detected a hidden meaning in the other's words. "Let us start from the beginning. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the distant realm of the battle dimension, the origin of the great ascendant civilization." At least I did not err in this regard. It is indeed another world," Jun Lin murmured. "Dimension, not world. Is there a distinction?" "There is. In your terms, a dimension refers to the universe, whereas a realm pertains to a world. Is it significant?" "Very much so." "Fine, if you say it's significant, then so be it. So you're from a universe called the Battle Realm?" "I prefer to call it the Battle Dimension. This is the appellation given by the Ascendant Civilization, and thus it has become widely accepted." "It seems our universe has yet to receive a name," Jun Lin continued to murmur. "Your focus is quite peculiar," he chuckled. Jun Lin shrugged. "I am rather disoriented at the moment. Anyone in this situation would be. Wouldn't you agree? So you're not only an extraterrestrial, but also an alien from a different universe? And you are currently communicating with me through consciousness? You may interpret it that way. Why have you chosen me?" Jun Lin gazed downward. He remained standing on a cloud. Below him, the clouds shifted and flowed, the world rippling like water, filled with splendid illusions. This sensation was both ethereal and strikingly real. It was truly not a dream. The other's voice resonated. "This matter is rather lengthy. To explain, I shall describe it in the simplest terms. I require you to serve as my soldier and engage in battle." "Wow." Jun Lin whistled. "That sounds impressive. But if you're already so formidable, why do you still need me?" Is it that you are not strong enough? On the contrary, the Ascendant civilization was once the most powerful ultimate civilization in the battlefield dimension, unifying the entire dimensional universe. Let me guess, according to the usual narrative, you later encountered a formidable adversary and were ultimately annihilated. Thus you, harboring hopes of vengeance, traversed the dimensional barriers, found me, and became my devoted elder, placing your hopes upon me for retribution? Jun Lin chuckled. Jun Lin felt a sense of satisfaction, finding himself amused in such a situation. The other party also smiled. You overthink it. The Ascendant civilization indeed no longer exists, but it was not destroyed by any powerful foe. It was extinguished by our own hands. By your own? The usurpers? Do not view the matter through the narrow lens of your earthly perspective. The Ascendant civilization harbored grand ambitions. We had no interest in power struggles. In fact, unifying the dimensions was merely a means to a greater end. The Ascendants were united in purpose, their solidarity surpassing your imagination. Then how did you perish? Jun Lin asked, puzzled. Without external enemies or internal strife, how could they have met their demise? We chose to cease existing. Jun Lin was taken aback. Chose to cease existing? Yes, to transcend this dimension and ascend to a higher plane, all Ascendants ultimately opted to relinquish their individual selves, merging all consciousness into one. Thus, forming the entity that is now Meth collective consciousness of the Ascendants, the primal and ultimate deity of the dimension. Goodness, Jun Lin blurted out, you truly are united. Through his dialogue with his collective consciousness of the Ascendants, Jun Lin finally comprehended. Upon reaching the pinnacle of dimensional achievement, the Ascendant civilization found itself at an impasse. A civilization devoid of aspirations, stripped of life's purpose, becomes disoriented, even ultimately losing the meaning of existence. When there were no external foes to bring about their downfall, they inevitably treaded the path of self-destruction. The Ascendant civilization made its decision under such circumstances that in pursuit of transcending dimensional limitations, they undertook a final endeavor after countless efforts, the grand fusion of Ascendant consciousness, achieving the zenith of divinity. They succeeded. They failed. They became the true deities of the dimension, yet could not genuinely transcend the boundless dimensions. Since the grand objective was not fulfilled, they resolved to continue striving. Nurture the next generation. Once more consume, merge, and surpass. Interpret it as you will. If there are no new entities to merge with, then create one anew. Of course, all of this was merely his design. The future may not unfold as this deity envisioned, yet that does not preclude him from crafting such a plan. At this moment, Jun Lin clarified his thoughts, allowing himself to regain composure. He inquired, by the way, how should I address you? I can hardly call you the omniscient and omnipotent deity, can I? Or perhaps the god of dimensions. My name is quite lengthy. It is the amalgamation of all the appellations used by the beings of the Ascendant civilization. I could divulge it to you in a mere second, yet you might require a century to fully comprehend its essence. Jun Lin found the other party's reasoning inexplicably valid. A whimsical thought struck him, and he proposed, shall I bestow upon you a simpler name? The other party smiled and replied, that sounds delightful. As he spoke, he exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a deity from the West manifesting in human form. Though appearing as an ordinary mortal, his demeanor was imbued with a certain gravitas, devoid of arrogance, embodying instead the wisdom of a venerable elder. Of course, the other party bore no visible signs of age. It was merely a sensation. There was neither the majesty of a divine being nor the enigmatic allure of the unknown, only a serene and untroubled disposition. Jun Lin chuckled. Then let us call you Nikolai, shall we? Why so? There is no specific reason. A name is merely a designation, chosen at random. Jun Lin implied a hint of urgency, fearing a potential change of heart from the other. The right to name carries, in certain respects, a sense of honor, particularly when it pertains to a deity. Jun Lin surmised that such an opportunity to name a god was rare indeed, perhaps unparalleled across the vast cosmos. Very well, henceforth, I shall be known as Nikolai. The deity surprisingly acquiesced. With his agreement, Jun Lin felt a peculiar sensation within himself, as if something had been unlatched. Yet upon closer inspection, he found no tangible changes. What could this mean? Jun Lin gazed at Nikolai in astonishment. It seems something has transpired within me. Indeed, Nikolai responded. What is it? You will understand once you arrive there. Then dawned on Jun Lin that he had yet to affirm his intention to traverse dimensions. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Provide me with a compelling reason to embark on this journey." Nikolai nonchalantly spread his hands. "Your cancer, perhaps? Once you arrive there, at the very least, you shall not succumb to your illness." That was indeed an irrefutable rationale. However, after a moment's reflection, Jun Lin countered, "Are you not concerned that I might feign agreement and, once cured, turn against you? I harbor no such worries. The future version of you, whether consumed by me or vice versa, will become one with me, indistinguishable from one another. Success and failure are inconsequential. What truly matters is the transcendence itself." Jun Lin chuckled. "I have suddenly realized that you, as a deity, are rather intriguing." "In what manner?" Nikolai inquired. "On Earth, the majority of deities are taciturn, imposing, and exude an air of superiority, yet you possess none of those traits." Nikolai chuckled. "That is because your world lacks a true deity. The gods of your imagination require faith to uphold their majesty and maintain their status. The so-called great figures among you need authority to create distance, lest their vulnerabilities be exposed. Yet true strength never contemplates such matters. Just as a person stands before an ant, one can effortlessly determine its fate. Is there a need to maintain an air of superiority? Would you fear that it might uncover your weaknesses? No, such concerns are unnecessary. For your existence is paramount to the ant. No proof of your might is required regardless of how amiable you appear. Your divine status remains unshaken. Conversely, it is far more absurd for a human to assume a lofty demeanor before a swarm of ants, is it not? Indeed, Jun Lin replied with a smile. Nikolai continued, "However, you are not my sole target. It is impossible to place all hopes upon a single human. Only with ample options can the best be discerned. I understand. Having reached this juncture, to hesitate would be a waste of opportunity." Jun Lin remarked with a grin. "By the way, how do I proceed? Originally, a mere leap from a height would suffice, but considering your country's aversion to suicidal methods of traversal, I suggest, whenever you wish to go, simply find a door and declare your intent to enter the battlefield." Jun Lin was astonished. "You actually abide by the law?" Nikolai chose to ignore this remark and vanished without a trace. "Hey, I wasn't finished speaking. You haven't told me if I can return." Jun Lin exclaimed in frustration that he had countless questions lingering. Yet Nikolai had mysteriously disappeared, leaving Jun Lin shouting in vain. This left him feeling as though the entire encounter had been a mere dream. Did I truly converse with a deity from another dimension? Did I really agree to cross over? Could all this be mere illusion? Yet, even if it were an illusion, what of it? After all, it merely entailed opening a door. Moreover, his physical state had rendered him devoid of choices. With death looming near, why not take a chance? The sky outside had dimmed. Jun Lin stood at the window, gazing into the distance, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. "I am about to embark on a journey, truly a remarkable journey. The end of the universe lies in Teeling, while I shall traverse the end. And all of this is due to my own ill-fated words. How peculiar indeed." With this thought, he muttered, "All right, since I am here, I shall accept it." He chose not to cross over immediately. Instead, he first visited all his friends and family, including his ex-girlfriend who had broken up with him over the bride price. This led her to mistakenly believe he sought reconciliation, and she gently declined, stating that he would be invited to the wedding. Is this a ploy for a red envelope? He withdrew all his savings to send to his parents back home, without mentioning his intention to traverse, and drafted a will. Suddenly, Jun Lin found the arrangements for his afterlife surprisingly simple. It took merely half a day to finalize everything. With all affairs in order, and the evening drawing near, Jun Lin made his way to the police station. Resigning? In the office, Li Dazhong stared at Jun Lin in astonishment. He pounded the table and exclaimed, "You've been unreachable all day, and suddenly you appear to announce your resignation? What do you think this is? Do you believe your prowess grants you the freedom to disregard my authority as your superior?" "It's simply that I wish to resign. I no longer wish to continue," Jun Lin replied. "After contemplating all day, I have come to this conclusion." "No, I cannot accept that." Li Dazhong flatly refused. Jun Lin shook his head. "Please, old Li, I am here to resign, not to negotiate a raise. What is there to disagree with? I wish to leave, and can you truly compel me to stay?" "You're talking nonsense," Li Dazhong retorted angrily. "Do you think this is a casual establishment? You can come and go as you please." Jun Lin replied lazily, "It is uncertain if one can come, but leaving is an absolute certainty." "You!" Li Dazhong was so enraged he felt like throwing a punch at Jun Lin's face. Ultimately, he restrained himself, saying, "Fine, you wish to resign? Submit your resignation letter first according to protocol. We must follow the proper procedures. That's inconsequential to me. Jun Lin understood this was merely Li Dazhang's delaying tactic. He intended to stall and gradually persuade him. However, Jun Lin recognized it was well-intentioned, and he did not wish to embarrass him. As the saying goes, if one truly wishes to leave, what can be done? At worst, he could forfeit his severance pay. If one possesses the capability, let them make R&B universally accepted in the realm of battle. Li Dazhang continued to ramble after exchanging a few words. Jun Lin stepped out of the office and unexpectedly encountered someone turning the corner. It was Lu Zheng. He entered the adjacent knife shop. A thought struck Jun Lin, and he followed him inside. "Boss, I want to buy a knife," Lu Zheng said with a grim expression. "What type of knife?" "A three-edged blade." "Are you joking? That's a prohibited weapon." The owner shot him a disapproving glance. Lu Zheng's ominous demeanor made the owner quite anxious. Lu Zheng scratched his head, murmuring, "Then what knives can I buy here?" However, the shopkeeper was already frightened, repeatedly waving his hands. "Go away, go away. I won't sell you a knife. If you seek trouble, don't involve me." Lu Zheng exited in disappointment, only to be taken aback when he ran into Jun Lin. "It's you?" Jun Lin smiled. "What's this? Have you considered self-harm again? This time, are you opting for a knife?" "A fruit knife would suffice." Jun Lin mimicked a gesture of slitting wrists. Lu Zheng shook his head. "I have no such intentions. Never mind. I can't explain it to you." With that, he turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Jun Lin suddenly remarked, "If you need a weapon, find a steel pipe, sharpen one end, and it will suffice." "Right?" Lu Zheng smacked his forehead. "Why didn't I think of that?" Then realizing something, he looked at Jun Lin in surprise, forcing a grim smile. I'm not planning to engage in illegal activities. I just need a weapon for self-defense on a trip." Jun Lin nodded, understood. He patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder. "Take care on your journey. Perhaps we shall meet again." Lu Zheng, taken aback by the gesture, ultimately nodded. "All right." Watching Lu Zheng depart, Jun Lin pondered for a moment before returning to the police station. The negotiation experts of Huaxia are all police officers on duty, which is why Jun Lin is also equipped with a firearm, although he seldom finds the need to use it. Equipped with his gun and a knife at his side, Jun Lin casually sought out a deserted spot and murmured to the battlefield. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily blinded, only to find himself in a dimly lit room. With a faint, yellowish light filtering in from the window, he discerned a wardrobe not far away, atop which rested a television, accompanied by an occupancy sign that suggested. The place resembled a dilapidated inn. Outside the window lay an even more desolate scene that he gazed upon a completely unfamiliar street. The crumbling buildings appeared as if they had been abandoned for a century, with hardly a complete structure in sight. Towering edifices in the distance were shrouded in shadows, devoid of illumination, that if the city were experiencing a blackout, this should have been a time of bustling activity if it were late at night. At least some streetlights should be aglow. Yet, none of that was present. The entire city languished in darkness, with only a few streetlights flickering, while the sky revealed no moon or stars, only a faint glimmer of light. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire city had succumbed to slumber. Turning back to the door in an attempt to reopen it, Jun Lin discovered it was now unyielding. "So, does this mean I have crossed over?" Jun Lin felt a sense of bewilderment. Before him, an inexplicable three-dimensional system panel materialized, chosen of the divine. Name, Jun Lin. Gender, male. Age, 26 years. Condition, late-stage lung cancer. Basic attributes. Strength, 4. Agility, 4. Spirit, 3. Constitution, 3. Dimensional law ability, none. Plane law ability, none. Innate ability, bud of truth. Equipment, none. Points, none. Level, bronze tier level 0. Current status, critical, with 3 months of life remaining. The terminal illness had not been eradicated. Nikolai merely provided Jun Lin with an opportunity as long as he continuously improved himself. The issue of cancer would be minor. In addition, the most prominent section of the system displayed a task list. Current dimension, abandoned capital. Dimension characteristics, law confusion. Current mode, survival mode. Current tasks. 1. Survival. Survive for 3 months in the abandoned land. Completion rewards 500 points. Point 2. Hunting. Eliminate invading creatures for corresponding point rewards. 3. Clear. Defeat the final boss. Completing this task grants corresponding points, 1 chance for a lottery, and special rewards. Failure incurs no penalties. This description lacks detail. Could you elaborate further? Jun Lin inquired. The system responded, "You have 3 inquiries. Choose your questions wisely." Initially, Jun Lin considered asking if he could return to Earth afterward, but with only 3 questions at his disposal, he had to exercise caution. After a moment's reflection, Jun Lin said, "Let's start with the dimensional law and plane law." The distinction between dimensional law and plane law lies primarily in their universality. Dimensional law pertains to dimensional universality, while plane law pertains to plane universality. This is akin to the differing gravitational forces between the Earth and the Moon. From the perspective of dimensional battlegrounds, it signifies that the laws governing various planes are distinct. However, the acquisition of dimensional law abilities can only be achieved through self-awakening, and only those possessing a law physique are deemed worthy of such a feat. Awakening necessitates formidable mental stimulation hence. It is not uncommon for individuals within the dimensional battleground to experience explosive surges of power during combat. Upon hearing this explanation, Jun Lin was engulfed by an unsettling sensation. He attempted to fire a shot. With a resounding thud, the bullet exited the chamber, striking the door and merely leaving a shallow dent. Indeed, it appears ineffective. How about this? Jun Lin drew his dagger and carved a deep mark on the table, exclaiming, "This is effective." Thus, it seems that the simpler the law, the more universally applicable it becomes. Logically, one would anticipate immediate demise due to environmental changes, however. This phenomenon did not manifest in their case. Glancing at the system, a notification appeared. Due to the compatibility of the plane, the power of this firearm has diminished by 68%. Jun Lin's second inquiry pertained to invasive creatures. These creatures can be categorized into 2 types, those hailing from alternate planes and those of the fantastical variety. Upon arriving on Earth, Nikolai, out of habit, conducted a search regarding the planet. To his surprise, the formidable creative powers of the dimensional deity enabled him to spontaneously generate countless life forms after perusing various artistic works originating from Earth. Consequently, beings from legends, myths, games, and films materialize within the dimensional battleground, becoming fantastical entities. The third question revolved around the bud of truth. Unsurprisingly, this represented his extraordinary advantage, whose true name should be absolute truth, a novel sequence parallel to absolute control. Absolute control serves as an umbrella term for the capabilities within the dimensional battleground. The fundamental characteristic of these law abilities is the mastery over energy and matter. Ascendant civilizations are the experts of the absolute control sequence, while Jun Lin's innate talent has unlocked another sequence, the truth sequence. However, the essence of Jun Lin's absolute truth lies not in the mastery of matter, but in the redefinition of all entities, including the laws themselves. This revelation astonished Jun Lin. He had surmised his advantage, but never anticipated its magnitude. This also elucidates why naming Nikolai resulted in his own transformation. He bestowed a name upon a deity, and the deity accepted it. The manifestation of absolute truth facilitated immense growth, thus birthing the talent of the bud of truth. It is precisely for this reason that Nikolai regards Jun Lin with a newfound respect. Not just anyone merits such extensive dialogue with him. The mere qualification to converse with significant figures constitutes an exceedingly rare opportunity. With the 3 inquiries addressed, the system suddenly presented a new task. Optional task, Extreme Challenge. Upon accepting this task, you will encounter a level 2 invasive creature of the bronze rank pursuing you for a duration of 1 day. Escape the pursuit. Reward of 500 points. Successful counterattack. Reward of 1,000 points. Difficulty level, High. Novice Special Reward 1. Upon accepting this task, you will gain access to partial information about this realm in advance. Novice Special Reward 2. Upon completion of the task, you will receive an additional questioning privilege. Jun Lin was taken aback. What does this mean? The system replied, as a potential seed favored by Nikolai, you are obligated to undertake more trials. This is a voluntary task, which means I have a right to refuse. Jun Lin inquired. Indeed. However, trials are opportunities. To forego a trial is tantamount to relinquishing a chance. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin glanced at his current condition. Critically ill, with an estimated 3 months left to live. Gazing at the alarming crimson text, Jun Lin smiled. It seems I do not have many choices left. Very well, I agree. Jun Lin understood the significance and difficulty of securing that first fortune, and whether an individual could soar often depended on their foundation. Being terminally ill, he felt it was better to take a risk. Moreover, there was another crucial reason. He knew that the trial was not merely about eliminating him. Nikolai, who frequently expressed confidence in him, would unlikely allow him to perish so easily. The gaming company, catering to players who spend extravagantly, aimed to encourage recharges rather than drive players away. Thus, he was curious to see how Nikolai's trial would balance the scales between life and death. At last, the door could be opened. Stepping out of the room, a long corridor unfolded before me, lined with small doors. At present, each door had an individual station before it, men and women alike, including the elderly and children. Among them stood a pallid youth, perhaps 16 or 17. While the age of an elderly man was indeterminate, his hair already turned gray. Jun Lin observed that everyone was simultaneously opening their doors. In this moment, they exchanged glances, clearly aware of their circumstances, yet their expressions betrayed a palpable unease, with many showing signs of panic. This was primarily because not all had willingly come to this place. Nikolai might consult each person's opinion, but that did not imply that a refusal would hold any weight. Interestingly, Jun Lin indeed spotted Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was also gazing at him, his eyes reflecting evident astonishment, yet he soon grasped the situation, nodding at Jun Lin without uttering a word. Both choosing to feign unfamiliarity, an unspoken understanding typical among adults. Jun Lin's gaze shifted to another individual, a woman, Yu Mingzhu, the very woman Lu Zhang had once rescued. She too had arrived. It was no wonder she attempted to take her own life. Perhaps it was Nikolai's machinations at play? However, Yu Mingzhu had committed suicide a little over 10 days prior to Jun Lin's own crossing. Yet here she was, appearing alongside them and opening doors in unison, leading Jun Lin to suspect that Nikolai might possess the ability to manipulate time. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt upon spotting Lu Zhang, Yu Mingzhu instinctively recoiled a step and glanced sideways. Lu Zhang merely huffed, saying nothing. After a peculiar silence filled with scrutiny, someone finally spoke. "I believe we all comprehend our current predicament," remarked a refined gentleman, whose demeanor suggested he was a white-collar worker, dressed in a suit and tie. A bitter smile adorned his face as he continued. "We have been brought to a new world by some deity, thrust into a grand adventure, endowed with a mission to combat this god, or perhaps be vanquished by him. This is utterly absurd. I sincerely hope this is just a dream," he lamented, running his hand along the wooden wall beside him, its tangible texture reaffirming that this was no dream. Opposite him, a tall man with a scruffy beard grinned widely. "I'm quite all right. I came here willingly." "Willingly?" The others turned to regard the bearded man. "Indeed," he affirmed with a vigorous nod. "My wife absconded with my money. My business collapsed, and I was left drowning in debt." In a moment of desperation, a voice suggested, "How about I take you on a journey through time?" I casually replied, "Sure. Just don't bring my creditors along." And then, poof, here I am. His words elicited unexpected laughter from the tense crowd. The bearded man added, "The irony is that Nikolai didn't take me seriously and actually brought my creditors along." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to a gentleman next door who appeared equally refined, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a slight paunch, exuding a middle-aged air of affluence. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man smiled slightly and said, "Do not worry, old Zhang. I shall not demand repayment from you at this moment." The bearded old Zhang shrugged in response. "Thank you, Kong." Laughter erupted among the group, revealing that even divinity could possess a wicked sense of humor. "Do you regret it now?" inquired a man with a scarred face, clad in a patchwork uniform, resembling someone just returned from a construction site, meticulously grooming his nails with a knife. His muscular physique suggested he had undergone rigorous training, and his composed demeanor and steady hands indicated he was likely a voluntary participant. "Regret?" Bearded old Zhang pondered for a moment, then smiled. "I wouldn't say regret. At least not without knowing the current circumstances. Nikolai permits us to ask only one question." "One question?" Jun Lin's interest was piqued. In this moment, a common language emerged, and the group gradually opened up. It was the white-collar man who spoke again. "Since we are all candidates who have traversed here, I propose we unite." He continued, "I understand Nikolai's goal is to select the ultimate candidate, but that does not necessitate infighting among us. Nikolai has never indicated that we must engage in a life-or-death struggle with one another." "Indeed," bearded old Zhang concurred, "we have entered a new world, with uncertainties surrounding us. Uniting is the wisest choice." "Absolutely. Absolutely." The group echoed in agreement. It is human nature to seek warmth in numbers. Let us commence with self-introductions. "I am Lu Shiping, from Tongzhou, 26 years of age," declared the white-collar man, exuding the demeanor of a natural leader. Jun Lin silently observed his pretentiousness, regrettably noting not everyone would align with his rhythm. A sharp-witted young woman, appearing as a secretary with glasses, interjected, "I have a question. Has anyone accepted that extreme challenge task?" The group exchanged glances. Bearded old Zhang chuckled, "Such a perilous task? I would not dare take it." Heads shook in unison. Jun Lin mirrored their gestures. That is good. Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to ensure that no one who has accepted such a treacherous task walks alongside us, as it could endanger us all, the secretary stated. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Lin said, I apologize for deceiving you earlier. I accepted the task. What? The group turned to Jun Lin in astonishment. The secretary's eyes glinted with hostility. Are you implying that your denial was an attempt to endanger us all? Jun Lin replied with a smile. You ought to clarify one thing. I have now admitted it. My previous denial stemmed from a desire not to be perceived as an arrogant fool. However, you are correct. Having accepted the task, my presence among you could indeed jeopardize your safety. Thus, I have changed my stance. I have not harmed you yet, hence I owe you nothing. And there is no need for you to address me in such a tone. Upon hearing this, the secretary realized she had overreacted and murmured to herself. In contrast, bearded old Zhang raised his thumb in approval. Now that's a man. If you can survive, I would gladly befriend you. Jun Lin shook his head, stating, if I survive, I certainly would not wish to befriend any of you. With that, he turned and departed alone. As they gazed at his retreating figure, a stunned silence enveloped the group. The female secretary exclaimed in astonishment, what does he mean by that? Does he disdain us? To which the scarred man, sharpening his blade, sneered, he speaks of unity. Yet once he accepted the extreme challenge, he abandoned us without hesitation. What need have we for such a friend? A voice of dissent arose. We have only just met. Why should we risk our lives for him? The scarred man replied, indeed, there is no obligation. Thus, he has no reason to lead you either. Let us. What qualifies him to do so? Laughter rippled through the crowd. They were all at the same starting point. The notion of him guiding them was utterly absurd. The scarred man interjected, let us not forget that the mission comes with rewards. If he survives, his starting position will surpass ours. Chapter 5. The masked corpse servant stepping out of the passage and arriving at the staircase. Jun Lin gazed downward, only to find the area below desolate and devoid of life. Descending the staircase, he reached the door at the bottom, beside which stood a cash register. The register's drawer was ajar, revealing a few coins inside, while the space behind it was unoccupied, save for a pile of newspapers scattered on the ground, fluttering in the breeze. Jun Lin glanced at the unfamiliar currency, which indicated that he was in a relatively modern plane, albeit now transformed into a world reminiscent of the apocalypse. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he exited the inn and stepped onto the street. The thoroughfare lay barren, strewn with dilapidated, rusting vehicles that obstructed the way. This place, once a modest realm known as Haines, was characterized by its rudimentary technology. The ascension of the ascendants to the status of the dimensional god, Nikolai, had caused the dimensional barriers to shatter, inflicting significant repercussions upon the entire dimension. Consequently, some realms experienced violent collisions. Haines was among the unfortunate. Its landscape reduced to a wasteland through cataclysmic impacts, resulting in dimensional rifts leading into a realm of the undead. An influx of undead surged into this territory, prompting the fortunate survivors to flee, leaving behind only a handful of indigenous inhabitants, thus earning the title of the abandoned capital. The emergence of fantastical creatures further enlivened this forsaken plain. At that moment, as Jun Lin stepped outside, he noticed a figure standing beneath a nearby street lamp. The light elongated its shadow, imparting an eerie specter-like quality. Upon noticing Jun Lin, the figure began to approach him, slowly lifting its gaze. In the dim glow, Jun Lin discerned that the individual wore a white demonic mask, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light. The masked corpse servant. Jun Lin sighed. The masked corpse servant, one of the invasive entities of the abandoned capital, belonged to the undead hierarchy, classified as Bronze Level 2, while an average human from Earth was regarded as 0 level. Jun Lin instinctively retreated. The masked corpse servant, noticing his movement, emitted a low growl and seized a nearby trash can, hurling it toward Jun Lin. Observing this scene, Jun Lin swiftly dodged, the can narrowly grazing his leg and leaving a vivid splash of crimson in its wake. A sharp pain radiated through his left leg. With a successful strike, the masked corpse servant continued its relentless pursuit, advancing towards Jun Lin with a slow, deliberate gait, exuding an aura of heavy menace that instilled in him an unprecedented sense of pressure. Limping, Jun Lin retreated towards a nearby building, ascending the stairs with the intention of avoiding disaster befalling others. As he climbed, he hurled every throwable object he could find down the stairwell. Crash! A vase shattered against the masked corpse servant's head, yet it seemed unfazed. Jun Lin continued to withdraw, grasping for any item he could launch. The masked corpse servant merely tilted its head slightly upward, its red eyes glimmering with a chilling hue of death. What formidable prowess. I wonder if absolute truth can be invoked for regret, Jun Lin murmured. A hoarse growl escaped his throat as the masked corpse servant lunged forward with sudden ferocity. As he lunged forward, Jun Lin had already burst through the adjacent door and tumbled inside, leaving the masked corpse servant grasping at nothing. In a panic, Jun Lin swiftly turned to shut the door. Just as it was about to close, a large hand suddenly appeared, gripping the edge of the door. Startled, Jun Lin pushed with all his might, slamming the door shut and pinching that hand painfully in the gap. Under a blow that would have rendered any ordinary person incapacitated, the masked corpse servant remained silent, merely exerting an immense force that slowly pushed the door back open. Damn it, Jun Lin shouted, seeing the door about to yield. He summoned every ounce of strength and charged against it once more, crashing the door back into place with tremendous force. This impact contorted the trapped hand into an odd shape. In that moment, Jun Lin drew a knife from his side and plunged it into the palm. Black blood oozing from the wound, though not in great quantity. Yet, astonishingly, the mangled hand of the corpse servant seized the knife and twisted it, breaking it into 2 pieces. A loud bang echoed as the arm thrust through the door and tightened around Jun Lin's neck. With all his strength, Jun Lin struggled against that arm, which was as unyielding as steel. His consciousness began to blur, and instinctively, his hands flailed until they grasped a wooden stick. I will awaken, he murmured to himself. An infinite power seemed to surge within him, coursing through his body like a raging current, as if he could command it. In the next instant, Jun Lin focused all his might into his right hand, channeling it into the wooden stick and forcefully thrust it backward. With a soft thud, the suffocating grip suddenly vanished. Jun Lin pushed away the oppressive arm from his neck and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. He had narrowly escaped death. It was only then that he noticed the gaping hole in the door. The masked corpse servant still stood motionless outside, a wooden stick protruding from its head. It must be dead, he thought. Jun Lin reached out to remove the mask. Upon lifting the mask, he was confronted with a face so grotesquely decayed that most of the flesh had rotted away, leaving behind only a red, toothless gum line and a few broken teeth. The nose had completely disintegrated, leaving 2 hollow cavities, in which a maggot wriggled about. Indeed, it was a corpse. No wonder it was called a corpse servant. Despite his mental preparation, Jun Lin couldn't suppress a wave of nausea. Steeling himself against the revulsion, he glanced at the mask in his hand, the white devil mask. As he gently raised it, he noticed a faint red glow emanating from the eye sockets, as though something within was beckoning him, instilling an irresistible urge to wear it. In a flash, Jun Lin instinctively hurled it away. At that moment, the mask morphed abruptly, extending countless tendrils to ensnare him. The tendrils constricted, and the mask enveloped his face like a face-hugging creature. As it covered him, it felt as if something was growing upon his visage, an indescribable discomfort overwhelming him. Yet, no matter how hard he pulled, the mask would not budge. An inexpressible sensation washed over him, first a peculiar slickness, as if his face were smeared with grease, followed by a sudden, sharp pain. The pain surged with such intensity, akin to 1,000 needles piercing his skull, that Jun Lin could no longer contain his cries. Yet, in the next moment, the agony vanished entirely. Not only did the pain dissipate, but his entire sensory perception of his body faded as well. Jun Lin discovered that he had lost all sensation above his head, save for a chilling and malevolent thought that arose from the depths of his heart. What is this? Jun Lin gasped, only to realize he could emit no sound. Instead, a low, sinister laughter erupted from his throat. This is not my laughter. Jun Lin noticed that his lost sensations continued their descent, extending from his head to his throat, and then sinking into his body and arms. Darkness enveloped him, as if the ocean were swallowing him whole, and his consciousness began to sink into the abyss. No, Jun Lin clenched his teeth, summoning all his strength to twist his legs to the side. Just as he regained his footing, his body faltered once more, and his masked face collided with the doorframe. The pain heightened Jun Lin's awareness, and in that fleeting moment, he even sensed the existence of his arms. Indeed, this malevolent consciousness resided within the mask. Attacking the mask was tantamount to attacking it. Jun Lin clutched his head and once again hurled himself against the door. This blow was fierce, yet Jun Lin seemed oblivious. His impending slumber dulled his perception of pain, while deep within his soul, the vile thought that occupied his body emitted a violent and anguished cry. He exerted every effort to control his arms, grasping the door, and then he strained to extend his neck, resting his head upon the doorframe. No. The evil consciousness transmitted a clear and fearful thought for the first time. I can. Jun Lin laughed maniacally. The hand gripping the door suddenly yanked back, forcefully pressing against the mask. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3. Jun Lin, reckless for his life, crushed his head against the door, and under that tremendous force, the mask began to warp, with streams of blood seeping from his face as the malevolent consciousness emitted cries of unbearable agony. Please, do not do this. The evil thought pleaded loudly. I can return your body to you. Jun Lin's grip on the door momentarily faltered. My possession. Jun Lin's throat produced a voice that was distinctly his own. I will take it. Bang. The door slammed shut with great force. Jun Lin's head jerked back violently, sending forth a torrent of blood into the air. With this blood, the devilish mask shattered into 2 pieces under the impact. Chapter 6. The Path of Truth Upon Awakening. A shroud of dimness enveloped the surroundings. Jun Lin gingerly touched the bridge of his nose, relieved to find it unbroken. Despite the ferocity of the collision, he now felt only a faint twinge of pain, leaving even him in a state of disbelief. Had he managed to resolve the situation? His mind wandered in a haze. Upon accessing the system, he read the message, successfully defeated the weakened version of the masked zombie servant. Earned corresponding points. 2. Successfully executed a counterattack, rewarded with 1,000 points. Achieved an over-level completion, granting 3 openings to the shop. Not too shabby, Jun Lin mused to himself. Just as he was about to explore the shop for potential purchases, he noticed a change in his personal status. He had advanced to the first level of the bronze tier, with an increase of 1 point in all attributes. To his astonishment, his lifespan had also extended by half a month. Moreover, a new entry appeared in the Abilities section, Ability 1, Blade Transformation. You can transform any object you touch into a weapon, albeit at the cost of altering its structural integrity, which may inflict damage. No wonder he had pierced the masked zombie servant's skull with a wooden stick. After all, the skull is the hardest part of the human body. It wasn't merely a surge of strength. Rather, he had awakened a latent ability while simultaneously leveling up, which explained the unprecedented sense of lightness he now felt. So, I truly have awakened? The absolute truth has been validated? Jun Lin examined his hands. Although it was said that explosive power in battle was commonplace, the closer one was to death, the more likely they were to awaken their abilities. However, awakening during the very first fight must have something to do with his peculiar luck. Well, if it proves beneficial, it is not mere luck, but rather a grand prophecy. He casually pressed his hand against a nearby table, which immediately shimmered with a metallic cold light. Indeed, it had become as hard as metal, its edges razor sharp. Not a bad transformation. Releasing his grip, he watched as the table crumbled into fragments, leaving him with a slight sense of fatigue. Clearly, such an ability demanded a toll on his physical strength. Glancing at the system notifications, Jun Lin pondered, a weakened version of the masked zombie servant? What does that entail? The system replied, the great dimensional deity has bifurcated it into 2 parts, one being the body and the other the consciousness. Although its total strength remains at level 2, it has essentially been differentiated, complicating combat, but rendering it no longer insurmountable. So, Nikolai is looking out for me? Jun Lin chuckled. No, this is a privilege afforded to all. You merely seize the opportunity. Why? As a candidate, the foremost requirement is neither wisdom nor strength, but courage. Tasks test courage. Yielding equates to failure. Battles assess strength. Prompting awakenings, and consciousness invasions challenge one's willpower. Thus, it was revealed. This so-called ultimate challenge task was, in essence, a test, a trial of courage, strength, and self-will. No wonder the task seemed so effortlessly accomplished. Its true difficulty lay in the choice made at the moment of acceptance. Now, Jun Lin has 3 opportunities to activate the shop function. The system possesses a shop feature. However, candidates must complete a transcendent challenge or defeat a fantasy creature whose level is not inferior to their own, named, to qualify for its usage. Additionally, the cost of dimensional enhancement is 30% higher than that of post-return enhancement. Having completed tasks by surpassing 2 levels, Jun Lin thus has 3 chances. By the way, it seems I still have an unused extra inquiry privilege, don't I? Indeed. What would you like to know? The system replied. Let us discuss levels and such. I mean, what significance do these attribute numbers hold? What lies beyond bronze? The numbers are devoid of meaning. They are merely parameters. This response feels rather simplistic. As for levels, they are intrinsic to the dimensional battleground. The dimension god classifies them in a manner you can comprehend, categorized as bronze, shin iron, silver, gold, diamond, master, king, and legend, comprising 8 tiers. It is indeed a comprehensible method. So, upon reaching legend, does that mean I have met Nikolai's standards? No. It signifies merely stepping out of the novice village. Once the issue of awakening is resolved, Jun Lin must confront the matter of his absolute truth. The challenge of the truth sequence lies in its novelty. Its developmental trajectory is utterly unknown. Even Nikolai is oblivious to it. Thus, Jun Lin can only explore the path on his own. Based on the currently known circumstances, Jun Lin has summarized a few insights. First, the use of absolute truth is best applied to concrete, tangible wishes rather than those ethereal and difficult to substantiate. Second, one should begin with oneself. With this thought, Jun Lin rephrased his wish. The growth pathway of absolute truth shall be revealed to me. There was no response. This left Jun Lin somewhat disheartened. After some contemplation, he reworded it. The growth pathway of absolute truth ought to be clear and visible. Still, there was no reaction. Jun Lin persisted. Is foundational growth clear? No response. Very well. Growth should be visualized. As he uttered this, Jun Lin suddenly noticed that on his system panel, under his innate abilities, a vision appeared on the truth bud. A small seedling emerged from the boundless void, displaying a hint of branches and leaves. The visualization had indeed materialized, and it was an inverted tree. Of course. The path of nature thrives in accordance with its essence. Thus, truth is inherently so. Conversely, the absolute truth sequence distorts reality, aligning with human will, thus representing inversion. The tree of truth is, in fact, an inverted tree. Observing the inverted tree at this moment, a smile graced Jun Lin's face, but he suddenly coughed, spitting out blood. He paid it no mind, continuing to murmur, "This is it. This way, I can better grasp you. Absolute truth, self-defined. If that is the case, the first thing I must define is your very essence. Your existence is born of my will. Therefore, the path of the sequence should be forged by me. It is not about what paths exist and how I should traverse them, but rather what path I choose to walk, thus shaping what this sequence ought to be." As Jun Lin spoke, the reverse seedling visibly sprouted, a small segment emerging with a delicate green leaf appearing quietly. Jun Lin, filled with delight, was about to continue his wish when an unexpected wave of nausea overcame him. He suddenly knelt and vomited a substantial amount of blood. Concurrently, an alarm resonated from the system. Warning, warning, a significant anomaly has been detected in the host's body. Life force is rapidly deteriorating, with an estimated survival time of 4 days. What? Jun Lin was taken aback. I merely conducted an experiment. How did I end up in a state where I can only live for 4 more days? A long sigh from Nikolai followed. Indeed, all power requires a price. Your path to truth demands the consumption of your life essence as the cost of its realization. Jun Lin gritted his teeth. My path is mine to dictate. I never stipulated this. Yes, you did not stipulate, but precisely because you did not, complications arose. Nikolai explained. This is the balance of the dimensions. Jun Lin comprehended. I previously claimed I would awaken, and indeed I successfully awakened the blade transformation technique, yet my body did not exhibit any abnormal reactions. According to your assertion, the initial awakening is the simplest, becoming increasingly arduous thereafter. This implies that the price is likely proportional to the difficulty of the truth being realized. At that moment, I was in extreme danger, teetering on the brink of awakening, hence I incurred little cost. However, when I allowed the bud of truth to manifest visually, though it was not a significant alteration, it still caused discomfort, of which I was unaware, misjudging it as backlash. It was only when I proclaimed that my path was the path of truth that the impact became too substantial, leading to the current predicament. Indeed, Nikolai affirmed. As for the realization of the second absolute truth, that was inherently a cost due to my acceptance of an extreme task, hence no backlash occurred. Yet, I named the divine and did not face any repercussions. Why is that? On one hand, at that time, the method of cost payment had not yet been established. On the other, it was voluntary acceptance. Employing you is akin to leveling up through monster battles. Success yields benefits, Nikolai elucidated. In essence, leveling up through combat is also a form of investment and reward, albeit the cost is borne by Nikolai as the boss. This suggests that not all realizations of truth necessitate one's life as the price. Some costs can indeed be chosen autonomously. Grasping this, Jun Lin directly inquired, is there any way to extend my lifespan? The system store offers life-extending potions, and evolution can also enhance physical constitution. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin hastily opened the store, seeking a potion to bolster his vitality. Life Enhancement Potion, Bronze Tier. Upon use, it amplifies life energy and attributes. The potion's efficacy diminishes with repeated usage and is entirely ineffective against the Xian Iron Tier. The price is 1,300 points, with additional charges for dimensional purchases. Jun Lin currently had exactly 1,000 points, Yet that additional 300 posed a significant challenge. This left Jun Lin quite dissatisfied. Nikolai, you repeatedly claim I am the seed you have faith in, yet you offer no assistance whatsoever? If I were to perish, your hope would also extinguish. From the moment you entered this world, the path of the truth sequence was set in motion. Although you are the inaugural traveler of this path, the truth sequence has long existed. Even in your absence, successors will arise. Should I still possess the authority to define truth, I would unequivocally declare this a falsehood. Nikolai chuckled. I can offer you an opportunity, but only if you resolutely strive to become my ultimate selection. You must embark upon the path of self-evolution. The path of self-evolution? Jun Lin was taken aback. Why? Because the system is of my own creation, and the power within belongs to me as well. Jun Lin comprehended. What Nikolai desired was an existence that could merge with him. However, mere self-power amalgamation would not suffice to fulfill his requirements. But if this is the case, what purpose does the system serve? It is designed to assist those who forsake becoming the ultimate selection. As a player with exceptional advantages, Jun Lin is destined to outshine others in the later stages. Yet this also implies a potentially invincible existence devoid of trials. This is unsuitable for Nikolai, for without worthy adversaries, growth is unattainable. Thus, the system is reserved for those who relinquish the path of the ultimate selection, serving as a whetstone for their existence. However, this does not imply that others cannot pursue the path of self-evolution. Anyone may choose the ultimate path, and Nikolai will not abandon any possibility. Jun Lin inquired, does this mean the system holds no significance for me? No, it simply means you cannot utilize the system as equipment, as that would hinder your progress. Additionally, enhancements related to dimensional laws are off-limits, for they are devoid of prospects. Other aspects remain unrestricted. Nikolai's stipulation, in essence, is that Jun Lin may only employ the most optimal means to enhance himself. As for considerations of early or late stages, Nikolai is unconcerned, for he requires nothing less than an absolute later stage. What? To first amass strength and points in the early stages, and then aspire for the later stages? If it were that simple, why would I seek your assistance? Some paths must be determined from the outset. Comprehending this, Jun Lin finally nodded. I accept. In the next moment, Jun Lin's taskbar illuminated with a notification. Special task, the Divine Wager. You must complete a task to earn 1,000 points within 3 days. Upon completion, you will gain the right to purchase one item at half price and receive a healing potion as a gift. Should you exceed the task requirements, you may engage in a no-interest loan for the surplus within this dimension's tasks. Failure to complete the task will result in the forfeiture of all points accrued within the time limit. Earn 1,000 points in 3 days? This is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. To illustrate, a level 2 masked corpse servant typically yields only 2 points. Although Jun Lin managed to defeat one, it was a hard-fought victory. By this logic, he would need to struggle for points 500 times within 3 days. Are you jesting? Oh, and at that time, the masked corpse servants were likely not even in their diminished forms. Nikolai's imposition of such a task, rather than aligning with his plans, seems more akin to a trial. This is even less feasible than the previous extreme challenges. The most crucial point is that I am merely 300 away from purchasing the potion. Yet, in order to obtain it for free, I must risk my life to earn 1,000? In such circumstances, has my mind truly faltered to accept such a task? Would it not be more prudent to utilize 3 days to earn my own 300 points? However, it is precisely this reasoning that leads Jun Lin to a realization that something is amiss. Nikolai could not possibly assign such an outrageous task unless... Jun Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. He murmured, could this be yet another trial? In other words, is there a special channel through which I could acquire it with ease? Nikolai remained silent. Yet, Jun Lin's gaze brightened slightly. He inquired, is there a reward for completing it ahead of schedule? The system replied, depending on the extent of early completion, additional rewards may be granted. Chapter 7. The transaction. At this moment, Lu Shiping and his companions had just emerged, standing bewildered on the street. Upon witnessing Jun Lin stepping out from the adjacent building, his attire stained with blood, the female secretary grew anxious and inquired, have you just been through a battle? Jun Lin replied with a smile, what does that have to do with you? This response momentarily stumped her. It was then that the scarred man approached, remarking, it seems you have completed your mission, congratulations. He extended his hand. Jun Lin reciprocated the gesture, but soon furrowed his brow, saying, you're squeezing too hard. Apologies. The scarred man retracted his hand, introducing himself as Wang Xiang, formerly a soldier, accustomed to applying a bit too much strength. Oh, were you not merely testing how much benefit I garnered from completing the task? Jun Lin countered. Wang Xiang chuckled, acknowledging his intent to probe, albeit surprised by Jun Lin's forthrightness. Meanwhile, the bearded Zhang approached, saying, "Buddy, you might find it hard to make friends speaking like that." Jun Lin replied with a grin, "I have no intention of befriending you." This statement elicited discontent among the group, despite their prior suspicions. A young man with floral tattoos sauntered over, challenging, "What's this? Do you think you're impressive just because you completed a difficult task?" Jun Lin assessed him, remarking, "You have quite the bravado. Yet you don't seem to be from the underworld." The tattooed man spat on the ground, declaring, "I never claimed to be from the underworld. I'm a photographer." "Photographer?" Laughter erupted among the group. The bearded Zhang turned to the tattooed man, questioning, "What does getting a massive tattoo signify for a photographer?" The tattooed photographer gazed at him with sympathy. "What era are you living in? Must you still regard people with such outdated perspectives? Is it not permissible to have tattoos unless one is part of the underworld? In fact, many genuine underworld figures might not even have tattoos. They are often quite refined and readily discuss the law with you." Hearing this, the group collectively turned to observe the bespectacled man in gold-rimmed glasses behind them. From earlier conversations, they learned his surname was Kong, named Kong Yicheng, a lone shark. He indeed mingled with the underworld, yet spoke with a cultured demeanor. Kong Yicheng smiled, stating, "In this day and age, one cannot navigate the underworld without understanding the law. However, such matters are trivial now. We have entered a new world, facing new challenges. Laws and debts are inconsequential. Survival is paramount." He then directed his gaze toward Jun Lin, adding, "Young man, you are quite impressive. Could you share your recent battle experience with us? It would be a favor, and I promise to repay you in the future." Jun Lin chuckled. "What do you intend to repay me with?" Kong Yicheng faltered, realizing he had not contemplated how to reciprocate this favor. Lu Shiping seized the opportunity to assert his presence, stating, "If you find yourself in danger in the future, we can assist you." Jun Lin looked at him with pity. "Do I appear to be the type who easily falls for deception?" Lu Shiping's face flushed with embarrassment. "What do you mean by that?" Ignoring him, Jun Lin surveyed the group and leisurely remarked, "Does anyone have a cigarette? I'd like one." The bearded man discarded a cigarette for him and lit it. "Save it. We don't know if we can find more in this wretched place." Jun Lin took a deep drag. "We can find more. There are resources here." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Kong Yicheng asked, "Do you know the situation here? Let's not forget the advantages of extreme tasks." As Jun Lin spoke, he took a few steps back and set his backpack on the ground. Upon opening it, a plethora of weapons was revealed: short swords, curved blades, machetes, and pistols, totaling 22 weapons. The crowd surged forward in excitement. Jun Lin casually seized a knife and pointed it at the fastest approaching tattooed man. "Whoever touches these will die." The tattooed man halted, glancing at the knife in Jun Lin's hand, and offered an awkward smile. "What do you mean by that?" Jun Lin addressed the group. "Previously, I accepted an extreme challenge task without concealing anything or dragging you down, correct?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Jun Lin gestured towards the weapons at their feet. "Thus, I owe you nothing. These items were purchased from the system store. While they may not be top tier, they are at least sufficiently durable." He displayed the knife he had previously broken. The others understood his implication. Wang Xiang inquired, "Are you selling them to us?" Jun Lin replied, 50 points each." The bearded man grumbled, "No wonder you don't want to be friends with us. Once money enters the equation, friendship becomes complicated." Kong Yicheng remarked, "You didn't buy them for this price, did you?" Jun Lin chuckled. "Who would do it without profit?" The female secretary asked, "How many points did you purchase them for?" Jun Lin shook his head. "That's none of your concern. If you wish to buy, then do so, otherwise, leave." The secretary's expression darkened. The tattooed man scoffed. "Who do you think you're intimidating? You can buy from the system store, but we can't?" Jun Lin countered, "Do you have points? Do you have access to the store?" The tattooed man fell silent. Access to the store requires a higher level challenge. They hadn't even experienced a battle yet. Where could they level up? This left the tattooed man quite displeased. He glanced back at the group, wishing to speak. But Jun Lin anticipated his thoughts. "I have awakened my abilities." "What?" The group stared at Jun Lin in astonishment. Jun Lin continued, "If all 30 of you came at me, perhaps I wouldn't stand a chance, but I could definitely take a few of you down. And don't question my courage. There is no law here. And I just killed someone significantly stronger than myself." Observing the blood and wounds covering him, the group fell silent once more. Kong Yicheng finally spoke, "But we currently have no points." "That's not an issue. I can extend credit," Jun Lin replied. "With the system in place, it can directly deduct points from your earnings for me. Of course, interest will apply, just 5 points a day. If you perish, I'll consider it my misfortune." This is a risk investment. Many were swayed by his words. While it would undoubtedly yield profit for Jun Lin, they all understood the necessity of arming themselves. given their backgrounds in a commercial society. However, the tattooed man did not share this sentiment. He scoffed coldly. If we all refrain from purchasing, these items will remain unsold. Won't they? If you wish to sell to us, I demand a token of points. Jun Lin interjected directly. I can return the equipment to the shop, so do not expect me to lower my prices. As for you, I'm afraid I shall not sell to you. What? The tattooed man seethed, advancing menacingly. But just as he drew near, Jun Lin swiftly struck, plunging his blade into the man's leg with precision and ferocity. Ouch! The tattooed man cried, clutching his leg in agony. I warned you, attempting to rob would lead to your demise. My apologies for not fulfilling my promise. I shall rectify my mistake next time. With that, Jun Lin withdrew the knife from the man's leg, blood gushing forth. A chill enveloped the onlookers, yet Wang Xiang remained unfazed. He remarked, I possess my own weapon. I shan't engage in business with you. Jun Lin smiled, it matters not. There are over 30 individuals here, and I possess only 20 weapons. It shall be first come, first served. He intentionally withheld full stock to prevent any dissenters from sabotaging his efforts, while also leaving some gaps to create a sense of supply scarcity. The bearded man stated, I agree. I want that weapon in your possession. Jun Lin raised his hand, seizing a weapon and tossing the blood-stained dagger to the bearded man. Lu Shiping added, even if he can sell it back to the shop, it will undoubtedly be at a discount. His insight revealed a strategic approach, one that endeared him to the crowd. Upon hearing this, many felt compelled to act. Jun Lin smiled, wrapping a weapon in a sheet as he prepared to leave. Wait, I want one. Lu Zheng suddenly shouted. You. Lu Shiping glared at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng retorted, don't you dare dictate to me. If I want to buy, I shall. He approached and took a weapon from Jun Lin's hand, casting him a knowing glance. Jun Lin whispered, half price. Lu Zheng chuckled, thanks. Then came Kong Yicheng, who stated, I am a moneylender. Purchasing requires profit, while borrowing incurs interest. This is only fair, especially since his asking price is reasonable. I refuse to engage in combat with monsters unarmed just to save a few points. Money is important, but life is paramount. With that, he too chose to make a purchase. Lu Shiping inhaled sharply, finally grasping a vital truth. To become a leader, one must first possess authority. Statements devoid of credibility hold no sway. Why did the bearded man, Lu Zheng, and Kong Yicheng oppose him? Perhaps it was not solely the significance of wielding a weapon, but also their desire to align themselves with Jun Lin. Jun Lin chuckled, indeed, there are intelligent individuals among us. In light of your eloquence, you and the bearded man shall enjoy interest-free terms. My surname is Zhang Cheng, not the bearded man. The bearded man retorted discontentedly. Chapter 8. Decay. Once the momentum was initiated, everything else followed suit. All 22 weapons were completely sold out, and those who could not purchase them eagerly requested Jun Lin to assist them in acquiring more, resulting in a direct sale of 30 weapons. The purchasing price for the subpar weapons was 10 points each, yet Jun Lin sold them for 50, thereby earning a profit of 40 points per weapon. Thus, the sale of 30 weapons yielded a commendable profit of 1,200 points, albeit deducting Lu Zheng's 20 points. And it was necessary to wait for them to accumulate points first. Next came the battle. Everything transpired as Jun Lin had anticipated, within a mere 2 days. The candidates repaid all their points, principal and interest included. There were no bad debts. The system prompted, task complete. Upon seeing this, Jun Lin could not help but smile. Having undergone 2 previous tasks and trials, he gradually understood that Nikolai sought warriors rather than mere pawns, signifying that the initial stages would inherently bear less danger, as there was a need to afford newcomers some time to acclimatize. For Jun Lin, Nikolai represented a test of his judgment regarding all these matters. However, Jun Lin was aware that this was merely the beginning. The good days would inevitably reach their conclusion. The early completion of the task earned Jun Lin an additional reward of 300 points, bringing his total to 2,300, with 100 points stemming from his own efforts over the past 2 days. With a total of 2,600 points, alongside an interest-free loan of 400, and a 50% discount, according to their agreement, he was now able to purchase an item worth 6,000 points. Jun Lin promptly declared, display rule fragment. 6,000 points level. Before him appeared an object that resembled a small crystal, shimmering with an enigmatic radiance. This was a thunder rule fragment, originally priced at 6,000 points. The dimensional wall had been fractured due to Nikolai, resulting in the scattering of countless rule fragments. Within these fragments lies the power of the fundamental laws, and upon utilization, one could awaken dimensional law abilities, an external means of awakening, aside from self-ascension. This item was beyond the purchasing eligibility of system enhancers. Only self-evolving individuals could acquire it. Yet, it could only be purchased initially, as subsequent special tasks would be required, underscoring its rarity. However, despite its preciousness, its practical value in the early stages was relatively weak. For the same price of 6,000 points, acquiring a technological weapon such as a particle cannon from the original dimension would undoubtedly dominate any arena, and the cost could potentially be recouped through point farming. Yet, Jun Lin had chosen the path of becoming a final candidate, thus eschewing the route of point farming. Without further hesitation, Jun Lin opted for the rule fragment, simultaneously acquiring a potion. Upon using the life enhancement potion, all his surrounding attributes increased by 1 point, and his lifespan was extended by over a month. In terms of cost-effectiveness, this was rather commendable. However, the increasing frequency of usage would diminish the potion's efficacy, precluding continuous application. Nevertheless, for Jun Lin, attributes were not his immediate priority. Rather, it was his lifespan that mattered most. The rule fragment bestowed upon him the power to command thunder, manifesting sparks of electricity in the palm of his hand. From that day forth, Jun Lin officially embarked on his journey of trials. In the desolate city, beneath a gloomy sky, Jun Lin walked steadily along the path of battle, unhurried yet determined. Perhaps it was the courage bestowed by the extreme task that allowed Jun Lin to swiftly acclimate to this environment. As his actions were solitary and supported by ample information, his efficiency soared, leading to his continuous improvement and even a promotion in rank. Originally, his life was to last merely 4 days, yet miraculously, it was extended by an additional fortnight. Today, as Jun Lin strolled through the streets, he encountered a group approaching him. They were the candidates. Compared to their last meeting, the candidates now exuded a distinctly different aura, each embodying a subtle yet fierce tenacity. Jun Lin even noticed a girl with strikingly large eyes, who had discarded her shoes, wrapping her feet in cloth instead. He recalled she had been wearing high heels before. Indeed, when faced with life and death, everyone's adaptability proved remarkably robust. Upon spotting Jun Lin, all of them simultaneously raised their weapons towards him. Jun Lin calmly placed his hand behind his back, a flicker of electricity sparking subtly yet remaining concealed. With a smile, he addressed them, "We are not enemies. Is this truly necessary? You damn scoundrel. You sold us something worth 10 points for 50. One shouted in anger. Is that the reason for your animosity towards me? Jun Lin chuckled. But knowing the original price indicates that some of you have completed the challenging task, haven't you? The group collectively scoffed, observing their faces devoid of triumph. Jun Lin discerned the truth and remarked, "You all came together, didn't you? It seems Nikolai has left you a loophole." Jun Lin comprehended Nikolai's reasoning. For him, a loophole was not merely a flaw but a test, an evaluation. "Hey, kid, things have changed since before," one of them interjected. "You don't think you are the only one who has awakened a power, do you?" "Of course not," Jun Lin replied. "But I understand that abilities are most easily awakened in the face of life and death. With so many of you assembled, how many have truly faced such peril? I dare say, among you, no more than 3 individuals have awakened their powers. On what grounds do you make such a claim?" Someone questioned, attempting to mask their unease. Jun Lin grinned. "Simply because none of you have yet met your demise, all debts have been settled." The bearded man chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Jun Lin. "Impressive. Yes, in truth. Only 3 of us have awakened abilities. Wang Xiang, myself, and Lu Shiping. Lu Shiping awakened first, and I was the 3rd. Lu Shiping?" Jun Lin was taken aback. "How could this be? Repayments are automatically deducted by the system. As long as one earns, the deduction occurs, so there is no scenario of simultaneous repayment." From the repayment records, both Lu Shiping and the secretary were among the last to settle their debts, implying they had experienced little in the way of fierce combat or strategic maneuvering, typically not excelling in dire situations. Yet, Lu Shiping managed to awaken? And he was the first? Why then did he only begin earning points at the last moment? This sequence is contradictory. Jun Lin cast a glance at Lu Shiping, who furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the bearded man's revelation of his past, yet he chose to remain silent. "Zhang Cheng, be quiet," the secretary exclaimed. The bearded man squinted at her, retorting, "You insolent girl, who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Do you dare to challenge me? Believe me, I could easily dispose of you right now." The secretary's expression shifted. Her name was Yu Siwen. Prior to her current predicament, she had served as a board secretary for a large corporation, a position that conferred significant authority. Thus, she was accustomed to wielding power. She was intelligent, yet her temperament was less than agreeable. Most crucially, her previous status held little weight here. Sheer strength was the foundation of respect. This rendered her objections to Zhang Cheng's disclosures moot, as they did not compel others to heed her. Zhang Cheng did not regard Jun Lin as an adversary. He fixed his gaze on everyone present and declared, "Times have changed, my friends. Do not view new phenomena through the old lens. Those who dare to approach do so with their own confidence. Learning to respect formidable individuals is the foundation for thriving in this environment." Turning to Jun Lin, he added, "Rest assured, should they wish to strike at you, I shall not intervene. Naturally, you cannot expect my assistance either." Jun Lin shrugged in understanding. "Very well, then. Does anyone here intend to make a move?" The crowd exchanged glances, yet ultimately, no one acted. None were fools. Jun Lin had previously earned them substantial points, and no one was certain of his current capabilities. Some matters could not be resolved merely by numbers. The key issue was not one of deep-seated enmity. Wang Xiang interjected. "Regarding transactions, they are voluntary on both sides. There is no need for animosity over this." Jun Lin smiled. Indeed, the world had changed, and so had perspectives. In this wretched place, understanding the importance of respecting transactions was already a sign of having principles. However, this sentiment was confined to a select few, such as Wang Xiang. It did not reflect the views of others. Even Wang Xiang's assurance that his bearded friend would not be attacked could not be taken at face value. Jun Lin remained poised for combat. At that moment, Wang Xiang continued, "However, considering that we have allowed you to profit from this, Brother Jun Lin, we have a question we wish to pose to you." "What is it?" Jun Lin inquired. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the circumstances of this dimension." Jun Lin nodded slightly. "I possess some knowledge, as the extreme challenge offers information rewards. Could you enlighten us about the internal matters of the abandoned city? I mean, issues we may confront in the future concerning life and death." A flicker of interest crossed Jun Lin's mind as he contemplated. The dimension in which we currently reside is a technologically advanced realm now reduced to ruins. Aside from the undead, a small number of indigenous inhabitants remain, and they are not particularly friendly. In fact, they have been hunting us. Fortunately, we are in the outer ring, while the natives are concentrated in the inner ring, constrained by divine influence, preventing them from encroaching upon our territory. Someone inquired, "Why do they seek to hunt us?" Jun Lin replied, "Our ability to harness the laws stems from our transformation by Nikolai. We are all endowed with law-based physiques, specifically high-sensitivity law physiques, which are equivalent to ascendant civilizations, possessing the highest awakening probabilities and the fastest promotion rates. However, as the transformed ones, our most significant distinction from the other clergy of this dimension lies in our constitution, which possesses communicative properties." "You mean that killing us could potentially elevate one's own physical attributes, or, at the very least, enhance oneself and augment one's capabilities? To others, we are nothing more than walking repositories of experience points and resources. This compels the natives to hunt us down. Damn it, let us all curse together. While others level up by slaying monsters, they are the ones being leveled up by the monsters. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter." Jun Lin stated, "This communicative trait is not confined to the natives of this dimension. It is beneficial to all." Everyone finally grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that candidates hunting each other would also yield similar results?" Jun Lin nodded. "Indeed, although we, as the highest tier of dimensional beings, find it exceedingly difficult to further enhance ourselves, mutual killings can still result in a degree of power augmentation." "Look at them," Jun Lin remarked. "Do you understand now? The rules set forth by Nikolai have never encouraged collaboration from the outset." Upon hearing this, Yu Siwen's expression shifted dramatically. Do not trust him. Yet it was too late. The candidates, who had just been united, instinctively began to disperse at that moment. In that instant, all trust and solidarity had imperceptibly begun to fracture. "Bastard!" Yu Siwen glared at Jun Lin with indignation. She recognized his deliberate intent. After these individuals had shown hostility towards him, Jun Lin had unveiled this matter. With that revelation, unity became an arduous task. This scoundrel effortlessly dismantled their cohesion with just a few words. After uttering this statement, Jun Lin ceased to engage with them and departed, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 9. The visitor. Upon returning to his residence, Jun Lin was greeted by a series of knocks at the door. When he opened it, he was taken aback to find Yu Mingzhu standing there. "Is it you?" he asked, momentarily stunned by her unexpected visit. Like a serpent, Yu Mingzhu slithered through the doorway, her smile dripping with charm as she inquired, "What is the matter? Am I not welcome?" Observing her expression and demeanor, Jun Lin discerned her intentions. He nodded resolutely. "Indeed, you are not welcome." Surprised by his bluntness, Yu Mingzhu exclaimed, "Am I not attractive? This is irrelevant to your looks. I am aware of your desires, but I regret to inform you that I am not interested." Jun Lin gestured for her to leave. Anger flared within Yu Mingzhu as she retorted, "I am not that kind of woman. I never suggested you were. Do you know the primary distinction between a green tea bitch and a prostitute? The former simply demands a higher price. Jun Lin smiled. Yu Mingzhu raised her hand, attempting to slap him, but he merely regarded her with a cold smile. In that moment, he transformed into Yin Shuangying, challenging, I wager you do not dare to strike. Yu Mingzhu withdrew her hand and turned to exit. As she walked away, Jun Lin called out, if you seek points, there are alternative methods. She glanced back at him. Jun Lin continued, concerning Lu Shiping, how did he awaken? Irritated, Yu Mingzhu replied, how would I know? And his abilities? I don't know. She shouted again. He never displayed anything in our presence. Since he has not exhibited his powers, how did you ascertain that he has awakened? Why should I divulge that information to you? 10 points. 1,000. Leave. With a sigh of resignation, Yu Mingzhu conceded. After Wang Xiang awakened, he had a quarrel with Lu Shiping, and they fought. It was then that we realized Lu Shiping had awakened. However, Wang Xiang never disclosed how Lu Shiping defeated him, and we have never witnessed Lu Shiping in combat. He is quite enigmatic, always a lone wolf. Is he truly a lone wolf? 10 points. Jun Lin interjected. Yu Mingzhu then clarified. He fights alone, but afterward, he still gathers with others, claiming the need for unity. Yet, he merely seeks to exploit them, and unfortunately, no one here is a fool, no one trusts him. Indeed, you do not trust him. Which is precisely why you are here seeking me, Jun Lin mused. I require knowledge of Lu Shiping's abilities and the manner in which he acquired them. 100 points. But you must act swiftly. Should I learn beforehand, you will lose your chance. Yu Mingzhu regarded him with a piercing gaze, smirking. So, you have an interest in men. She turned to leave. As he watched her retreating figure, Jun Lin scoffed. A common method of reclaiming dignity is to defame others. In the ensuing days, Jun Lin continued his relentless pursuit of the first-level corpse eaters wandering about, honing and enhancing his combat skills and experience through their encounters. Once trained within the military, his experiences gradually came to fruition. With a solid foundation, he possessed sufficient skills, and the growth derived from relentless battles counterbalanced the frailty brought on by illness. Invigorating his spirit, he appeared vibrant and full of life, almost convinced of his restored health. Were it not for the system's reminder of his ongoing battle with cancer and the finite nature of his existence. At this rate, my ultimate fate seems to be a sudden demise once my life runs its course, he muttered. Today, as with any other day, he wandered aimlessly through the streets. Not far off, he noticed a noodle shop, long abandoned, with only its swaying sign remaining. Yet, to his surprise, he spotted a man seated inside, indulging in a bowl of noodles, smiling cheerfully at him. Dressed in a crisp black suit, immaculate and tidy, he appeared utterly out of place in the desolate surroundings, with 2 small mustaches adorning his lips. You look well, the man remarked. You must be among the first of this batch of voters to adapt. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, you are also a voter? The man shook his head. A figment of imagination? He asked again. Damn that Nikolai and his useless system, he thought. It offers no hints upon encountering a target. Only after defeating an opponent and accumulating points does any supplementary information emerge. In other words, without a point-earning target, there is nothing to elaborate upon. Once more, the man shook his head. Realization dawned upon him. A native? We often refer to ourselves as the remnants, survivors of the abandoned capital, the man replied with a smile. My name is Xieli, brother of Xiaoho. Perhaps you are unaware. The white ape, Xiaoho, renowned for his white hair, is one of the 3 kings under Baitu, he stated directly. Baitu, the leader of the local native warlords. Xieli smiled. So, you have indeed completed the extreme challenge task? Only by accomplishing that task can one gain this fragment of information. This is the outer ring area. He responded. I recall that individuals from the inner ring are not permitted here. The natives predominantly reside within the inner ring, and judging by Xieli's pristine attire, he certainly did not seem to belong to the outer ring. Thus, he added, how did you manage to enter? The rules are meant to be broken. Would you care to join me for a conversation? Xieli suggested, ostentatiously wiping his mouth. His demeanor seemed more suited for sipping red wine and savoring steak than consuming noodles. Curiously, he pondered where the noodles had come from, as the shop had long ceased operations. You didn't bring them all the way from the inner ring, did you? That would be quite absurd. Of course. He ultimately refrained from asking that question, simply stating, as far as I know, the natives and voters have never been allies. Due to the nature of the law's transmission characteristics, while voters viewed invading beings as prey, the natives often regarded voters as such. This was particularly true for the most powerful warlords of the abandoned capital, who typically acted swiftly against voters without hesitation. Conversations need not stem from friendship. Xieli asserted confidently. Do not worry. It is essential to acknowledge that I am at level 4, while you currently remain at level 2. If I were to take your life, It would be as effortless as crushing an ant. I harbor no concern. With a casual toss of the steel pipe, Jun Lin settled beside Xielia. Observing the unfinished bowl of noodles before Xielia, he inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" "Ah, I forgot that you have scant resources here." Xielia pushed the bowl of noodles towards him, saying, "If you don't mind that I have already eaten, please help yourself." When one is ravenous, they would consume anything, even leftover food. Jun Lin indeed accepted the chopsticks and began to relish the noodles. "What brings you here?" he asked. "I wish to discuss a potential collaboration." "Collaboration? I am uncertain if there exists any possibility for cooperation between the electors and the natives." Jun Lin continued to indulge in his meal. "Nothing is impossible," he replied. "Nikolai never mandated that natives and electors must engage in mutual slaughter. All decisions rest upon our own volition. Indeed, as long as there are benefits. Even a lion may refrain from devouring a sheep." Jun Lin chuckled. "The question is, what would the sheep do for the lion? Betray other sheep?" He slurped the noodles. Xielia lit a cigar for himself, stating, "I cannot remain here for long. I shall soon return. I seek to find someone here to assist me in investigating a matter." "What matter?" "There is a hotel to the west. Are you aware of it?" "I know of it, but have never visited." Jun Lin nodded. "I require someone to visit that hotel, meet with an individual, and inquire about a certain matter." "What matter?" "Ask if anyone has visited him during this time." "Who is at that hotel?" "You will discover that upon your arrival." Jun Lin ceased eating. "Why do you believe that I am not the one to go there?" Xielia shook his head. "I have observed you throughout the day and am certain you lack the necessary capability." "Capability? What capability?" Jun Lin expressed astonishment. "Do not pose unnecessary questions." Xielia replied, "If you are willing to assist me, I assure you that once you enter the central district, we shall not trouble you." Jun Lin laughed. "You are merely the younger brother of Xiaohou, not even one of the three great kings. Do your words carry any weight?" Xielia's expression darkened. "You would do well to believe me." This demeanor did not resemble that of a negotiation expert. Jun Lin regarded him thoughtfully for a moment. "How about this? You give me a beating to compel me into compliance." Xielia's face grew increasingly somber. He did not act, yet Jun Lin understood. The noodles had been consumed. He divided the chopsticks and gently tapped the bowl, producing a crisp, melodious sound, even striking a rhythm. He still had the leisure to play. "You cannot take action, can you?" Traversing the district requires passing through the territories of numerous invasive species, and while your strength may be commendable, as one entering from the inner ring to the outer ring, the cost of breaking the rules is that you cannot linger nor strike. You cannot go to that hotel, which is why you must seek an agent here. The sound of the chopsticks against the bowl harmonized with Jun Lin's speech, creating a rhythmic quality. Xielia retorted, "Indeed, I cannot act first, but that does not imply I cannot retaliate. If you do not believe it, feel free to try. As soon as you attempt." Jun Lin's left hand suddenly rises and then descends. With a swift motion, he drives the chopsticks into Xielia's palm, pinning it to the table. A piercing scream escapes Xielia's lips as he contemplates retaliation, but Jun Lin's right-hand chopsticks have already pierced through his neck, an overwhelming force driving his head down against the surface. "Curse you!" A surge of power erupts within Xielia as he struggles to break free. However, Jun Lin slaps down on the chopsticks embedded in his hand, the excruciating pain sapping Xielia's strength. In the next moment, Jun Lin's left hand seizes a bowl of noodles and forcefully presses it against Xielia's face, the sharp edge embedding into his flesh. "You!" Xielia trembles in agony. "What exactly is in this hotel?" Jun Lin inquires, "What do you mean by ability? Speak." At that instant, the chopsticks lodged in Xielia's hand, deprived of Jun Lin's support, turn to ashes. "This is bad." Jun Lin's gaze sharpens. "Die." Xielia senses his left hand is freed and, disregarding his pain, thrusts his hand towards Jun Lin's chest. Jun Lin does not evade. With his left hand firmly pressing down on Xielia's head, he swiftly slashes downward with the chopsticks, a surge of energy coursing through. Crack! Xielia's cervical vertebrae are severed. Yet simultaneously, Xielia's fingers penetrate Jun Lin's chest, each of his 4 fingers embedding into a knuckle. Jun Lin slowly extracts Xielia's fingers, darkness momentarily clouding his vision. All right, being at level 4 is indeed impressive. This is capable of a counterattack. Jun Lin grits his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 10, Robb Stark, Part 1. The killing of Ser Lisa left Jon Snow severely wounded. The benefit of this assassination, albeit without the acquisition of points, was that he had formally advanced to level 3. In the days that followed, Jon continued to venture out daily, seeking combat against the invading creatures, predominantly carrion eaters and masked corpse servants, with occasional encounters with level 3 invaders. The relentless battles rapidly enhanced his combat experience and awareness. Ironically, As his combat prowess increased, he discovered that the points awarded for slaying carrion eaters had diminished. He now earned a mere 0.3 points per kill, from initially evading and maneuvering to leisurely strolling through the streets, adapting to his surroundings, and ultimately engaging in conscious searches. John swiftly traversed the crucial psychological transition from a mere mortal to a warrior. Today, he arrived in a desolate district. All around him, nothing stirred but the fluttering scraps of paper dancing in the wind. At the intersection stood a large hotel, presumably the very establishment Sir Lisa had mentioned. The hotel had long fallen into disrepair, its shattered revolving door still turning languidly, behind which a carrion eater swayed. John's appearance undoubtedly invigorated the creature, which emitted a low growl and stepped through the door towards him. However, luck was not on its side. As it stumbled while crossing the threshold, before it could regain its footing, John's foot descended upon its head. With a forceful crush, he severed its neck. Paying no heed to the wretched creature, his gaze fixed upon the interior of the hotel. He sensed danger lurking within. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced cautiously. The lobby was vast and eerily silent, allowing him to hear the rapid beating of his own heart. As he stepped on shards of glass, they crunched beneath his feet, shattering the oppressive stillness and quickening the rhythm of his pulse. A potent sense of crisis loomed within him, intensifying with every passing moment. As the chill crept up his spine, John suddenly fell backward. A whistling sound pierced the air as a sharp blade narrowly grazed his face, striking the adjacent wall and sending debris flying. It was a glimmer of sword light, radiating a chilling sharpness. At that moment, John caught sight of a figure atop the staircase on the second floor of the hotel, a tall, imposing man with azure eyes and auburn hair, wielding a steel sword. Watching him with a cold gaze, at his feet lay a massive wolf. It was John's eyes widened in recognition, and he breathed out, Robb Stark. The figure before him was none other than Robb Stark, the eldest son of House Stark from A Game of Thrones. A fantastical being. John had envisioned many times who the first mythical creature he would encounter might be, but he had never anticipated it would be Robb Stark. Upon witnessing Robb Stark, Jun Lin suddenly became aware of a profound truth. Not all fantastical beings are malevolent. Staring at Robb Stark, he found himself momentarily speechless. Robb Stark had raised his sword, Elector. His words, calm yet imbued with a melancholic chill akin to the autumn wind, resonated with Jun Lin. The implication was clear. You know us? Robb Stark replied. Just as you are aware of me. With that, he swung his sword once more, yet at that instant, Jun Lin had already retreated from the hotel. The strike missed its mark, the blade's light clashing against the hotel door, whereupon an invisible halo emanated, repelling the sword's light. Jun Lin understood then. Was there a barrier in place? Were you unable to leave this place? Robb Stark offered no response, only revealing a sorrowful rage in his eyes. Indeed, he was trapped here, akin to a sub-boss in a game. Nearby, his dire wolf emitted a mournful and furious growl, a testament to their shared fate. Damn Nikolai, Jun Lin murmured. If you were to conjure a sub-boss, why not unleash mere monsters? Why imprison a being so flesh and blood? What is this? A test of courage followed by a trial of conscience? He gently shook his head. I am not here to slay you. I merely seek to know if any electors have visited here in recent days. Robb Stark's expression remained stoic. The barrier encompasses the entire hotel. I have not encountered any electors. Is that so? Jun Lin pondered. Then it matters not. He turned to depart, harboring no desire to harm Robb Stark. If this were indeed a trial, let it be one that failed. Observing Jun Lin's retreating figure, Robb Stark suddenly inquired, Are you avoiding battle? Jun Lin halted, glancing back at Robb. No, I simply do not wish to be adversaries with someone like you. Robb Stark pointed his sword at Jun Lin. You have no right to utter such words. What? Jun Lin was taken aback. Only those who have defeated me are entitled to say that, Robb Stark asserted. Jun Lin stared in astonishment. Indeed, this individual's temperament remained as obstinate as ever. Returning to the hotel, Jun Lin replied, Very well, since you insist, I shall not hesitate to give you a proper thrashing. He brandished a steel pipe, its edge glinting sharply. Robb leapt into action, twisting midair as he descended, his sword aimed at Jun Lin, while the dire wolf lay still. The blade sliced through the air, prompting Jun Lin to swiftly raise the steel pipe to block. However, Robb swiftly altered his attack, thrusting from a different angle. In terms of swordsmanship, he far surpassed Jun Lin. Taken aback by the speed of Robb's maneuver, Jun Lin could scarcely evade. Instead, he propelled himself backward, the sword's edge narrowly grazing his side, leaving a wound in its wake. Robb Stark sheathed his sword. Not impressive. Then how about this? Jun Lin raised his left hand slightly, conjuring a sphere of lightning. a power he had acquired from a shard of law, the mastery of thunder. As the lightning sphere was released, Robb Stark wielded his sword to block it. The sphere struck the blade, instantly erupting in a dazzling display of blue electricity, which violently propelled Robb Stark away. However, demonstrating remarkable agility, he managed to plant one hand on the ground and flipped himself onto the wall, sprinting a few steps before executing a swift kick to the neck of his opponent. Joffrey. Astonishingly, he was now capable of defying gravity. Robb Stark swung his sword once more. Instinctively, Joffrey raised a steel pipe to parry, but the impact sent the pipe flying. This adversary surpassed him in strength, speed, and swordsmanship. Before Joffrey could react, the dire wolf lunged at his throat with a fierce growl. Grey Wind, stand down. Robb Stark commanded. The dire wolf abruptly altered its course mid-air, leveraging off a pillar to leap aside. This is a fair duel. Do not interfere, he shouted. With a reluctant whine, the dire wolf retreated to the sidelines. Robb Stark pointed his sword at Joffrey, urging him to continue. Joffrey scoffed coldly, rising slowly. He seized a nearby wooden rod, which transformed into a sharp weapon imbued with crackling electricity, and lunged at Robb Stark. Yet, Robb Stark effortlessly deflected the wooden weapon with a flick of his wrist, remarking, "Your swordsmanship is lacking." Seizing the moment, Joffrey charged forward, crashing his head into Robb Stark's face in a brutal headbutt. Lacking finesse, he resorted to grappling, refusing to provide Robb an opportunity to unleash his prowess. At this juncture, swords became irrelevant. They tumbled and rolled in a fierce struggle. Joffrey relied on his electrical abilities, but Robb Stark's physical prowess was evidently superior. They exchanged blows, trading punches with reckless abandon. Yet, Joffrey began to falter under the strain. His mastery of lightning was still nascent, and the exertion was becoming taxing, while Robb Stark, despite being charred and singed, remained vigorous. With a fierce shout, Robb struck Joffrey in the abdomen once more, leaving Joffrey momentarily dazed. Robb's hands closed around Joffrey's throat, declaring, "Die." Faced with a visage filled with intense hatred, Joffrey's will to survive surged forth as he gasped. "I'm not so easily dispatched." As he spoke, Joffrey's muscles began to swell with newfound strength. Grasping Robb Stark's hands, he gradually pried them away. "Apologies. You have chosen the wrong opponent." Joffrey unleashed a punch to Robb Stark's chin, sending him flying. Just as Robb attempted to rise, Joffrey seized the wooden rod and aimed for Robb's throat. A wave of dizziness washed over Joffrey, nearly causing him to collapse. Yet, just as he was about to succumb, a surge of revitalizing energy coursed through him, enabling him to regain his footing. Chapter 11, Robb Stark, Part 2. The stick did not pierce down, it merely glanced at the system. Only 10 days of life remained. Simultaneously, a new line of prompts appeared in the ability panel. Activation: when damaged, one will trigger their potential, significantly enhancing life and stamina recovery abilities, while slightly boosting basic attributes. The specific effects depend on the level of injury. The heavier the wound, the more profound the activation effect. The lower the vitality, the stronger the enhancement. Jun Lin quickly grasped the concept. Considering the emergence of the blade transformation technique, he began to understand the mechanism of awakening. Therefore, the ability awakened is related to one's mental state at that moment. Robb Stark, still beneath the stick, gazed up at him and inquired, "Why do you not strike down?" Jun Lin shook his head. "I have stated, you are not my target." As he spoke, he flicked the stick away, and it disintegrated into fine dust. Witnessing this scene stirred something within Jun Lin. Previously, when he had activated the blade transformation on this stick, he had released it once. Yet it had not vanished then. However, during his first awakening of the blade transformation, the stick shattered after a single use. This meant his blade transformation had indeed improved. Disregarding his opponent, Jun Lin turned to leave. "Wait." Robb Stark rose to his feet. Did he wish to fight? Jun Lin glanced at him, and then at the warg beside him. The warg had approached, and was licking Robb Stark's wounds. Robb Stark looked at him. "Did you just awaken?" Jun Lin nodded. Robb Stark smiled wryly. "How unfair. Why can the elect awaken while we are but lambs to the slaughter? Perhaps this is fate. Fate has always been unjust. Some are born at the finish line, while others can only strive in vain, their lifelong efforts yielding no success." Jun Lin replied, "I can comprehend your pain and indignation. Nikolai is a scoundrel. He should not manifest self-aware beings and subject you to such torment." Robb Stark looked at him quizzically. "Before you, I encountered other candidates. Yet they sought only to kill us for points. You were the first to defeat me without slaying me. Was it truly so?" The abandoned city was not solely populated by this batch of candidates. Jun Lin responded, "Perhaps it is because I am on the path of self-evolution, less driven by the desire for points." Robb Stark continued, Killing fantasy beings grants a chance to acquire the abilities of fantasy characters. If you were to slay me, you might gain my swordsmanship. Though the conversion may be troublesome, it would still be a benefit. I imagine that would hold significance for you. You seem eager for death? Jun Lin queried. If possible, I would prefer to perish at the Red Wedding, Robb Stark replied. Do you remember everything from the past? Robb Stark nodded. From the moment we existed, we have known all that ought to be known. Our former experiences, the reasons for our existence, and why we were born. Though those events never truly transpired. He appeared considerably calmer now, yet his voice still resonated with loneliness and sorrow. King's Landing fell silent. He shook his head. What about the others? Robb Stark replied, they are not here. Nikolai conjured fantastical creatures, but they were randomly assigned. Not all of the same kind would inhabit the same realm. In this dimension, apart from Grey Wind, there was only. He left the thought unfinished. Who? King's Landing inquired. Robb Stark, however, chose not to answer. He glanced at King's Landing and suddenly remarked, you are quite formidable. Possessing 3 abilities in the outer ring, you must be among the elite of your cohort. However, your technique is lacking, your swordplay is flawed. As he spoke, he raised his sword and added, look. He swung down, demonstrating swordsmanship to King's Landing. Intrigued, King's Landing retrieved a stick and, following Robb Stark's guidance, exerted force, wielded the makeshift sword, and then turned to strike. Yes, lower your arms a bit. Don't raise them so high. Your movements are too exaggerated. Robb Stark corrected his posture, elucidating the essentials of the technique. King's Landing absorbed every word. When it came to swordsmanship, the technique was not as intricate as it seemed. The true key lay in the ability to integrate and transform the skills in one's mind into muscle memory. Thus, within just half a day, King's Landing grasped the fundamentals of Robb Stark's swordsmanship. At that moment, he struck with the stick, generating a swift and powerful motion. Feeling significantly more agile and forceful than before. Indeed, your progress is rapid, Robb Stark praised. I had some foundation from my time in the army. Though they did not teach swordplay there, King's Landing chuckled. Robb Stark tossed his sword to King's Landing, saying, try this, come, stab me. King's Landing attempted a thrust. Robb Stark effortlessly dodged. Do not hesitate, your wrist lacks strength. Also, pay attention to your footwork and engage your core. Again, King's Landing lunged once more. This time, he improved significantly. Robb Stark, acting as a mentor, continued to encourage him to strike. King's Landing was eager to learn. Practicing diligently with Robb Stark, who wielded a wooden stick to parry and deflect King's Landing's strikes, chiding him, have you not eaten? Or has that earlier battle drained you? You strike like a woman. Very well. King's Landing chuckled, and once more he lunged at Robb Stark. With all his might, he executed the thrust, applying everything Robb Stark had taught him to the fullest. Unexpectedly, Robb Stark did not evade. Thud! The blade pierced Robb Stark's chest, striking directly at his heart. Robb! King's Landing gasped in shock. He dropped the sword and rushed to support Robb Stark. Yet, the latter merely smiled at him. Thank you. King's Landing desperately tried to stanch the flow of blood from Robb Stark's wound, but crimson continued to pour forth. He asked in a hushed tone, why? Robb Stark, lost in thought, gazed at the ceiling. I am weary of this damned fate. In King's Landing, he shook his head, saying, no, fate may exist, but that does not mean we must submit to it. Robb Stark smiled faintly, coughing up blood. The cold of the north is a bone-chilling frost. Yet it resides solely in memory. If I could, I would truly wish to experience that which has never been. Alas, I am ultimately incapable of achieving it. The long night approaches, and from this moment forth, I shall stand watch, until death claims me. He softly recited the Night's Watch oath, and as it reached the ears of those in King's Landing, a wave of sorrow surged within their hearts. Robb Stark ultimately could not complete the oath. His head gently bowed. He passed away. The dire wolf emitted a mournful howl. Then it charged forward, crashing against the wall. Yet it did not perish from the impact. It merely lay helplessly on the ground, covered in blood. It crawled over, lamenting. King's Landing cradled the dire wolf in his arms. Do you wish to depart alongside your master? Alas, very well. Tears fell from his eyes. Embracing the dire wolf, he exerted force and snapped its throat. As he watched one man and one wolf die in his embrace, the sound of a system notification reward echoed in his ears. Yet King's Landing paid it no mind. He murmured, Nikolai, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Chapter 12. Solitude in a vacant lot behind the hotel. A newly erected grave mound stood solemnly. Jun Lin interred Robb Stark alongside his dire wolf. The act of slaying Robb and the beast had garnered him 500 points. Yet Jun Lin felt nothing in response. It was not due to the diminished necessity for points from self-enhancement, but rather a growing disdain for it all. Do you regret it? Regret choosing to be my supporter? Nikolai suddenly appeared, posing the question. A little, Jun Lin replied. Nikolai continued, but you must understand, even in your absence, other candidates would emerge. Robb Stark's ultimate fate was destined to be death. As for now, this was the path he chose. At least he would not tread it in bitterness. At least he would not tread it in bitterness? Jun Lin paused, realization dawning upon him. He finally comprehended why Robb sought his own demise. He understood that he could not endure indefinitely. Sooner or later, he would meet his end at the hands of another candidate. He did not wish to perish at the hands of those who viewed him merely as points, prey, or a fish upon the chopping block. Thus, when faced with someone capable of defeating him yet unwilling to kill, Robb recognized that his moment had arrived. Should he miss this opportunity, he would have no chance to choose who would take his life. Huh. Jun Lin exhaled deeply. So you are suggesting that since they are bound to die, it is better for me to be the one to slay them? How absurd. No, I am asserting that everyone possesses the opportunity to determine their own fate. You do. As do they? Oh, Jun Lin was taken aback. You place them in various dimensions, casting them as boss characters in a replica. What chance do they have to choose their destinies? That is precisely the fallacy in your reasoning, as well as Robb's. In truth, the vast majority of individuals possess opportunities. Robb was simply too naive. I do not understand. You will come to understand, as you continue on your path, Nikolai said, fading into the ether. Nikolai? Jun Lin shouted. Clarify your words. Yet this time, Nikolai paid him no heed. Shaking off his somber mood, Jun Lin returned to the hotel. A rumble emanated from his stomach. He was quite hungry. He decided to wander through the hotel, hoping to discover something to eat. On the second floor, he found a restaurant. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of chaos. Blood splattered across the walls, staining the entire establishment a deep crimson, an utterly grotesque sight. It was evident that a massacre had transpired here, yet Jun Lin could not spot even a single corpse. Navigating through the dining area, he arrived at the kitchen, which appeared remarkably more orderly than the restaurant. A stainless steel countertop was adorned with numerous chopping boards, while nearby, a metal rack hung with an array of knives. Across from the counter stood a row of dual-burner stoves, and on the opposite side, a large multi-door refrigerator. Opening the refrigerator, Jun Lin was met with a foul stench. Indeed, there was food inside, but regrettably, it had long since spoiled. He could hardly fathom how Robb Stark had managed to survive prior to this. Jun Lin turned and approached the stove, attempting to ignite it. To his surprise, he found that the oil tank still contained oil, and when he struck a match, the stove flared to life. This discovery greatly lifted his spirits. With a kitchen at his disposal, he would no longer be confined to a diet of instant noodles. More importantly, he could now process raw ingredients. The ability to transform raw food into meals would ensure a continuous supply of sustenance. Otherwise, merely hoarding grains would be futile. This hotel had likely remained undisturbed due to its occupation by Robb Stark, which had preserved the stove until now. Consequently, Jun Lin resolved to make this hotel his new residence. The living conditions in the hotel were indeed far superior to his previous lodgings, offering spacious rooms, plush bedding, and even cold water for bathing from the tank. Most remarkably, Jun Lin discovered an abundance of beverages, particularly canned drinks, which, despite being expired, were still consumable. That evening, Jun Lin luxuriated in a bath in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. He lathered himself with soap repeatedly as cold water cascaded down from above. Afterward, he donned a nightgown he had found in the hotel and reclined on the magnificent large bed, switching on the television. Unfortunately, the screen remained dark due to a lack of power. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed at the television plug, and a flicker of electricity danced briefly. However, the television remained unresponsive. This was not merely due to a power failure. The television was also malfunctioning. Yet, Jun Lin yearned to watch it. His desire to catch a glimpse of familiar voices was overwhelming. These past days, he had traversed alone, transitioning from initial terror to gradual adaptation, only to now be engulfed by profound loneliness. Nikolai had never been a companion. He could seek out companions. Yet what could they offer besides clinging to him like parasites and draining his vitality? The television remained stubbornly dark. Nevertheless, Jun Lin did not relent. He stared intently at the screen, unmoving, as the spark at his fingertips grew brighter, coiling into a robust electrical serpent that slithered between the socket's terminals. Suddenly, a surge of electricity raced along the wires, igniting a flash of light that surged into the television. With a resounding crash, the screen shattered. Jun Lin remained motionless, allowing the shards to rain down upon him. The recent enhancement of his abilities had significantly improved Jun Lin's quality of life. The nearby carrion corpses and masked ghouls had been nearly eradicated, and while occasional wandering undead might encroach upon his domain, they posed little threat. Remarkably, Jun Lin refrained from expanding his patrol radius. Instead, he dedicated himself to rigorous training within the hotel, honing his skills daily. Most of the time, he engaged in effortless harvesting, though he occasionally encountered formidable adversaries. Not long ago, he had faced a level 4 bronze poisonous corpse, its body riddled with pus-filled nodules teeming with venom, resembling a grotesque humanoid toad. Once combat ensues, striking the pustules on these toxic corpses will cause venom to splatter forth. Even a mere touch could corrode considerable flesh. Thus, upon encountering this grotesque creature, swollen with greenish growths and clumsily lumbering about, Jun Lin hastily turned to flee. His retreat from the toxic corpse made him acutely aware of the significant flaw in his ranged capabilities. The hotel boasted a plethora of cutting tools, encompassing an array of knives, from variously sized kitchen knives, sashimi knives, sushi knives, fruit knives, decorative knives, bone saws, to dining knives and forks. Even iron spoons, woks, and wine bottles could serve as lethal instruments under the influence of the blade transformation technique. Jun Lin diligently practiced this technique on these implements, exploring their potential utilities, dedicating himself to honing his skills in throwing knives. During one such practice session, he inadvertently applied the thunderball technique, successfully infusing a dining knife with electricity. As the knife struck the cutting board, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering a tree stump of approximately 1 meter in diameter into splinters. This revelation indicated that Jun Lin had discovered a more versatile method of attack. Following a series of validations, he gradually mastered the use of the lightning blade. Having accomplished this, Jun Lin felt prepared and confident that he could vanquish that toxic corpse. Chapter 13. Mutual Destruction. Securing the meticulously sharpened dining knives to his belt, Jun Lin departed the inn with Rob's sword resting upon his back. The venomous corpse resided 3 streets away, seemingly having made that locale its home. Upon arriving at the street, Jun Lin observed the creature wandering aimlessly. Standing at the street corner, he whistled towards the venomous corpse, grinning as he reached behind his waist to retrieve 2 throwing knives. With a crackle of lightning coursing through his palms, he launched the knives towards the creature. Regrettably, such a dramatic scene yielded no desired outcome. Both knives narrowly missed their target, failing to land a single hit. Jun Lin slapped his forehead, realizing that dual throws were inherently challenging. In the next moment, he resolved not to throw both knives simultaneously, but instead opted to launch a single blade. This time, he succeeded. The knife struck the shoulder of the venomous corpse, embedding itself slightly into its tough skin. Yet, in an instant, a surge of electricity erupted from the wound, tearing it open tenfold. The venomous corpse howled in fury and lunged at Jun Lin, bursts of electricity crackling across its form. Despite its rage and bellowing, its cumbersome body could not keep pace with Jun Lin. With each strike from the electric blades, pieces of its body began to tear away. Ultimately, as another electric blade found its mark, blood erupted from the creature's knee, causing its lower leg to detach, and it collapsed helplessly to the ground. Soon after, another blade cleaved the body in 2. Seeing the venomous corpse perish, Jun Lin exhaled in relief. As he caught his breath, he suddenly noticed a flicker of green light emanating from the lifeless body. Cautiously approaching, he avoided the remaining toxic parts and used a throwing knife to pry open the creature's remains, revealing a green crystal core. A memory flashed in his mind, and Jun Lin realized it was a crystal. The core was formed from the essence of life after death, though the occurrence was rare. What he had acquired was a toxic crystal, useful for crafting various deadly substances. Just as he was about to pocket it, a faint sound emerged from behind him. The noise, though soft, sent a tremor through Jun Lin. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, a cold glimmer slicing past him and striking the wall behind. A shadow burst forth from the darkness, wielding a blade with lethal intent. Realizing he could not evade the downward strike, Jun Lin chose to turn and present his back to the assailant. With a resounding clang, the blade struck the large sword strapped to his back. The attacker gasped in surprise, clearly unprepared for Jun Lin's defense. But in the next instant, the assailant's arm elongated unnaturally, aiming a thrust directly at Jun Lin. As the blade neared, Jun Lin unleashed a surge of electricity that coursed through the assailant, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Lin swiftly retrieved his large sword, yet before he could retaliate, the assailant's left hand shot forward, delivering a punch to Jun Lin's chest, followed by a swift slash with the blade. Due to the remarkable flexibility of his arms, his attacks were exceedingly bizarre, allowing him to strike from any angle without the need for coordinated footwork. As he swung his blade, He let out a maniacal laugh, his demeanor reminiscent of a lunatic, shouting, "Die!" In response, Jun Lin executed a swift counterattack, his sword descending with an accelerated speed. With a resounding crack, the tattooed man's short blade was cleaved in two. The tattooed man was momentarily stunned, incredulous at the surge of power this opponent had displayed. In his confusion, he extended his left arm once more, aiming to strike Jun Lin at the joint where he held the sword, causing it to drop. Without pausing, Jun Lin charged towards the tattooed man, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The tattooed man's head snapped back, his features contorting grotesquely as his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose aligned momentarily on the same plane, only to return to their original form like an inflated balloon the very next instant. He glared at Jun Lin, his voice shrill with anger. "Bastard." His ability should be aptly named Rubber Man, rather than merely body contraction, as it was a formidable skill that not only facilitated peculiar attacks, but also offered a certain degree of defense, albeit at a significant cost to his stamina. Although Jun Lin's previous blow had not inflicted substantial damage, it had nonetheless drained a considerable amount of his energy. In a surge of murderous intent, the tattooed man elongated both arms to constrict Jun Lin, roaring, "I'll strangle you." Jun Lin did not flinch. Instead, he embraced the tattooed man and propelled them both into the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall crumbled under their collision, a cascade of stones raining down upon them. Jun Lin then launched his head into the tattooed man's face. The impact was akin to being struck by a hammer, and despite his rubbery physique absorbing some force, he was still left dizzy and disoriented. Amidst the frenzied onslaught, the tattooed man realized his stamina was depleting rapidly, akin to a waterfall cascading away, and he feared he could not endure much longer. "How is this possible?" he gasped in horror. Jun Lin collided with the tattooed man's face once more. This final impact was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, exhausting the last remnants of the tattooed man's strength. His arms, coiling like serpents around Jun Lin's neck, suddenly emitted a sickening crack as the bones shattered. "Ah!" he cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Jun Lin, equally fatigued, slumped to the floor, gasping for breath, while he yanked down the arm still draped around his neck like a noose. The tattooed man continued to wail in despair, his previous bravado utterly vanquished, replaced by profound hopelessness and suffering. He shouted, "Kill me. Just kill me." Jun Lin pressed his foot onto the man's body. "You wish to end your suffering? Very well. But first, could you provide me with a reason for wanting to kill me?" "A reason?" The tattooed man laughed maniacally. "Did you not already state it? By hunting other candidates, one can enhance oneself." Indeed, there was rationale behind the tattooed man's ability to rapidly ascend in power. "You must have slain several companions by now. Haven't you?" Jun Lin inquired. "Yes. If not for that, how could I possibly catch up to you?" The tattooed man shouted, "I will slay you for disregarding me so. I never anticipated that you possessed two abilities. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. I have slain 5 candidates, yet I still only wield a single power. I cannot accept this. In truth, I possess 3. Jun Lin's cold demeanor left the tattooed man utterly stunned. "This is impossible," he shouted, his voice distorted by pain. Yet the shock within him was overwhelming. "No." He gazed at Jun Lin in despair. "Spare me. I beg you. I acknowledge my mistakes." Jun Lin regarded him with pity. "Do you know? After revealing the truth to you that day, I envisioned the scenarios of our potential reunion. I imagined it could be a mundane encounter, exchanging a few words before parting ways, or perhaps forming a bond of trust, supporting one another. It might even be a mere brush of strangers, crossing paths. Of course, there was also the possibility of engaging in battle to enhance our strengths. Though that was the outcome I least desired. Do you comprehend how deeply disappointed I am?" He crouched down, leaning closer to the tattooed man's face, enunciating each word. "You have shattered my expectations of the candidates, providing me with the answer I most dreaded. As a punishment for you, I shall not take your life. Instead, I will allow you to languish in endless agony until you perish." As he spoke, he turned and retrieved his axe, directing it towards the man's legs. The tattooed man's heart trembled as he cried out, "No, no, please don't." Blood erupted forth. One leg was severed from his body. Then another leg followed suit. With 2 strikes, the tattooed man was gruesomely reduced to a state of dismemberment, lying in a pool of blood. Jun Lin remarked, "The average human possesses approximately 4,200 to 4,800 milliliters of blood, typically. Losing more than 30% of one's total blood volume leads one to the brink of death. However, we are no longer ordinary beings. So whether this holds true is uncertain. I am eager to discover the answer, as it may prove beneficial for my future battles. Thus, I shall utilize you as a subject for experimentation. After all, Death is inevitable, so it is better to contribute in some way. And perhaps it will also prompt you to reflect on your own errors. Chapter 14. Yi Qingxian, the tattooed man, moaned in agony for over half an hour before finally succumbing to death, his blood staining the street a deep crimson. Jun Lin estimated that this individual had lost approximately 2,000 milliliters of blood, nearly half of his own bodily volume. With the demise of the tattooed man, Jun Lin felt an inexplicable surge of vitality. Although he had not awakened, both his strength and physique had each improved by 1 point, and most astonishingly, his lifespan had inexplicably extended by 30 days. Casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, an involuntary thought flashed through Jun Lin's mind. Perhaps, at some point, he too would meet the same fate as that corpse. This realization sent a shiver down his spine, and he profoundly understood that in this perilous world, the only path to survival lay in relentless effort and the pursuit of strength. Today, Jun Lin arrived at a hospital. The establishment was in a state of disrepair. The remnants of a Red Cross insignia barely visible amidst shattered doors and windows, hinting that it had likely endured numerous plunders, now rendered devoid of any real value. Upon entering, the hospital indeed lay desolate. There were no precious medicines to be found, not even a bed or bedding remained, all having been stripped away, leaving only useless electrical appliances and debris of shattered glass scattered across the floor. He picked up a few pens from the ground, and not far off, he spotted several open medicine bottles on a nearby cabinet, surrounded by a scattering of pills. Jun Lin meticulously collected the pills, placing them into the bottles before stowing them away. Continuing onward, he ventured into the operating room, where, to his surprise, he discovered a surgical knife. What a delightful find, he mused with a smile. The knife was remarkably sharp, and beside it lay a thermos. Jun Lin collected both items, surveying the area once more before leaving the operating room. Just a few steps outside, he suddenly halted. His gaze fell upon the ground not far away. There was a small cart, accompanied by a mop and a bucket, with litter strewn about the vicinity. Jun Lin had observed earlier that, apart from some discarded bloodied bandages, the only remaining item was a rusted syringe, which he had intended to retrieve later. However, the syringe was now missing. Glancing around the vicinity of the trash, Jun Lin raised his eyes to survey his surroundings. The hospital was eerily quiet, empty as a void, devoid of any presence. Yet, Jun Lin's expression grew increasingly grave. He took a few steps to the side and suddenly seized the trash can, hurling it away. The can tumbled through the air, scattering refuse everywhere, and ultimately collided with the opposing wall, producing a resounding crash that shattered the oppressive silence, only to return to an eerie stillness. Surveying the area, Jun Lin abruptly pushed the cart outward as well. It slid across the floor, emitting a creaking noise. And before it could strike the wall, Jun Lin grasped an empty medicine bottle and smashed it down onto the ground. The bottle shattered, sending a cascade of glass fragments across the floor, and Jun Lin, in a fit of fury, began to throw everything he could grasp into the chaos. With a clamor of shattering glass and scattered refuse, this area became a veritable mess of debris. At last, just as Jun Lin hurled another heap of trash, a faint sound suddenly emanated from behind him. The sounds were faint, mingled with the cacophony produced by Jun Lin, making them difficult to discern. Yet, in that moment, Jun Lin detected an unusual noise from behind. He lunged forward, simultaneously swinging his great sword horizontally behind him. The blade struck nothing but air. Slightly taken aback, Jun Lin's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a piece of cloth thrown to the ground near the staircase, suddenly flattening. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Lin let out a fierce roar and hurled his great sword. The sword sliced through the air, cleaving towards the empty space ahead. In the next instant, a piercing scream echoed, and a figure materialized in the air, tumbling down the stairs as the sword whizzed above them, crashing into the opposite wall and creating a substantial dent. The person tumbled down the stairs with a thud, followed by a resounding crash, after which silence enveloped the scene. As Jun Lin approached, he found a figure lying at the corner of the staircase, their head having struck the wall, blood trickling from the forehead, eyes tightly shut, clearly having been knocked unconscious. It was a young girl clad only in a bra and lace panties, nearly nude. This girl was familiar to Jun Lin. She was one of the candidates who had been with Luxiping that day. Although she had not spoken then, she had left a lasting impression on him. She was the one who had wrapped her foot in cloth after losing her high heels, giving her the appearance of a bound-foot maiden. The girl was youthful, possessing an exquisite oval face, a pointed chin, and slender eyebrows, qualifying her as a beauty. Her skin was remarkably flawless, smooth and radiant, resembling a picture-perfect visage, akin to that found only on infants. Jun Lin observed that nearly every inch of her skin bore this quality. Upon touching it, he found it as soft as water. Yet, as his fingertips made contact, her skin emitted a faint shimmering light, suggesting an energy-like glow. Jun Lin realized this must be a manifestation of her ability. Based on her earlier actions and the condition of her skin, it was evident that while she could turn invisible, she could not withstand attacks. Otherwise, she would not have tumbled down the stairs to evade the sword, nor would she have made a sound while trying to avoid the scattered debris. Jun Lin noted that she had even inadvertently stepped on a shard of glass while falling, injuring her foot. After grasping the nature of her abilities, he gently patted her face. As she remained unconscious, her right hand suddenly shot up, and a syringe materialized in her grasp, aimed at Jun Lin's neck. In a swift motion, Jun Lin tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding the sharp point as it grazed his neck, leaving a trail of blood. The girl, having missed her target, kicked at Jun Lin with both feet. He parried her attack with one hand and retaliated with a punch, causing her to roll away, her figure gradually fading as she did so. With a swift movement, Jun Lin seized her foot. Trying to escape? He inquired. The girl turned and threw a punch at him. Just as he prepared to counter, he suddenly recalled that she had used this very hand to stab him earlier. The syringe was still in her possession, yet it was nowhere to be seen now. Jun Lin retracted his fist abruptly, feeling a slight pain as an invisible needle pricked him. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and the injury was not severe. However, this momentary setback cost him his opportunity. The girl swiftly delivered a kick to his chest, sending him staggering backwards while she seized the chance to vanish from sight. Jun Lin bellowed, "Come out!" Slamming his palm onto the ground. A vast expanse of lightning radiated from him in all directions, resembling a blooming lotus of thunder. Amidst the startled screams, the silhouette of the girl reappeared beside him. It turned out that after rendering herself invisible, she had not fled downwards but had attempted to ascend beside him in a reverse maneuver. Had Jun Lin directed his assault down the staircase, she might have evaded him. Unfortunately, the lightning attack was an all-encompassing assault, and her position at the narrow staircase corner left her with no escape. The combined force of the electric shock and impact sent her crashing against the wall, leaving her in worse condition than before. The girl groaned in agony as she collapsed to the ground, still attempting to rise. Jun Lin approached her, placing a foot firmly on her wrist. The pressure caused her immense pain, rendering her unable to grasp her weapon, which clattered to the floor. Jun Lin seized her throat, lifting her and pinning her against the wall. "If you move again, I shall end your life." A flicker of fear crossed her face. She widened her eyes as she regarded Jun Lin, her body trembling slightly. "What is your name?" The girl parted her lips and finally replied, Yi Hui Mei, her voice surprisingly melodious. With a sudden strike, Jun Lin's fist connected with her abdomen, distorting her face with pain. "This is the lesson for your first lie. A second will cost you a hand, and a third will cost you an eye." The girl could only respond, "Yi Qingxian, why were you following me?" Yi Qingxian implored, "I wasn't T. I entered this hospital before you to find something. I didn't expect you to come along. I was afraid you would kill me, so I hid. I never intended to harm you." "Kill you? You know I wouldn't harm a candidate." Yi Qingxian offered a bleak smile. "That's because you are unaware of what transpired later." A jolt of realization struck Jun Lin as he recalled the tattooed man. Chapter 15. Following as Yi Qingxian elaborated. Jun Lin finally comprehended the events that transpired shortly after his departure. Following that day, the candidates became acutely aware of their precarious situation and willingly altered their strategies. They formed small teams of 3, embarking on hunts to bolster their own strength. However, they did not completely isolate themselves. They dispersed while advancing and united when retreating, forming alliances to ensure greater safety. This strategy initially facilitated rapid growth among them, leading to the awakening of numerous abilities. For instance, individuals such as Lu Shiping, Kang Yicheng, the Tattooed Man, Lu Zheng, and Yu Siwen all awakened their respective powers. As the candidate strengths diverged, disparities began to emerge, altering their perspectives. Those endowed with greater power sought to secure a larger share of resources, more water, more points, and greater rewards. Ironically, the very individuals who had once loathed Jun Lin's ruthless demeanor soon found themselves embodying the traits they despised. Moreover, mutual suspicion grew, trust plummeting to an all-time low. Discontent burgeoned, leading to arguments and even violent confrontations. The escalation of conflict reached a critical point on the 7th day following that fateful day. A candidate named Lin Xing fell victim to a treacherous ambush, suffering a grievous injury to the nape of his neck, poisoned. No one could ascertain the perpetrator. It could have been an invading creature or one of the candidates themselves. With the seeds of mistrust sown, chaos ensued, shattering the already fragile alliances and ultimately devolving into a brutal internal slaughter. Yi Qingxian recalled the events with a glimmer of terror in her eyes. That day, everyone had gone mad. All were engaged in mutual slaughter. You kill me, I kill you. Blood soaked the ground. Jun Lin sighed heavily. The immense psychological strain either drives one to madness or leads to collapse. Even he, who professed his love for this land, had succumbed to moments of frenzy before the television screen. He fully understood the dire circumstances and perils faced by people in such an environment. And you? How did you survive? He inquired. Yi Qingxian responded softly. At that time, I had not yet awakened my abilities. Watching them kill each other terrified me. I desperately moved my body, seeking refuge in a corner to remain unseen. My mind was consumed by a singular thought, to vanish before their eyes. And I succeeded. Jun Lin grasped her implication. You became invisible. The awakening of power does not necessarily require combat. It is fundamentally a manifestation of psychological pressure. Under the influence of the laws of nature, this pressure calls out to the dimensional laws and receives a response, leading to the awakening of abilities. Thus, many powers can indeed awaken without the necessity of battle. However, the brink of life and death provides the most accessible pathway. Yi Qingxian lowered her gaze. That was not truly invisibility. It was cloaking light, which allowed me to make myself disappear as well as anything I touched. However, concealing objects beyond myself incurs a greater burden, so... Her voice trailed off. Jun Lin understood. Thus, you wear as little clothing as possible to lessen the burden. Yi Qingxian nodded, feeling somewhat bashful. I am still too weak and must conserve my energy as much as possible. Although revealing my true form when exhausted would be rather embarrassing, it is certainly preferable to death. There is nothing shameful about it. The beach is filled with bikinis. Jun Lin replied nonchalantly. To survive, one might even understand shedding all clothing. Yi Qingxian turned her head away. You think too highly of yourself. Jun Lin chuckled lightly. The atmosphere lapsed into silence, as neither knew what to say next. Moments later, a rumble emerged from Yi Qingxian's stomach, causing her to blush and shrink back slightly. Jun Lin glanced at her, opened his backpack, and tossed her a piece of bread. Yi Qingxian eagerly caught it, devouring it with great enthusiasm. It was evident that she was genuinely starved. The young woman's last vestiges of caution began to dissolve. As she chewed, she said, "Thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name." After a brief hesitation, Jun Lin replied, Jun Lin. Noticing his hesitation, Yi Qingxian understood. You do not trust me? Jun Lin shrugged. I hope to trust you. Realizing this, Yi Qingxian lowered her head and ceased speaking, focusing on her bread. Only after she had consumed every morsel did she speak again. Will you take me with you? Jun Lin merely regarded her in silence. She continued, I will listen to you. I will prove my worth. After a lengthy pause, seated on the steps, Jun Lin kept his head bowed, remaining silent as Yi Qingxian watched him with a hint of nervousness. She was uncertain whether her words could sway him, but she recognized this was her opportunity. Upon seeing Jun Lin, she realized that he represented her greatest chance. He exuded composure and tranquility, starkly contrasting with the other candidates, who were either plagued by anxiety, mired in despair, or driven to malice. Jun Lin was different. He appeared as a traveler in a bustling city, strolling leisurely down the streets. Though Yi Qingxian had not witnessed his prowess in vanquishing monsters, she understood that those who could maintain such serenity in this world were truly formidable. If she missed this opportunity, it might never come again. After a considerable time, Jun Lin finally lifted his gaze. He said nothing but stood up, walked to the collapsed wall, retrieved his sword, and turned back toward the hospital. What did this mean? Had he rejected her? A wave of sorrow washed over Yi Qingxian. Was he truly unwilling to trust her? Just as she was about to despair, she noticed a bag on the ground. It was Jun Lin's backpack, which he had set down when retrieving the bread, and now he had forgotten to take it with him. Yi Qingxian was about to call out to him about his bag when a realization struck her, and her face brightened. She dashed over, picked up the bag, and followed closely behind Jun Lin. He glanced back at her, said nothing, and continued on his way. Yi Qingxian lowered her head, a joyful smile illuminating her face. Continuing along the path they had previously traversed, the two individuals meticulously scoured the hospital. Despite having endured countless plunders, each visit still yielded new discoveries. Among these, what excited Jun Lin the most was a solitary pot of cactus, nestled in a dimly lit corner of the hospital, surviving tenaciously in its isolation. Upon sighting it, Jun Lin immediately decided to keep it. As it was cumbersome to carry, and with Qingxian's hands occupied, he cradled it himself. This perplexed Qingxian, who could not fathom the value of the cactus. If it were intended as a weapon, it paled in comparison to a syringe or scalpel, let alone the sword Jun Lin bore on his back. As night approached, Jun Lin led Qing Xian to the top floor of the ward, where a few beds remained undisturbed. "We shall rest here for the night," he announced. Qing Xian nodded in agreement. The bed was soft, and she soon found herself enveloped in a deep slumber. Since that fateful day, it had been a long time since she had slept so soundly. Yet, as she lay down, she felt as though she had taken a sedative. The instant her body touched the mattress, weariness washed over her like an overwhelming tide, rendering her unable to keep her eyes open. She recognized this as the manifestation of profound relaxation. For far too long, her mind had been in a state of high tension. And now that she finally relinquished her guard, sleep surged upon her like a relentless wave, completely submerging her. Chapter 16, Century Egg Kanji. Upon awakening, Yi Qingxian discovered a figure standing beside her. Startled, she gasped and instinctively withdrew her hand beneath the pillow, retrieving a syringe to strike. However, before she could make her move, a powerful hand grasped her wrist. A deep voice resonated. "It's me, Jun Lin." With a sigh of relief, Yi Qingxian exclaimed, "You nearly frightened me to death. I merely came to bring you breakfast." "I didn't expect you to be so jumpy," Jun Lin replied. "Breakfast?" Yi Qingxian blinked in astonishment, finally noticing that Jun Lin held a bowl of kanji. A bowl of kanji? Yi Qingxian was taken aback. "This is century egg kanji?" "Indeed," Jun Lin confirmed. Yi Qingxian trembled. In this wretched world, could such a delicacy still exist? It was utterly miraculous. She gazed at Jun Lin as if he were holding a precious gem. Swallowing hard, "Is this for me?" "Yes." Jun Lin extended the bowl towards her. It was the standard small bowl typically found in hotels. Yi Qingxian stared at the kanji in bewilderment. "Where did you procure the century eggs and rice? And doesn't tea making kanji require a pot and water?" She couldn't recall any such items in the hospital. Jun Lin stepped back a few paces and sat on the sofa. "By sheer luck, I found a hotel. The century eggs were sourced from there, though unfortunately, there is no meat." Yi Qingxian gasped. "I know that hotel. We visited it, and even saw a gigantic wolf inside. But I don't understand why we couldn't enter." "It's no longer there," Jun Lin replied nonchalantly. Yi Qingxian's mouth fell open in shock. "By the way, when you say we couldn't enter, what do you mean?" Jun Lin suddenly recalled something and inquired. "The hotel has a protective barrier. How is that possible?" Jun Lin had seen the barrier, yet managed to enter. "When did this happen?" "Probably the day after we arrived. We stumbled upon it," Yi Qingxian explained. "That was before she encountered Rob Stark. Thus, prior to that moment, the barrier was impenetrable, but afterward, it became accessible, even though Rob Stark remained unable to leave. The barrier was essentially in a semi-damaged state." Jun Lin was perplexed by this development and asked, "Do you know who opened that barrier?" Yi Qingxian shook her head. "I'm not sure." "Oh, never mind then." Jun Lin sounded somewhat disappointed. "Eat. You'll need your strength to act." "Act? What do you mean?" Yi Qingxian queried, puzzled. Jun Lin halted, turning back to her. What else could it be? To hunt down those invading creatures. So, they were indeed to begin fighting again? Jun Lin regarded her intently, stating, "You either hunt them or be hunted by them. The role of hunter or prey is determined by your own choice." With that, he turned and exited. Watching him leave, Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth and finished the kanji in one gulp before following suit. On the way, Jun Lin remarked, "By the way, you mentioned that Wang Xiang and the others have awakened their abilities. Do you know what those abilities are?" Yi Qingxian responded. "The tattooed fellow awakened the ability of the rubber man. Lu Zheng awakened the power of rage, growing stronger with every surge of anger. Kong Yicheng awakened some form of spatial ability." Spatial ability? Jun Lin was astonished, for this was a remarkably rare law ability. How could that usurer awaken such a power? Indeed, Yi Qingxian nodded. He can teleport designated objects or individuals directly to any visible location. He can even teleport people? Yes, but it seems to come with a considerable burden. What about Lu Shiping, Zhang Cheng, and that haughty girl? Yi Qingxian shot him a glance. Zhang Cheng awakened the ability of beastification, allowing him to transform into a beast. Yu Siwen awakened the ability to create explosives, enabling her to imbue any material with explosive properties for a short period, perfectly complementing Kong Yicheng's abilities. As for Lu Shiping, his power has remained a secret. If it weren't for Kong Yicheng and Yu Siwen's unwavering trust in him, I would hardly believe he had awakened any ability. They listened to Lu Shiping? Jun Lin squinted. Yes, the three are a team, standing together even amidst chaos. I cannot ascertain Lu Shiping's ability, Jun Lin remarked. Kong Yicheng and the haughty girl are not foolish. They would never heed the words of a weakling. This individual's strength must not be insignificant. By the way, what about Wang Xiang? Wang Xiang did not disclose his ability, but I have witnessed his battles. Each time he struck an opponent, there were no visible wounds, yet after a few hits, the opponent would collapse and perish. Once, I secretly dissected a creature he had slain and discovered it was utterly decayed inside. It resembles an ability akin to striking from a distance or inflicting internal damage while ignoring defenses. Nevertheless, Yi Qingxian's audacity to dissect a monster elevated Jun Lin's regard for her. As they conversed, they had exited the hospital and stepped onto the street, where a few decaying corpses were meandering around the corner, colliding with one another and emitting low, guttural growls from time to time. Jun Lin handed her a scalpel. Go and eliminate them. Upon realizing they were mere decaying corpses, Yi Qingxian visibly relaxed. If they were just decaying corpses, she could handle that. However, the next moment, Jun Lin's words plunged her into despair. Do not use invisibility. What? Yi Qingxian gazed at Jun Lin in shock. Jun Lin remained silent, merely watching her. Yi Qingxian glared at Jun Lin in indignation, but ultimately approached the three decaying corpses. The distant corpses had also noticed Yi Qingxian, swaying as they advanced towards her. As the three creatures drew nearer, Yi Qingxian turned and fled. Yet, after just a few steps, Jun Lin approached and kicked her back. Do not even think about escaping. Unleash the skills you employed against me yesterday. With your physical prowess. Defeating them should be a simple task if you are willing to fight. Jun Lin, you jerk. Faced with the onslaught of the three decaying corpses, Yi Qingxian screamed loudly, fighting with all her might. The most critical issue was that, having been ensnared by the carrion corpse, her ability to remain unseen was rendered futile. These unthinking creatures were indifferent to the visibility of their prey. As long as they could grasp and bite, they would show no mercy. As long as you are willing to fight. Jun Lin's words echoed in her ears, and in that moment, the grotesque visage of the carrion corpse seemed so distant, with only Jun Lin's voice resonating in her mind like the rhythmic tolling of a bell. Fight them, Yi Qingxian muttered to herself in a daze. A carrion corpse opened its maw before her, and she could even detect the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Just as it was about to bite down, a flash of light appeared, and a scalpel plunged into the creature's mouth, piercing its head entirely. The woman swiftly thrust her blade into the eye of a second carrion corpse, while a third one lunged at her. Yi Qingxian recoiled, feeling the sharp teeth sink into her waist. She grasped the head of the carrion corpse, desperately twisting it to the side. But her knife had been lost due to the second creature's interference, leaving her to fight barehanded. The two became entangled, rolling on the ground in a chaotic struggle. Moments later, Yi Qingxian suddenly cried out, twisting the head of the carrion corpse with a forceful jerk, and with a crack, its neck was audibly broken. Sitting atop the defeated corpse, she was drenched in blood, bearing countless wounds. She let out a wail, glancing back at Jun Lin, exclaiming, "Are you satisfied now?" As she gazed at him with fiery, wrathful eyes, Jun Lin stepped forward, saying, "You are clever, yet lacking in courage." He slowly raised the great sword in his hand, stating, "I never promised to lead you. It was your choice to follow." Yi Qingxian regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Whether to continue depended on your ability to keep pace with me. Whoosh! The great sword flew forth, grazing Yi Qingxian's body and impaling a mask-wearing corpse servant that had just reached behind her against the wall. Chapter 17. Advancing to central in front of the hospital. There lay an expanse of open ground with a railing. Yi Qingxian removed her outer garment, gripping the railing with both hands while biting down on a towel. Jun Lin stood behind her, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, with a forceful tug, a fountain of blood gushed from Yi Qingxian's back, causing her to stifle a groan. Nearly losing consciousness. With a sharp motion, Jun Lin discarded what he held. It tumbled across the ground like a small stone, an incisor, belonging to a corpse that had been forcefully left embedded in Yi Qingxian's wound. Wiping the blood from his hands, Jun Lin remarked, "All done. This is the last wound. It has been thoroughly cleaned and does not require bandaging. The candidate's physique is quite capable of self-healing." Yi Qingxian silently donned her clothing, questioning, "Will I be at risk of infection?" She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. Jun Lin replied, "Have you ever been scratched by a corpse? This is not the apocalyptic zombie world. You will not transform into one." Unable to contain herself, Yi Qingxian retorted, "Not an apocalypse? Do you really believe this place is any different from one?" Jun Lin chuckled softly. "The distinction lies in the fact that the apocalypse belongs solely to the abandoned city once you depart from here. The outside world is far more vibrant and diverse." A more vibrant world. Yi Qingxian pondered this notion, her eyes lighting up. "Are you suggesting it could be more beautiful than here?" Jun Lin responded, "That is difficult to ascertain. The battlefield dimension encompasses numerous realms, each with its own unique charm. Some may indeed be more pleasant, while others could be exceedingly harsh. Yet, regardless of the nature, it will not be as desolate as the abandoned city. Food should be relatively accessible, though that is not necessarily a good thing. Why? Yi Qingxian inquired, perplexed. Nicholas did not choose this dimension without reason. Do you remember when I mentioned to you? We are the indigenous prey. A shiver ran through Yi Qingxian. She comprehended the gravity of the situation. Venturing into broader realms may offer greater resources, but also entails formidable challenges. The apocalyptic world signifies the end of a dimension, yet simultaneously represents their chance for survival. If they cannot swiftly grow stronger in this place, entering a fully indigenous world could lead to a predicament 1,000 times worse than their current situation. Having grasped the circumstances, Yi Qingxian bowed to Jun Lin, expressing, "Thank you for sharing this with me. From now on, I shall diligently train and enhance myself." Observing her earnest expression, a rare smile flickered across Jun Lin's face. "Since you understand, let us proceed." "Where to?" "To hunt other monsters." "Surely, you do not believe that eliminating 3 corpses concludes the matter?" Jun Lin inquired with a playful grin. "But I have just been injured," Yi Qingxian protested. Jun Lin hefted his great sword. "Monsters do not inquire if their prey were injured in life." Yi Qingxian swallowed hard. "Very well." Thus, Yi Qingxian embarked on a long and arduous journey of combat alongside Jun Lin. With each battle, she rapidly transformed and matured. Fortune smiled upon them today, as they successfully hunted a level 4 shadow bull, a native creature of the abandoned city, with certain parts of its flesh deemed edible. That very evening, the 2 companions crafted a delightful dish of beef dumplings from the flour they had gathered. The aromatic beef dumplings, despite lacking any seasoning, became the most delectable meal that Yi Qingxian had savored since her arrival in the abandoned city. As she indulged in the dumplings, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks, and she suddenly felt that every effort was worth it for the sake of these dumplings. In contrast, Jun Lin, who seemed somewhat detached from worldly concerns, maintained a calm demeanor. Beyond the dumplings, his attention was primarily drawn to the bull's horns and hide. He procured an iron rod and employed the blade transformation technique to pierce the base of the horn, securing it with rope and wire to create a spear. Presenting the bullhorn spear to Yi Qingxian, she accepted it with flushed cheeks, murmuring her gratitude. Currently, she possessed a modest amount of points, but had yet to unlock her store privileges. As for Jun Lin, having broken his sword, he fortuitously found an axe. He remarked, "I recall your ability allows for partial invisibility?" Yi Qingxian nodded in affirmation. Jun Lin suggested, "Perhaps you should hone this skill further. This spear-s horn is quite sharp. You might attempt to conceal the horn while revealing only the iron rod, thereby gaining an element of surprise during combat with minimal energy expenditure. If successful, you might explore the path of the Punisher, engaging in ranged attacks and launching invisible arrows, a truly exhilarating prospect." Yi Qingxian shook her head. "That won't work. If I were to conceal it, the entire spear must be hidden. I cannot transfer energy directly to the horn without holding it. Unlike you, once you have transformed an object with your technique, it retains its sharpness for a time even after leaving your grasp." Jun Lin replied, "Did you believe I could achieve this from the outset?" This response evidently invigorated Yi Qingxian. "Evolution of abilities? How does one attain that?" Jun Lin responded, "That depends on you. The majority of abilities possess various developmental pathways. The specific route ultimately lies in individual choice." As he spoke, Jun Lin scattered a handful of tablets. One half formed into nail-like structures, while the other half remained perfectly rounded with no sharp edges. Yi Qingxian gazed in astonishment. All law-based abilities stem from fundamental capabilities and can evolve. The blade transformation technique can yield numerous effects: detached transformation, enduring transformation, directional transformation, or even mere metallization without transformation. Jun Lin gestured toward the tablets. "I can make it a nail, or simply a piece of iron." Yi Qingxian was left in awe, admiring his ability to conceptualize such diverse developmental directions in such a short time. "This is for you," Jun Lin said, flipping his wrist to reveal an object. It was the core of a poisonous crystal and a syringe. "How do I use it?" Yi Qingxian inquired, perplexed. "That is your conundrum." 3 days later, due to dwindling resources, Jun Lin resolved to depart for the central ring. Upon exiting the building, he encountered Lu Zhong, who was walking through the streets wielding a knife. The atmosphere was charged with vigor and confidence. Indeed, the recent trials had fostered growth in everyone. Upon seeing Jun Lin, Lu Zhong smiled and greeted. "Ah, it's you." He approached with a purposeful stride. Yet, Yi Qingxian held her spear slightly aimed at Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong halted, acknowledging, "Not bad, you've made progress. At least you know to stay vigilant." Jun Lin pressed down on Yi Qingxian's spear, assuring he's a friend. He turned to Lu Zhong, inquiring, "Are you alone?" Lu Zhong chuckled. "Not quite, but I've made some strides lately. With more people around, the stimulation isn't sufficient for significant improvement. Indeed, to ascend swiftly, one must tread the fine line between life and death, Jun Lin pondered. Lu Zheng glanced at Jun Lin's pack, asking what? Do you also feel the thrill is lacking and plan to venture to the central district? Indeed, Jun Lin responded. Would you care to join me? Lu Zheng replied with a smile. I would be delighted, but I have a matter to attend to first. Once it's resolved, I shall seek you out. You Mingzhu? Jun Lin queried. Lu Zheng nodded. Jun Lin patted his shoulder, advising, some matters. It's best to keep a light heart. Rest assured, I know what must be done. Lu Zheng replied with a grin. Once I resolve the issues between her and me, I'll come to find you. Very well, Jun Lin agreed readily. After bidding farewell to Lu Zheng, Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian departed. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned back, calling, Old Lu. What is it? Lu Zheng responded. You mentioned feeling the thrill was insufficient. Do you know if anyone went to the central district before us? Jun Lin inquired. Lu Zheng nodded. Yes. It was Lu Shiping, Kang Yicheng, and Yu Siwen. They went yesterday. Ah, so it was those three. They must be the strongest combination among the candidates, I suppose. Jun Lin speculated. However, Lu Zheng hesitated, his words hanging in the air. But what? Jun Lin pressed. Lu Zheng shook his head. Those three seem rather peculiar. What do you mean by peculiar? Jun Lin asked. Qingxian should have informed you about the events following that transaction, Lu Zheng noted. Jun Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Zheng continued. I sense there may be foul play at work behind that incident. Jun Lin's expression grew serious. Why do you believe that? Lu Zheng replied. I can't pinpoint it. But I feel something isn't right. In any case, be cautious and don't trust any candidates. I will, and you should too. Chapter 18. Volcanic High School, Part 1. In stark contrast to the outskirts of the abandoned city, the central region appeared even more desolate. Standing on the long street, gazing at the bleak surroundings, Yi Qingxian remarked, It seems there is no one around, nor any invading creatures? Quite the opposite. They have merely concealed themselves, Jun Lin casually replied. Concealed themselves? Yi Qingxian's eyes widened. Are you suggesting? Indeed, creatures of level 4 and above possess a certain degree of intelligence, enabling them to hide and even launch ambushes. However, at the slightest disturbance, they may surge forth in droves, Jun Lin explained. Then I truly wish to witness this. Yi Qingxian chuckled. Ding. The system's taskbar chimed. A garbage storm from an alternate dimension will be transmitted through the temporal rift. Although it consists merely of refuse, there lies the potential to unearth treasures. However, the dilemma is that you will not be the sole one interested in this debris. Special task, garbage scramble. Within the tempest of refuse, locate resources to empower yourself and strive to survive. Completing the task will yield 200 points and additional rewards corresponding to your efforts. Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian were taken aback. Really? It's happening just like that. As the notification appeared, a colossal temporal vortex suddenly churned into existence in the sky. Dark clouds erupted from the vortex, surging in all directions, igniting a frenzy among all life within the abandoned city. A piercing howl reverberated through the atmosphere as a myriad of creatures burst forth from their long-hidden lairs, racing to various locations, transforming the forsaken metropolis into a primal jungle. The undead, beasts, and humans joined together in this revelry amidst the ruins. The garbage storm. The abandoned city, as a forsaken realm, is resource-poor, yet, periodically, refuse is cast down here through the temporal vortex. This is neither the first nor the last occurrence. For the indigenous denizens of the abandoned city, this is the very foundation of their survival. As torrents of garbage fell like rain, heavier materials, such as weapons, metals, relatively intact artifacts, and even corpses, descended rapidly after bursting forth from the vortex, mostly landing in the city's core. Lighter debris, meanwhile, continued to soar with the winds, scattering gracefully and soon blanketing a significant portion of the city. Observing this spectacle, Jun Lin adjusted the handle of his axe. Well then, it is my turn to take the stage. He gave Yi Qingxian a knowing glance, prompting her to vanish into thin air. With resolute strides, Jun Lin advanced. Suddenly, a formidable skeletal claw lunged forth. The massive bone claw viciously aimed for Jun Lin's head, and just as it was about to pierce through his skull, Jun Lin raised his left hand, unleashing a dazzling burst of lightning from his palm, akin to a brilliant firework illuminating the night sky. The ferocious electric current struck the skeleton, sending it hurtling into the air as if struck by an unseen force. Its skeletal frame soared upward, enveloped in crackling electricity, illuminated vividly against the darkness. Amidst the piercing howls of the wind, a battle axe soared through the air, cleaving into the skeletal figure with claw-like appendages. From the obsidian bones erupted a dazzling metallic glimmer. A flickering blue electric arc surged into the skull of the skeleton, and the undulating soul fire within seemed to react to some profound stimulus, bursting forth from the cranium in a conflagration that morphed into a visage of agony. Contorting in anguish towards the heavens, it emitted a silent scream, gazing skyward, ultimately dissipating into myriad star-like particles carried away by the breeze. As the soul fire faded, the skeleton collapsed with a resounding crash, bones scattering across the ground. Most of these bones had reverted to a pale gray hue, save for the skeletal fragments of the right claw, which remained pitch black. A spark of curiosity ignited within Jun Lin as he picked up the smallest phalanx, attempting to activate the blade transformation technique. To his astonishment, a radiant energy shimmered upon the black bone. Jun Lin cast the phalanx forth, striking the wall. Upon impact, it erupted with a thunderous explosion, creating a gaping hole in the structure. Remarkable, Jun Lin murmured to himself. He proceeded to collect all the blackened bones scattered about. His gaze fell upon the heap of refuse, where remnants of corpses lay strewn. These bodies were colossal, towering at least 3 to 4 meters, presumably the remains of some formidable behemoths. Undeterred by the filth, Jun Lin meticulously sifted through the remains. He waded through the fetid blood, plunging his hands into the decaying flesh, unearthing one unknown massive organ after another, alongside grotesque, oddly shaped tissues and muscles of various hues, red, yellow, and more. With a sudden squelch, he crushed an eyeball, splattering its viscous contents across himself. Discarding the drenched sack, he grasped another object. This one resembled a gastric pouch, roughly the size of an oversized garbage bag. As Jun Lin sliced open the pouch, a foul black substance oozed forth. Within the gastric cavity, something glimmered momentarily. He reached inside, withdrawing a gemstone that shimmered with a cerulean glow, a magical memory stone. A smile spread across Jun Lin's face. The magical memory stone is a wondrous artifact, serving multiple purposes such as storing, releasing, and enhancing spells, readily available in the system shop. Though not classified as dimensional equipment, it was indeed a valuable find. Just as excitement bubbled within him, a chill crept into Jun Lin's core. Instinctively, he lunged forward, narrowly avoiding a spear of radiant energy that grazed his head. The spear embedded itself deeply into the refuse pile before Jun Lin could rise. Without delay, he rolled to evade any potential follow-up assault. Yet, the anticipated second strike did not materialize. Instead, a low, sinister laughter echoed through the air. Humans! Jun Lin halted his movement, crouching like a panther upon the ground, and lifted his gaze towards the shadows ahead. There, amidst the darkness, stood 3 silhouettes cloaked in black. They loomed in the gloom, reminiscent of specters. At the forefront was a figure with long, flowing hair, clad in dark attire, wielding a wickedly curved knife, clearly a youth, his face marred by a scowl. The 2 figures behind mirrored his demeanor. Jun Lin felt a sense of familiarity wash over him, though he could not immediately place them. The long-haired man wielding a knife exclaimed, "Oh, a contender." Upon hearing this, Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback. He spoke in Korean. With the aid of a translation system, Jun Lin could comprehend the words. Yet he distinctly recognized that the other party was indeed speaking Korean. Moreover, the familiar visage and arrogant demeanor evoked memories of a certain figure, Zhang Liang from the film Volcano High. This South Korean movie is characterized by its exaggerated style, depicting a school akin to a martial arts realm where students engage in fierce battles daily, a film Jun Lin had the opportunity to watch. Zhang Liang serves as the antagonist in Volcano High, the captain of the weightlifting team, endowed with immense strength, yet ultimately meets his demise at the hands of the protagonist. Jun Lin had not anticipated encountering a fantastical being so soon after entering the central region. What was more astonishing was that this being possessed freedom. Silence. Zhang Liang, clearly enraged by the mention of Volcano High, retorted, "We are a real existence. You scoundrel, meet your demise." With that, he lunged towards Jun Lin. "Die!" Amidst the fervent cries, the knife glinted ominously in the night as it swung towards Jun Lin's head. "It seems you are struggling to accept reality," Jun Lin stated, propelling himself backward like a spring. Zhang Liang's strike missed its target, yet his momentum remained as he swung the knife towards the spot where Jun Lin had just stood, generating a powerful gust of air. Among the 2 bystanders, one raised his right hand, conjuring a short spear that he hurled into the air towards Jun Lin. The spear gleamed like a deadly shard in the darkness. In that fleeting moment, Jun Lin retracted his abdomen and tilted his head as the spear grazed his face. Zhang Liang roared and unleashed a left hook, which ballooned like a hammer, his robust arm creating a fierce gust of wind. Jun Lin positioned his axe defensively, and the iron fist collided with the axe's face, rebounding forcefully back towards him. In the violent clash, Jun Lin was propelled several meters away, akin to a cannonball, while Zhang Liang retracted his left fist, restoring it to a more ordinary state. With a powerful stomp, Zhang Liang's left leg swelled to the size of an elephant's limb, and as he kicked off the ground, the surface cracked like a spider's web. Utilizing the immense recoil, he surged forward like a projectile aimed at Jun Lin. Just as Jun Lin prepared to evade, the spear-wielding man launched another spear, compelling Jun Lin to dodge, causing him to momentarily slow his movements. Zhang Liang seized the opportunity, swinging his knife downwards. Boom! Jun Lin blocked with the axe, but the force sent him airborne. Before he could land, he hurled the battle axe forward. At that moment, one of the bystanders suddenly reached out, causing the spinning axe to halt just before striking the spear thrower's head. Then, a fissure erupted before the spear thrower, followed by a second, a third, like a web expanding endlessly, reminiscent of shattered glass. Bang! An invisible wall of energy exploded. The battle axe lost its momentum and fell harmlessly from the spear thrower's forehead. Jun Lin landed and, in an instant, accelerated towards the spear-wielding man. His speed and reflexes evidently surpassed those of Zhang Liang, who, taken by surprise, shouted, "Be careful." The energy wall erupted at that moment, scattering countless shards of energy like glass, refracting beams of light that illuminated Jun Lin's figure. In the darkness, he resembled a ferocious beast, rushing forth as if to devour its prey. He leaped and pounced upon the spear-throwing man, the two entangled as they soared backward. Simultaneously, Jun Lin's left hand had coalesced into a vast sphere of lightning, thrusting it into the mouth of the spear thrower. The lightning orb detonated within him, instantly engulfing his entire being. The spear thrower convulsed violently, akin to a puppet on strings, while Jun Lin propelled himself away from the man's body. Chapter 19, Volcanic Academy, Part 2. The spear-wielding man bent low like a colossal shrimp, launching himself into the air, releasing a final burst of brilliance before descending back to the ground, his body enveloped in the acrid scent of charred flesh. No. Zhang Liang watched in fury as his companion perished before his eyes, charging forward with a roar of indignation. At that moment, as Jun Lin evaded, Zhang Liang lowered his head, and his long hair shot forth like a projectile. This time, Jun Lin could not escape. Countless strands, akin to steel wires, pierced his body, leaving him with myriad wounds in an instant. Though shallow, the concentrated agony threatened to make him faint. Jun Lin glanced down to see a patch of chest hair sprouting abruptly, blood gushing forth and staining his body crimson. He collapsed to the ground. Zhang Liang glared at Jun Lin, striding towards him with purpose. Electrifying? If you have the capability, unleash it again. You didn't expect this, did you? I possess two abilities. I am invincible. After expending his hair as a weapon, Zhang Liang had become bald, yet his fierce presence remained undiminished. He approached and delivered a powerful kick to Jun Lin's chest. The moment his foot struck, it grew larger, sending Jun Lin hurtling backward with a resounding thud. Wounded, Jun Lin sat on the ground, retreating incessantly and hurling whatever he could grasp, fragments of stone, a shattered willow crate, discarded armor, and broken sword hilts, all aimed at Zhang Liang. Initially, Zhang Liang dodged a few projectiles, but soon he ceased to evade, allowing the debris to strike him, as if he were observing the final futile thrashing of a dying creature, his eyes filled with mockery. Reaching Jun Lin's side, he stepped on his foot and raised his dog-leg knife high, declaring, "Mate, you should not have come to this world. Perhaps it is you who should not have come." Jun Lin's gaze turned icy. Seizing a bone with his right hand, he thrust it upward forcefully. The leg bone gleamed with a metallic luster, plunging deep into Zhang Liang's abdomen, and in the next moment, it erupted violently. Ah! Zhang Liang let out a thunderous roar, staring incredulously at the gaping hole in his belly. Jun Lin felt a pang of regret. He had not seized the largest black skeletal bone, for had he done so, this man would have met his demise. Nevertheless, Zhang Liang was not unscathed. He glared at Jun Lin. You are not the only one with two abilities. Indeed, Jun Lin replied coldly, releasing his grip. With a fierce swing, his left hand struck Zhang Liang's leg, lightning flashing anew, momentarily paralyzing him. Jun Lin seized Zhang Liang's leg, lifting him violently and slamming him to the ground. The impact forced Zhang Liang to spit blood into the air. His left hand swelled, slamming down on the earth to propel himself upward, while his right hand thrust the dog-leg knife viciously. With a thud, the knife plunged into Jun Lin's chest, embedding 3 inches deep, yet failing to penetrate further. Jun Lin's hand clutched the knife, blood seeping from his fingers. Zhang Liang realized with horror that despite his strength, he could not drive the blade deeper. His opponent's power had surged dramatically. "You," he gasped, staring wide-eyed at Jun Lin. The power emanating from Jun Lin's arms surged forth, causing the dagger to gradually retreat from his body. Zhang Liang discarded his weapon, his iron fist expanding once more, aimed at Jun Lin. Simultaneously, Jun Lin relinquished his own blade, crashing his head into Zhang Liang's face, and thus they became entangled in a fierce struggle. The man wielding the energy shield clutched Jun Lin's axe, attempting to strike but hesitating for fear of injuring his own allies, unable to find an opening to attack. Finally, a colossal bolt of lightning erupted between the two, forcing them apart as they tumbled to opposite sides. Jun Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, nearly immobilized, while Zhang Liang was drenched in blood. His body riddled with debris, scraps of paper, torn cloth, broken leaves, and stones, all sharpened to a lethal edge by that terrifying figure, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. Zhang Liang began to comprehend the situation. His opponent possessed a fearsome ability to grow stronger with each confrontation. He cackled madly. "I thought you were a weakling, but it seems I've encountered a formidable foe. Fortunately, I have 3 people on my side. This battle is still ours to win." He then shouted to his companions behind him, "What are you waiting for? Kill him. That fellow can no longer rise." He spoke truthfully. If the previous display had been a ruse, then now Jun Lin was indeed unable to continue. The man with the energy shield gazed at Jun Lin, extending his left hand slightly, summoning a crystal-clear energy shield. Holding the shield in his left hand and the axe in his right, he advanced toward Jun Lin, though his gaze remained constricted. Clearly not as eager to take a life as Zhang Liang, possessing a greater regard for existence. Lying on the ground, Jun Lin regarded him with calm eyes. He looked down at the man's feet and said, "I do not know who you are or your name, but I hope you understand what you are doing. Do you truly intend to kill someone who has never provoked you?" The man with the energy shield felt a tremor within him. Zhang Liang, still on the ground, bellowed, "Silence! All voters deserve death. Do not forget their mission is to hunt us." He shouted at the man with the energy shield, who trembled violently at his words. Slowly raising his battle axe, Jun Lin sighed, "Do you think I am advising you to spare my life?" The man paused, and Jun Lin continued, "No? I wish for you to survive. What a pity." As his words fell, a flicker of dread appeared in Zhang Liang's eyes, and he shouted with all his might, "Get away." The man with the energy shield suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. He cried out, violently turning to swing his axe, but it struck nothing. A gasp echoed before a woman's figure emerged from the void, astonishingly holding a pot of cacti. An invisible ally. The man with the energy shield realized that his opponent had assistance. Just as he was about to speak, an intense itch surged at the back of his neck. He reached back and forcefully pulled, revealing a syringe with half a vial of green liquid remaining. His heart began to tremble with dread. The itching at the back of his neck was transforming into excruciating pain. As he reached back to scratch, he inadvertently tore away a large, bloody patch of flesh. "No!" he shrieked in terror. Though he could not see it, Jun Lin, Zhang Liang, and Yi Qingxian witnessed the horrifying scene. A massive expanse of flesh at his nape was rapidly decaying, peeling away in chunks, first from his neck, then spreading across his entire back and even his head. The toxins were perilously close to his brain, and before complete deterioration could occur, his mind had already succumbed to destruction, sparing him some agony. For as the poison advanced toward his lower body, his upper half had entirely liquefied, collapsing into a putrid mass, leaving only his legs submerged in a pool of blood, continuing to rot. "No, no, no!" Zhang Liang, crumpled on the ground, was nearly overcome with despair. He screamed in madness. He could not accept such a fate. Fortunately, Jun Lin reassured him, "Do not worry. We will no longer employ that toxin against you. You are unable to rise. Using poison would be a waste." Turning to Yi Qingxian, he commanded, "Eliminate him." Chapter 20. The test. The 14th strike of the dogleg knife landed upon Zhang Liang's neck, ultimately severing the head from the body after reducing it to a bloody pulp. This was a demand from Jun Lin, who was exceedingly displeased by the fact that Yi Qingxian trembled at the notion of taking a life. Discarding the severed head, Yi Qingxian leaned against the wall, gasping for breath as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. "I have killed," she uttered. "Indeed," Jun Lin replied, motionless on the ground. "Not only did you kill, but you also dismembered. How does it feel?" Yi Qingxian pondered briefly before answering. "At first, I was terrified and felt quite nauseated, but afterward, it became much easier." Jun Lin expressed his dissatisfaction. "I fail to see how you feel better. When you were dismembering that individual, You trembled as if afflicted by malaria. Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes in response. It was far better than I anticipated. The books say that one vomits and cries upon killing for the first time. Do not trust those authors. Do you believe they have ever taken a life? Most of them have likely never even encountered a corpse. If their accounts were true, there would not be so many murderers and wars in this world. Believe me, death is not always so terrifying. If you do not fear death, then causing another's demise becomes far less daunting. All you need is to adapt. Is that so? Yi Qingxian murmured, glancing at the pile of putrid flesh and rotting viscera at her feet, wrinkling her nose. Regardless, I cannot adapt to this. It is truly revolting. Should adaptation prove impossible, then endure it, Jun Lin said suddenly, sitting up. He strained to rise. Yi Qingxian attempted to assist him, but he gently pushed her away. Grasping her hand, he advised, remember, as long as there is a shred of strength left, do not allow yourself to lie down. Sometimes, you may feel you have reached your limit, yet in truth, you are far from it. The closer you approach your limits, the easier it becomes to elevate your potential. Yi Qingxian gazed at Jun Lin, unblinking. Is this the reason you are so strong? It is why I survived the assault of those 3 scoundrels, Jun Lin replied. I thought I was the reason you survived. How naive. I owe you no debt of gratitude for saving my life. Though he spoke thus, his eyes sparkled with mirth as he regarded Yi Qingxian. In that moment, their gazes locked, and they both erupted into laughter, as if sharing an unspoken connection. If previously Yi Qingxian had merely been an experimental aid to Jun Lin, after this battle, everything had irrevocably changed. Yi Qingxian had demonstrated her worth, although still modest. It was enough to earn respect. At this moment, Jun Lin nodded. Very well. Regardless, your performance today was commendable. Do you know? When I was engaged in combat with that scoundrel, my greatest fear was not your potential flight, but rather you rushing in, screaming, and making the most foolish choices out of panic. Yi Qingxian refrained from a head-on assault initially, a decision that proved to be the most prudent. Her strength was insufficient. A direct confrontation would have been suicidal. She needed to await the opportune moment to strike decisively. At last, she had not disappointed Jun Lin's mentorship. A sweet smile graced Yi Qingxian's face as she remarked, so, does this mean I performed quite well? Indeed, with just a minor error. Jun Lin pointed to the pot of cactus. What do you intend to do with that? I assumed it would be of use to you. I thought you brought it to transform it into a weapon, Yi Qingxian inquired. No, that is an exception, Jun Lin replied as he took the cactus, explaining. I require it for my research on applying blade transformation techniques to living organisms. As he spoke, the cactus suddenly shimmered with a metallic luster. Yi Qingxian understood. Rolling her eyes, she said, that hardly qualifies as an error. That is not what I meant. What then? Yi Qingxian asked, slightly taken aback. Examine the battlefield for any feigned corpses, Jun Lin instructed. With that, he abruptly turned and hurled the pot of cactus, which arced through the air and struck the man wielding the energy spear. Remarkably, he was still alive. Just as the energy spear coalesced in his grasp, the cactus crashed into him like an iron ball, splattering his brains and toppling him instantly. Yi Qingxian's gaze fell upon the cactus. You succeeded, she acknowledged. On the contrary, Jun Lin responded, and with a crack, the pot shattered into countless pieces. The primary distinction between applying the blade transformation to living and non-living entities lies in the fact that a weapon, once transformed, cannot sustain damage. Otherwise, it equates to self-harm. Simultaneously, Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian heard the system notification, mission accomplished. Acquired the magical gemstone of the Fran. Earned 200 points. Defeated 3 phantasmal creatures. Total of 750 points acquired. Additional reward. Method of utilizing the magical gemstone. Wait, are you sure that qualifies as an additional reward? Jun Lin exclaimed, rolling his eyes before collapsing limply. Upon awakening, Jun Lin found himself lying in a dilapidated building. A bowl of a black, mushy substance rested on the cabinet beside his bed. He picked it up and sniffed it. Thankfully, it did not smell foul. Tentatively, he licked a bit with his tongue and savored the taste. Just then, Yi Qingxian entered and, upon seeing him, asked, awake? Jun Lin sat up, leaning against the headboard, and raised the bowl. What is this? Food salvaged from the rubbish heap, Yi Qingxian replied, dragging a stool from the wall to sit by his bedside. How does it taste? She inquired. Jun Lin sighed heavily, rough, dry, nearly inedible, akin to consuming a lump of mud. Are you certain this one tea caused me to suffer from intestinal rupture? If you don't eat it, I will dispose of it, Yi Qingxian said, reaching for the bowl. Jun Lin withdrew his hand, but she swiftly snatched at it. He instinctively blocked her with his right arm, leading to a collision that nearly sent her tumbling. Hey, Yi Qingxian exclaimed. Jun Lin, surprised, replied, I apologize, it was unintentional. He looked down at his arm. Fingers splayed as he grasped the iron frame of the bed and pulled hard, producing a creaking sound as the metal bent under his force. Evolved? Yi Qingxian whispered. Yes. Jun Lin affirmed. Promoted. With the addition of a strengthening potion and the effect of defeating the tattooed man, his attributes now stand at 10, 9, 8, and 9, significantly surpassing those of an ordinary person. How powerful is he? Yi Qingxian inquired. Jun Lin glanced at the iron plate on the bedside and, with a casual grip, deformed it effortlessly. With such strength, participating in an arm wrestling competition back on Earth would be a walk in the park, Yi Qingxian remarked with a smile. Let's test my speed, Jun Lin suggested. I'll fetch the stopwatch, Yi Qingxian responded. The stopwatch they brought from Earth was rendered useless, but fortunately, they had discovered a piece of technology from this dimension that remained operational. No, Jun Lin interrupted, we don't need that. Surprised, Yi Qingxian looked at him. Jun Lin smiled. You and I will race. All right, Yi Qingxian replied, raising her chin. How shall we determine the winner? Jun Lin pointed ahead. Do you see that building? Following his gesture, Yi Qingxian observed. The one beside the black iron tower? Indeed. Whoever reaches the rooftop first wins. With that, Jun Lin had already taken strides forward. Realizing his intent, Yi Qingxian exclaimed, You can't be thinking of jumping across, can you? Jun Lin stretched his arms. The distance from this building to the opposite one is no more than 3 meters. With our current jumping ability, crossing that gap is a piece of cake. What do you say? Interested in a challenge? No restrictions on route or method. With that, he warmed up his legs and then suddenly accelerated towards the opposite building. Akin to a cheetah in full sprint. Just as he approached the edge of the building, he forcefully pushed off the ground, cracking the pavement as he soared into the air. Flailing his limbs mid-flight, he hurtled toward the other side. With a thunderous sound, Jun Lin landed gracefully, bending his legs and supporting himself with one hand, reminiscent of the agents pursuing Trinity in the Matrix. Rising slowly, he turned back to Yi Qingxian. Your turn, he called out. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingxian shouted, We're on the 16th floor. What if I accidentally fall? A faint smile appeared on Jun Lin's face. Then we'll measure your vitality. Chapter 21. Awakening. Standing atop the towering edifice, Yi Qingxian gazed down below, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. She took a few steps back and shook her head at Jun Lin, saying, No, I can't do it. Do not be afraid. Jun Lin shouted, Believe in yourself. This distance is no challenge for you. With gritted teeth, Yi Qingxian retreated further, positioning herself a dozen meters away. She stared into the abyss-like expanse ahead, yet hesitated to take a step forward. Imagine a demon is pursuing you from behind, Jun Lin bellowed. There is no retreat left. Only by leaping across will you find a path to survival, a glimpse of the future. Only by jumping can you secure your destiny. Closing her eyes, Yi Qingxian murmured to herself. After a considerable moment, she opened her eyes, revealing a gaze filled with determination and resolve. Gathering her long hair into a ponytail with an elastic band, she slightly bent forward and began to run. Initially, she jogged, but soon quickened her pace. As she neared the edge, she leapt with all her might, her ponytail trailing gracefully behind her, carving a long arc in the air. Finally, she landed with a thud not far from Jun Lin, rolling to dissipate the impact. I made it, Yi Qingxian exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jun Lin. Jun Lin stepped back, declaring, This is merely the beginning. He then pivoted sharply and dashed towards another building, soaring high into the air as if traversing the very skyline. Keep up with me. Do not forget, this is a race, he shouted. Damn it. Yi Qingxian stomped her foot in frustration. Yet, emboldened by her recent success, she surged forward, her confidence and courage swelling. She charged, leaping once more, gliding through the air like a hawk, and traversed the distance between the two buildings, landing on the rooftop after Jun Lin. If Jun Lin's jump resembled a cannonball's explosive trajectory, Yi Qingxian's grace was a sight to behold. Now this is more like it. Jun Lin laughed as he sped ahead, racing across the sprawling complex of structures. Do you really think I can't catch up with you? Yi Qingxian shouted as she closed the gap. She moved with the agility of a cat, swiftly navigating the rooftops until she caught up with Jun Lin. As she dashed past him, Yi Qingxian made a playful face, exclaiming, Prepare to eat my dust. With that, she accelerated, leaping to the opposite building. Jun Lin chuckled. Do you really believe that speed alone can solve everything? With that, he abruptly veered towards another direction. Yi Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Jun Lin, before reacting with an indignant shout, You're cheating. At that moment, Jun Lin's chosen path was a straight line leading toward the ominous black tower. Though this route was shorter, The gap between the two buildings loomed large, approximately 5 meters apart. This distance posed a significant challenge for Yi Qingxian, leaving her uncertain of her ability to leap across. Consequently, she was forced to take a longer route via the adjacent building, while Jun Lin, with his current prowess, could easily traverse the gap, effectively shortening his journey. Jun Lin laughed heartily. I already stated, the route is unrestricted, and the methods are limitless. As she watched him leap away, Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth in frustration, her eyes darting as she changed direction toward a nearby building. Jun Lin glanced back, his expression shifting. Qingxian, no. That building is far too tall. You can't jump that high. At this moment, Yi Qingxian had opted for the same shortcut, yet the opposing floors loomed 2 stories higher. Given her leaping ability, it was utterly impossible for her to ascend. Nonetheless, Yi Qingxian merely smiled faintly. Who says I must reach the rooftop? With that, she sprang into the air, soaring gracefully. She collided with the window of the building across. Crash! Amidst the flying shards of glass, Yi Qingxian rolled and tumbled into the corridor. Jun Lin stood in stunned silence. If she had miscalculated, she would have crashed against the wall, with the dire consequence of plummeting from the height. Yi Qingxian sprang to her feet, casually plucking the glass shard embedded in her face, and from the window, she boldly flashed Jun Lin a middle finger. You possess strength, but I possess precision. With that, she dashed down the corridor. Wow! Jun Lin whistled, laughing. Have you finally embraced the resolve to forsake life and death? To achieve victory at any cost is the fundamental trait of a true warrior. Under Jun Lin's provocation, Yi Qingxian's competitive spirit surged. In that moment, she was no longer the timid, delicate girl of before, bathed in iron and fire. She was rapidly transforming into a competent warrior. Thus, the two of them pursued each other, leaping between the towering skyscrapers. They raced swiftly, neither willing to fall behind, pushing their speeds to the utmost. Like 2 cheetahs in a relentless chase, Yi Qingxian sprinted with remarkable agility, vaulting between the uneven building levels, soaring through the air, feeling the exhilaration of flight. She spread her arms wide, letting the wind caress her face, embracing the passion that speed ignited within her. Something within her seemed to ignite, rapidly engulfing her entire being, filling her with an overwhelming sense of power. Since her arrival in this cursed world, she had never experienced such a sensation. The feeling of flight, the fervor of fire. She longed to scream, to shout at the top of her lungs. Her ponytail danced wildly in the wind as she leaped over one skyscraper after another, as though vaulting across an abyss. The future, here I come, she cried, leaping gracefully, rolling midair as she landed atop a high-rise. Looking up, the dark tower was clearly visible, not far off. Jun Lin was also sprinting fiercely on another building. He showed no sign of yielding. With a powerful leap, he soared to the opposite floor, pulling ahead of Yi Qingxian once more, turning back to her with a hearty laugh. I will win, no matter what. I cannot lose to you, at least not in this regard. Watching Jun Lin's soaring figure, a fiery fervor ignited in Yi Qingxian's eyes. Speed was her forte. She could not afford to be outmatched by Jun Lin. In that moment, she viewed him as an adversary, a mountain, an object she aspired to surpass. To surpass him, to outpace him, to transcend him became her most profound yearning. As she stood on the rooftop, a voice seemed to echo in the recesses of her mind, urging her to leap, jump across, believe in yourself, you can do it. This voice resonated powerfully, filling her thoughts, and a hint of crimson flickered in Yi Qingxian's eyes. She sprang into action, racing toward the rooftop where Jun Lin awaited. In that moment, she chose to heed the instinct within her heart. Upon seeing Yi Qingxian charging toward her, Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting once again. No, 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 it's too far. You can't jump directly. Come around from the side. The distance between Yi Qingxian and her destination was approximately 7 meters, a span that even Jun Lin deemed excessive. I can do it. Yi Qingxian shouted defiantly. With every ounce of strength, she sprinted forward, her strides growing more powerful. Just as she neared the edge of the rooftop, she propelled herself into the air without hesitation. Good heavens! Jun Lin exclaimed in frustration. At this point, he could no longer stop Yi Qingxian. All he could do was shout with all his might. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Damn it. The absolute truth had failed to take effect. Like a soaring eagle, Yi Qingxian's body traced an exquisite arc through the air, swiftly closing the gap to the building. Yet, as she approached the opposite edge, her momentum faltered momentarily. No, Jun Lin cried out in despair, fully aware of the implications. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. Yi Qingxian did not plummet. Instead, she suddenly accelerated and continued her flight. Jun Lin watched in awe as she soared past him, executing a graceful roll before landing elegantly on the ground behind him. Good grief. Jun Lin was left utterly speechless. He looked from Yi Qingxian to the distant building, murmuring, "Do you have any idea how far you just jumped? Damn it. You leaped at least 12 meters. 12 meters. I know," Yi Qingxian replied with a smile, the fervor subsiding as clarity returned. She closed her eyes, seemingly savoring the scent of the wind. After a moment, she said, "I have unlocked a second ability." "What did you say?" Jun Lin asked, dazed. "My second ability, bouncing, which enhances my jumping prowess." "When did you acquire this?" "Just now, as you said." New abilities can only be unlocked when one is on the brink of life and death. Jun Lin fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Not including seeking death. As you said, jumping over is the only way to a future," Yi Qingxian replied, unwavering. Compared to the first time she met Jun Lin, she now exuded greater confidence and was bolder in expressing herself. Gazing at Yi Qingxian's resolute visage, Jun Lin finally ceased his retorts. The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. In that moment, through her own efforts, Yi Qingxian truly earned Jun Lin's respect. She crossed her arms, deliberately striking a haughty pose. "So what now? Do you still want to compete?" Jun Lin raised his hands in surrender. "No need, I concede." Faced with Yi Qingxian, who possessed the ability to leap, Jun Lin could no longer match her in speed. At that moment, a booming sound echoed from afar. Chapter 22. Passion on the distant street. A convoy of military vehicles rumbled past, carelessly crushing a carcass that had failed to evade its path. Within the vehicles, a cluster of soldiers sat, their rifles in hand. Clad in tattered uniforms, listlessly perched at the back. At the forefront, in a jeep, sat a towering figure, reminiscent of a bear. Strangely enough, trailing behind the convoy was a candidate, bound and sprinting in a desperate attempt to keep up. From the rooftop of a building, approximately a block away, Yi Qingxian lowered her binoculars and handed them to Jun Lin. "It's a soldier under by two," she remarked. "Indeed," Jun Lin replied. The convoy was headed toward a military camp, their assembly point. If the night belonged to the invading creatures, then the day was the domain of the natives. "How intriguing it is," Yi Qingxian mused, "that we hunt the invaders while they slaughter the natives, and the natives hunt us in turn. Is this what you call ingratitude? In the face of self-interest, what is gratitude worth?" Jun Lin inquired. "Self-interest? Is it true that by killing us they gain strength?" Yi Qingxian pressed. "Yes, for them, acquiring strength is secondary. The foremost concern is the potential awakening of their innate abilities," Jun Lin clarified. Yi Qingxian scoffed. "Nicholas certainly knows how to play the game." Nicholas does not coerce anyone into action. He merely sets the stage and allows everyone the freedom to act. For the sake of gain, the voters assault the invaders. For their own benefit, the natives hunt down the voters. It resembles a food chain in nature. Once the chain is established, Nicholas can relinquish control. In such circumstances, to elevate oneself, one must not only learn to pursue enemies, but also master the art of evading danger. "How is it? Is the excitement of Central District sufficient for you?" Jun Lin chuckled. "Uft," Yi Qingxian retorted disdainfully. "I have never sought out thrills." "Hey, you don't intend to stir up trouble with them, do you?" As the convoy disappeared from view, Jun Lin stated, "There's no benefit in us killing them. They gain from our demise. As long as they don't provoke me, I have no desire to engage." Once back in his room, Jun Lin retrieved the magical gemstone. Following the instructions provided by the system, he discerned that the gemstone contained a spell known as the Guardian of Eblan. While Jun Lin was unaware of who Eblan was, he recognized that within the realm of the abyss of sin, some magical civilizations indeed favored using their names for spells, and with a mere twist or innovation, they would claim it as a new incantation. Even slight variations in pronunciation could warrant a spell being dubbed anew, leading to an overabundance of name-laden spells across various magical lands. The Guardian of Eblan appeared to fall into this category. When Jun Lin attempted to unleash it, he discovered it manifested as a crystalline magical shield. Given that magic is a planar ability, existing solely within the realm of magical civilizations, and abandonment is a technological plane, the efficacy of this gemstone was significantly diminished here, yielding only 20% of its potential. Yet, despite this, Jun Lin unleashed a barrage of over 10 punches against the defensive barrier before shattering it. Regrettably, this magical gem could only release its power once a day, necessitating a full day to regain its energy. Jun Lin initially intended to fashion it into a ring to wear on his hand, but Yi Qingxian had a different perspective. She deftly tied the gem to its base with fine threads, covered it with a cloth, and secured it to her attire, thus transforming it into a button. She remarked, I am aware that treasures in games typically take the form of rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. However, we are not in a game, but in the real world. This magical gem may not withstand heavy blows, and crafting it into a ring would render it vulnerable to damage. Should fortune lead to a moment of exuberance, one punch could result in a shower of gem fragments, leaving one with no place to lament. Why then, make it a button? And here? Jun Lin inquired, gesturing to his collar. Yi Qingxian not only fashioned the gem into a button but also affixed it as a decorative clasp on the collar. The gem must remain visible for ease of access, she explained. However, being exposed carries the inherent risk of damage. The throat is a vital area, deserving of utmost protection. By placing the gem here, you safeguard both yourself and the gem without the need for undue distraction. Additionally, this gem button is somewhat larger, making it less conspicuous when placed beneath the collar. If you wish to activate the defensive barrier, a simple adjustment of the collar will suffice, since the barrier is transparent. With a stroke of luck, the opponent may not even discern it. Jun Lin chuckled, adjusting my collar while engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Wouldn't that be a tad pretentious? Life is an attitude. Even in the act of killing, one must maintain a sense of decorum, Yi Qingxian replied, as she draped the neatly arranged clothing over Jun Lin. Once she had dressed him, Yi Qingxian surveyed Jun Lin from head to toe and smiled. You look quite well, as long as no one seizes you by the throat. There should be no issues. Jun Lin found a mirror and saw that the gem was indeed concealed within the collar. As long as he did not flip the collar up, it would remain unseen. He mimicked the action of adjusting his collar, his thumb pressing against the gem, creating an appearance of effortless naturalness. He smiled, about to utter a word, when suddenly he froze, staring vacantly into the mirror. Yi Qingxian, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Gazing into the mirror, Jun Lin murmured, "I feel as though I have aged a bit." Aged? Yi Qingxian was taken aback, examining Jun Lin's youthful and spirited visage, noting only a hint of unshaven stubble on his jaw, which hardly suggested age. Yet, upon seeing the glimmer in his eyes, her heart fluttered. She gently caressed Jun Lin's face and said, "You have not aged. It is merely your heart that bears the weight of experience." "Only my heart bears the weight." Jun Lin pondered momentarily. Was it truly a shift in his mindset? Indeed, ever since entering the Forsaken City, each day had been a struggle for survival, battling monstrous foes and engaging with fellow humans. Witnessing the cycle of life and death, how could his heart remain unaffected? Reflecting on this, Jun Lin let out a sigh. People inevitably change. To survive in this world, one must adapt. Indeed, Yi Qingxian responded softly. Yet, it was not only Jun Lin who had transformed. Yi Qingxian herself had undergone a metamorphosis as well. Recalling her initial trepidation upon entering and then the fervor she felt when storming the rooftop, Yi Qingxian recognized that she was no longer the person she once was. The two exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance, as if something profound was stirring within their hearts. However, in the next moment, Jun Lin took a step back. "Thank you for the button." In that instant, the burgeoning passion dissipated, and Jun Lin reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. A flicker of disappointment stirred within Yi Qingxian's heart. Chapter 23. A gamble by the way. I remember you previously accumulated quite a number of points. Why have I yet to see you utilize any system equipment? After regaining her composure, Yi Qingxian inquired of Jun Lin. Nikolai wishes for me to pursue the path of self-evolution, Jun Lin sighed, summarizing the words Nikolai had conveyed to him. Yi Qingxian was taken aback. Are you saying Nikolai can contact you at any time? Indeed, why? Aren't you able to? Yi Qingxian shook her head. Since the first day we entered, no matter how we called out to Nikolai, he would not respond. It was only after encountering you that Nikolai would appear unbidden, even without a summons. I initially thought it was merely a coincidence related to him assigning tasks, but it seems he regards you with special consideration. The ability to converse at any moment does not equate to that. Jun Lin dismissed the notion. Yi Qingxian chuckled. Yet, you must possess something extraordinary. Jun Lin hesitated, choosing silence. Not comfortable sharing? Yi Qingxian remarked. It's not that. If we are to be teammates, we should be more candid, Jun Lin replied. Thus, Jun Lin briefly recounted the matter of absolute truth. So, what you say casually often holds the potential to manifest. On the rooftop, upon hearing Jun Lin's account, Yi Qingxian burst into laughter. I never expected you to be so unfortunate, possessing such a remarkable talent that is both unreliable and capricious. Good things not working, while bad things do, and even when the good does occasionally come through, it extracts a toll on your lifespan. Are you certain this is an advantage? Indeed. So you must be cautious. Should I one day casually state that you are actually a man, and it comes to pass, that would be disastrous. Jun Lin replied with a grin. Yi Qingxian laughed heartily. Being a man could be quite agreeable. If nothing else changes except for that thing appearing below, would you accept it? Yi Qingxian shot him a stern glance. You might want to be mindful of your choice of words. Jun Lin crossed his fingers. May the god of harmony protect me. Then he chuckled. Rest assured, given the current circumstances, my path of truth has not yet reached that extreme. I hope to gain control before reaching such a point. Before you could make me grow that thing? Jun Lin was at a loss for words. Very well, if that is the case. It seems your points will henceforth be limited to purchasing potions and fragments. Could you do me a favor? I lack the authority to access the shop. Would you assist me in acquiring a piece of equipment? Yi Qingxian suggested. After some contemplation, Jun Lin proposed. Are you interested in taking a gamble? A gamble? Yi Qingxian was puzzled. Yes, a roulette bet. To wager on equipment, Jun Lin grinned. The system features roulette. Each attempt only costs 100 points, providing a chance to win. Yi Qingxian understood that he intended to leverage his absolute truth in hopes of securing some good fortune. Are you certain this will work? It must be tried. Yi Qingxian smiled. Then let us gamble. Thus, Jun Lin staked his points and spun the wheel. He invoked his absolute truth. I shall obtain an epic piece of equipment. This was the first time Jun Lin felt such anticipation, albeit at the cost of his lifespan. The wheel gradually came to a halt. 4 grand characters emerged. Thank you for participating. The roulette spun repeatedly, and the hearts of Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian rose and fell with it. Yet, the outcomes were either thank you for participating or wish you good luck. What distinction lies between them? Is 0 categorized into tiers? Naturally. One might also receive some trivial items, the kind that only cost 10 points. They hardly qualify as equipment. 2 pairs of shoes, a belt, and 3 garments. Devoid of attributes, with the sole advantage of being less prone to damage, possessing a self-repairing capability, provided they are not utterly ruined. Furthermore, they do not occupy the so-called equipment slots, allowing one to wear multiple pieces without issue. Yi Qingxian had exhausted her points, leaving Jun Lin to continue investing his. From the initial pang of heartache, she gradually attained a sense of calm, sitting with her knees hugged. She tilted her head to observe Jun Lin. I never expected you to be a gambler. I am not a gambler. I simply believe in the necessity of experimentation. The application of truth should benefit all aspects, Jun Lin replied with a smile. I shall acquire a rare piece of equipment. After numerous failures, he lowered his expectations from epic to glory, and then from glory to rare quality. As the roulette spun, the same wish you good luck appeared. Yet, Jun Lin remained still, gazing at the empty wheel, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Nicholas, you have gone too far, he exclaimed. Yi Qingxian was taken aback. What do you mean? Your lifespan has been reduced, Jun Lin answered. Just moments ago, after lowering his expectations to rare, he had succeeded. Lifespan deducted. Logically, he should have received a rare item, yet the roulette displayed nothing. Thus, Jun Lin realized Nicholas was up to mischief. Nicholas appeared. A piece of rare bronze equipment requires 9,000 points. Under normal circumstances, you lack the probability. But that is my talent. Is it not meant to be utilized? Jun Lin retorted. Yet, you know I do not wish for you to grow stronger through the system. It is not for me. It is for my companion. But she will fight alongside you, and her strength, in a sense, is your strength. You cannot restrict my growth or that of my companion merely to test me. Nicholas replied. On the contrary, I am ensuring that your path to growth is not stunted by external forces. So, your meaning is, as a method of growth that does not meet my expectations, it can be utilized, but only once. I can grant this to you, but thereafter, you must refrain from resorting to the roulette. Agreed, Jun Lin decisively concurred. He had not anticipated this outcome. He merely wished to expedite Yi Qingxian's growth. Nonetheless, he added, but you must elevate this rare item to epic for me. Equipment is categorized into 5 qualities: ordinary, exquisite, rare, glory, and epic, with the latter 2 requiring permissions or tasks for advancement. Given that this was the only opportunity, Jun Lin certainly intended to make the most of it. This is against the protocol. Jun Lin chuckled. Which of the things you have done to me conforms to protocol? Having exerted such effort, is it unreasonable to propose a few modest conditions? Nikolai replied. I can assist you in elevating this weapon to the status of glory, while simultaneously preserving its potential for future ascension to epic, without requiring permission. Very well, Jun Lin acquiesced. In the next moment, a dagger radiating golden brilliance materialized in Jun Lin's grasp. Cursed Blade, a bronze-tier weapon of glory quality. Base damage, 20 points. Attribute enhancements, Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 1. Attached Skill 1, Curse. Attacking a target with this knife carries a 3 chance to inflict a cursed state, reducing the target's attributes by 3 with each activation. stackable up to 10 times, lasting 3 days. The effect diminishes against targets of iron tier or above. Attached skill 2, high-frequency oscillation. Activating this skill upon hitting a target generates up to 30 instances of high-frequency oscillation, inflicting weapon damage without attribute enhancement. This damage does not stack with the curse effect. It does not consume stamina, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Splendid. In an instant, 2 skills were added, alongside 5 additional attribute points and 20 points of damage. Jun Lin smiled as he handed the dagger to Yi Qingxian. This weapon quadrupled Yi Qingxian's damage potential. Additionally, being a weapon of law, it proved useful across all dimensions. Yi Qingxian joyfully accepted. Let us find a target to test it on. They exited the building, seeking a shadow bull to assess their combat prowess. Yi Qingxian immediately cloaked herself and charged forth, wielding the cursed blade and activating high-frequency oscillation. In the fleeting moment the blade grazed the bull, though it was but a single strike, it left dozens of gashes upon the creature. As if it had been subjected to 1,000 cuts, the shadow bull emitted a pained roar. Though it did not perish, it was driven to attack Yi Qingxian in a frenzied manner. Utilizing her invisibility and agility, Yi Qingxian effortlessly evaded the bull's assaults, eventually abandoning her cloak to dance gracefully around the creature. As the curse effects accumulated, the bull grew increasingly feeble, ultimately collapsing in a mournful howl. Observing this, Jun Lin shook his head. No wonder Nikolai sought to intervene. Shall I harvest this bull? Yi Qingxian asked, spinning the dagger elegantly. It was too effortless, Jun Lin replied. The path to ascension lies solely through arduous battles. If a fight is too easy, one cannot attain awakening or elevation. With that, Jun Lin approached, reclaiming the cursed blade from Yi Qingxian's hand and returning it to her pack, subsequently offering her the bull's horn spear. For the time being, it is better to use this. Do not wield the cursed blade unless absolutely necessary. Are you certain? Yi Qingxian exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. I have no intention of pursuing the path of self-evolution. Yet that does not imply you may become stagnant, Jun Lin responded. Of course, you are free to dissent. Should you choose to leave with that dagger now, I will not detain you. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingxian posed a thought-provoking question. Have you realized something? While you disdain Nikolai's methods, you are gravitating closer to them. Jun Lin paused, contemplating her words, and acknowledged the unsettling truth. He must have brainwashed me, he lamented. Chapter 24. The Trap, Part 1. In the days that followed, they returned to their routine of rigorous training, each experiencing rapid growth. During this period, Jun Lin encountered several waves of other candidates, all of whom maintained a polite distance, refraining from deeper interactions. Perhaps due to the aftermath of that incident, their once hopeful expectations of human nature had been shattered, replaced only by a vigilant adaptation to the grim reality surrounding them. After sweeping through a street, they ventured beyond familiar territory, following the road until they arrived at the front of a building. The structure rose 5 stories high, and from the extensive glass curtain wall and surrounding display windows, it appeared to be a shopping mall. However, the glass facade facing Jun Lin and his companions was now shattered, leaving only a few intact shards, rendering the entire edifice reminiscent of a toothless elderly woman, riddled with gaping holes. Hanging from the top floor were a series of corpses, 4-level corpse dogs, 5-level wraiths, 6-level ghost spiders, alongside human remains. This suggested the potential presence of fantastical creatures within. Yi Qingxian muttered, to display the bodies so brazenly is quite audacious. Jun Lin replied, have you ever raised a dog? Puppies tend to bark more than larger dogs. Some timid pups, upon seeing a bigger dog, will bark frantically and even attempt to lunge forward. Their fierce demeanor masks their true fear. Yi Qingxian retorted, all I know is that there are 6-level entities among those hanging corpses. Jun Lin continued, which implies that their strength may be limited to this level. Yi Qingxian shrugged, well, you're the leader, your word is law. Let us proceed. As Jun Lin stepped into the mall, he remarked, since this place has been claimed, there ought to be more resources here. Perhaps we might find some delectable food. Yi Qingxian's eyes sparkled, although they had scavenged a fair amount of food from refuse. The taste had left much to be desired. With renewed determination, she strode confidently into the building. Observing her vigorous gait and assured silhouette, Jun Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Food grants us courage, amen. Creak. The sound of their footsteps crunching on thick glass shards echoed unpleasantly. Jun Lin cautiously led the way, his gaze sweeping over the disarray. The first floor of the mall resembled a battlefield, strewn with shards of glass, toppled counters, and scattered merchandise, primarily cosmetics, jewelry, watches, jade artifacts, and handbags. These once coveted items of the old world lay silently on the ground, accumulating a thick layer of dust, forgotten by all. As they pressed onward, they reached the second floor, designated as the supermarket. This area had always been a prime target for looting, and now it stood nearly bare. The third floor housed the clothing section, similarly dilapidated. Though a few scattered garments remained, there are actually clothes, Yi Qingxian exclaimed in an excited whisper. Having spent an extended period in the Forsaken City, I have yet to discover suitable replacement garments. Coupled with the relentless battles, even the so-called self-repairing attire provided by the system has become tattered and filthy. In the old world, one might liken my appearance to that of a beggar, Yi Qingxian exclaimed with delight as she rushed forward. Tossing several pieces of men's clothing to Jun Lin, shall we find a place to change now? One at a time, you go first, and I shall keep watch. Don't forget, there are still fantastical creatures unaccounted for in this building. With a playful grin, Yi Qingxian replied, there is no need for that. Jun Lin paused momentarily, only to witness Yi Qingxian's form gradually fading away, vanishing entirely, leaving only the tattered garments suspended in midair. An invisible hand pulled them from her body and cast them to the ground, while new clothing began to float upwards, eager to envelop the unseen figure. Observing the spectacle, Jun Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was indeed a clever idea, though Yi Qingxian had evidently made an oversight by neglecting to conceal the garments as well. Thus, Jun Lin beheld a delicate white lace panty slowly ascending, settling into the space just below the waist, with a slight bulge forming in front, where a shadowy shape could be discerned. Following that, a pink bra floated into view, its straps trailing gracefully behind, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Jun Lin turned his gaze about, feigning vigilance while allowing his peripheral vision to continue its silent admiration. A C-cup, not bad at all. Jun Lin was not one to favor size alone. He believed that suitability was of paramount importance. When Yi Qingxian reappeared before Jun Lin, she was clad in a form-fitting blue jacket and denim trousers, exuding a vibrant and spirited aura. How do I look? She inquired. Quite well, neat and sharp. Jun Lin responded. Your turn. Yi Qingxian gestured towards a small door that appeared to lead to a refuse area. Remember to switch the gem buttons as well. Understood. Jun Lin replied as he selected a few items and headed toward the refuse room. After a moment's contemplation, he halted, turned back, and remarked, I think while white and pink are appealing, black is rather alluring and easier to blend into the surroundings. Yi Qingxian, realizing her oversight, tossed a piece of clothing at Jun Lin, exclaiming, You rascal. Jun Lin deftly sidestepped and laughed as he entered the room. I'll give you a proper lesson when you emerge, Yi Qingxian retorted, crossing her arms. Oh please, it was merely a few undergarments. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Stay alert. Inside the refuse room, as Jun Lin changed, he noted, I understand. Yi Qingxian surveyed her surroundings and suddenly felt an unsettling quietness enveloping the space, causing an inexplicable flutter of anxiety within her. Biting her lip, she urged, You'd best hurry. I have a lingering sense that something is amiss here. The two lapsed into silence, the soft rustle of clothing being changed the only sound in the air. Moments later, Jun Lin emerged, donned in a stylish trench coat over a blue shirt, complemented by a rather flamboyant tie, exuding an air of dashing charm. Approaching Yi Qingxian, he inquired, Is everything all right? Yi Qingxian softly replied, I can't shake the feeling that something is watching us. Jun Lin gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, Do not worry, I will protect you. The fourth floor of the mall housed the dining, sports equipment, and sanitary supplies sections, which had become a hotspot for looting. After countless raids, it had deteriorated to the point where not a single spoon could be found. However, in the sanitary supplies area, they had struck gold, with boxes of shampoo, laundry detergent, and soap piled haphazardly on the floor. How splendid! Yi Qingxian exclaimed, eagerly stuffing shampoo and soap into her bag. At last, I can take a decent bath. Look at this. Jun Lin paused as they turned a corner. Yi Qingxian approached and exclaimed, Wow, you've hit the jackpot. Ahead, the sports equipment section was cluttered with various fitness gear, including treadmills, dumbbells, weight plates, arm strengtheners, and exercise bikes, all strewn about chaotically. Yi Qingxian was correct. Every item here could be transformed into a weapon by Jun Lin, proving exceedingly useful. If only there were a bow, Jun Lin mused. In the realm of battle dimensions, individuals possessing dimensional law abilities are classified into 6 categories: the brutal, the immortal, the controller, the transcendent, the divine punisher, and the counterattacker, collectively known as the 6 holy jobs. If categorized like a game, the brutal and immortal correspond to melee warriors, with the former focusing on offense and the latter on defense. The controller and transcendent are akin to mages, the former mastering elements and the latter focusing on life. The Divine Punisher and Counterattacker represent archers and assassins. However, these classifications are merely conceptual. There are no absolute barriers. A brutal could wield elemental powers if they so desired, albeit with reduced effectiveness due to a lack of supportive enhancements. Typically, those in the 6 holy jobs also learn some planar abilities. For instance, controllers may acquire planar magic, while brutals can learn abilities akin to fighting spirit to bolster their own strength. Yi Qingxian's development trajectory could lead her to become either a Divine Punisher or a counterattacker. She crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Your abilities are far superior, with such broad applicability. Does that mean my wife's abilities are always the best? Jun Lin teased. He envied the ability to become invisible, but realized, considering Yi Qingxian's awakening method, he likely had no hope of achieving it himself. Indeed, Yi Qingxian replied, giving him an exasperated glare. The 5th floor of the mall was designated as an entertainment center for children, along with a furniture and art exhibition area. The entertainment center had been reduced to ruins, a grim testament to a fierce battle, littered with broken debris. Passing through the entertainment area, they entered the art exhibition section. This space might be the mall's most well-preserved area, with paintings hanging on the walls and sculptures displayed, almost untouched by the chaos. To the survivors, these items held no value. Yet, casting aside practical considerations and appreciating the aesthetic, this area was arguably the cleanest and most orderly in the entire mall. The floor was nearly devoid of litter, and the artwork was quite pleasing to the eye. Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian strolled through the exhibition hall, taking in the sights. Suddenly, Yi Qingxian halted, her gaze drawn to a painting not far away, a depiction of a snow-laden broken bridge. What is it? Jun Lin inquired. It's nothing. Just a wave of emotions, Yi Qingxian replied with a bitter smile. Jun Lin then recalled that Yi Qingxian hailed from Linen, and the broken bridge in the painting was indeed one of the 10 scenic spots of West Lake. What a pity. Perhaps I shall only see my homeland within the confines of a painting for the rest of my life, Yi Qingxian murmured. She approached and carefully tucked the painting away. Don't be so melancholic. You might yet return, Jun Lin remarked with a shrug. Each individual was entitled to pose a question to Nikolai, yet none ventured to inquire about the possibility of returning. Everyone opted for the most pragmatic considerations, framing their questions from the perspective of survival. Consequently, upon emerging, they discovered their inquiries were largely similar, rendering any exchange of information rather futile. At that moment, Jun Lin stood beside a statue of Venus, caressing the sculpture's breast. It's remarkably lifelike, he commented. You're right, Yi Qingxian chuckled, ready to move forward when her foot inadvertently kicked something. Looking down, she exclaimed, it's a music box. She prodded the music box with a spear, observing no reaction before picking it up. With a gentle press, a dancing doll emerged from within, accompanied by a melodious tune. It's still functioning. How delightful, Yi Qingxian said. It's perfect for a keepsake. She then placed the music box into her bag. By the way, did you notice something? What? If my memory serves me right, the music box should belong to the gift section, correct? Indeed. But the gifts are on the 4th floor. Why is it here on the 5th? Who knows? Perhaps someone intended to take it, but ultimately abandoned the idea when they couldn't manage it. As they conversed, they traversed the exhibition hall. With their departure, the statue of Venus slowly turned its head. Chapter 25. The Trap, Part 2. On the 5th floor of the shopping mall, in the furniture exhibition area, Yi Qingxian threw herself onto a large bed made of white poplar. She rolled around on the resilient mattress for a moment before stating, I've searched everywhere and haven't seen anyone. Perhaps that fellow has already fled. Perhaps, Jun Lin replied, leaning against the railing and gazing downwards with a tranquil expression. Yi Qingxian frowned. I believe we should not linger here any longer. Jun Lin shook his head. Do you not perceive this as an excellent opportunity? Opportunity? What opportunity? The chance to awaken our investigative abilities, Jun Lin responded. You may not yet comprehend it, but I have a notion. I believe our awakened capabilities are intrinsically linked to our state of mind at that moment. You mean? The laws respond. Jun Lin explained. The dimensional laws themselves lack the capacity for thought. They do not discern who requires what ability. You must convey this to them, which is what we refer to as having a clear objective. To achieve this, one requires intense mental stimulation. Essentially, it is about concentrating one's will and summoning the laws. For instance, when Yi Qingxian leapt from the rooftop, her singular thought was that she must make the jump. Failing to do so would result in her demise. In that moment, the dimensional laws sensed her resolve and bestowed upon her the ability to leap. If it were Jun Lin making the jump, his thoughts might be quite the opposite. Perhaps his concern would be that if he fell, he must endure and not perish. In such a scenario, Although both are awakening abilities, Jun Lin would not gain the capability of bouncing, but might acquire the ability to survive a fall from great heights. Conversely, if it were the tattooed man whom Jun Lin had slain, his instinct during the jump would compel him to believe that as long as he stretched his arms far enough to reach the other side, he would survive. Under these circumstances, even if he were to fall to his death, he would not awaken new abilities, as he did not rely on them for salvation. He merely needed to effectively utilize his existing skills. His failure to do so was his own shortcoming, and the laws would not make exceptions for him. As time progresses, it becomes increasingly challenging for the wielders of the laws to awaken new abilities. One reason for this is that when one can solve a problem using existing abilities, regardless of the means or whether that ability meets the standards, it becomes difficult to rely on new methods. This phenomenon can be termed the exclusion effect, whereby existing abilities inherently occupy a significant position, thereby sidelining any potential new abilities. Thus, the emergence of new capabilities, apart from fragments of the laws, primarily arises through new crises and new demands. This is also the rationale behind Nikolai's prohibition on the use of system equipment. Superior equipment inherently possesses skills, and the more skills one has, the lower the probability of awakening. Conversely, inferior equipment devoid of skills can be utilized, allowing Jun Lin to wield a sword or an axe without restriction. However, if a particular fine weapon possesses exceptionally high base attributes, Nikolai would impose limits, believing it would similarly affect one's evolution. At this moment, Jun Lin spoke softly. You are aware that a certain individual may be lurking in the shadows, watching you. You will either be killed by it, or you will kill it. This is destined to be a contest of surveillance and counter-surveillance, determined by whose patience is greater and whose capabilities are superior. What could be a better opportunity than this? Why choose to flee? But what if you were to die here? Then let it be, Jun Lin replied. As of now, I have already been ambushed 3 times. The tattooed man, along with Zhang Liang from Volcano High School, and now you make it 4. In the shadows, countless eyes are watching us. We have no idea how many more such encounters we will face in the future. If we do not awaken our reconnaissance abilities, we will inevitably meet our demise. With a smile, Jun Lin continued, I am not like others. I do not seek death, nor is venturing into danger my ambition. Yet this time, I must take the risk. Why must I fight this time? Because the environment Nicholas has provided us is arguably the best evolution setting for newcomers. If we miss this opportunity, we may never find such favorable conditions again. Furthermore, I have always believed that when one is poor, they should strive for advancement, and when wealthy, they should be cautious. Currently, we are impoverished. If we do not take this chance to earn our first bucket of gold, the path ahead will be arduous. Will success guarantee a smooth journey thereafter? Jun Lin pondered Nicholas and chuckled, not necessarily, but that cannot be our reason to abandon hope. Yi Qingxian remained silent. The decision was made, whether she liked it or not. She had no choice. That night, they stayed in their current location. The night was tranquil, devoid of any sounds. Yet, as Yi Qingxian lay in bed, sleep eluded her. With her eyes closed, she tossed and turned, occasionally flipping over. Suddenly, a sound echoed nearby. Yi Qingxian quickly sat up, gripping the cursed blade in her hand, only to see Jun Lin standing a short distance away, gazing at her. Can't sleep? He inquired. Yi Qingxian's face flushed as she lowered her weapon. I'm just a bit anxious, feeling as though I might be ambushed. Jun Lin chuckled. I was just using the restroom. With all that fidgeting, any potential ambushers would be scared off by you. Yi Qingxian huffed in annoyance and lay back down, still clutching her blade, as if that alone could grant her peace of mind. Lying in bed, her bright eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Suddenly, she spoke. Jun Lin. Jun Lin replied, having returned to his bed. Why are you not afraid of death? A brief silence followed. After a moment, Jun Lin's voice resonated. No one is truly unafraid of death. The issue lies in the fact that monsters and fantastical beings do not equate to death. They are akin to the wild beasts of the wilderness, possessing their own needs and fears. The more you fear them, the more ferocious they become. The less you fear them, the further you distance yourself from death. They are not harbingers of death, merely pitiful creatures in this forsaken city. Yi Qingxian remained silent for a long while before replying. It's intriguing to refer to terrifying monsters as pitiful beings. She turned to face Jun Lin and asked, could you tell me a story? Something about slaying demons and monsters. Jun Lin scratched his head. That poses quite a challenge for me. How about Journey to the West? Sounds good, Yi Qingxian murmured in response. Thus, Jun Lin began to weave his tale. However, perhaps due to the story's familiarity, Yi Qingxian felt increasingly drowsy. Her eyelids grew heavier, and despite her efforts to remain awake, she eventually succumbed to slumber. With a sudden jolt, she sat up once more, discovering a faint white light emanating from the distant window. The dawn had arrived. Yi Qingxian smacked her forehead in realization. She had dozed off. Jun Lin approached with a basin in hand, remarking, "It seems I truly possess the ability to hypnotize. The moment I began my tale, you fell asleep. Did I not awaken your inherent powers?" Yi Qingxian shot him a sidelong glance. "Like hypnotism, perhaps?" Jun Lin shrugged. "I utilized the absolute truth 18 times last night, yet not once did it succeed. Perhaps the stimulation was insufficient." They exchanged glances and shared a laugh. Yi Qingxian then rose and said, "Well, it appears nothing transpired last night. Perhaps that individual truly is no longer here. Shouldn't that be a positive development for you?" She walked to the window and gazed outside. The world beyond was tranquil, save for a few corpses hanging from the building. Nothing more. For reasons unknown. Yi Qingxian sensed something amiss, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Pondering this, she casually remarked, "For me, having a monster appear last night to attack and injure you, only for me to intervene and slay it, thereby saving you from its jaws and providing you with a vivid lesson on the perils of playing with fire. That constitutes a good thing." Jun Lin observed her mildly reproachful expression and chuckled. "The restroom on the right is still usable. Go wash up, change your clothes, and then we shall hunt. Since there are no monsters within the building, we must venture out. The eternal fate of candidates remains either to kill or be killed." "Understood." Yi Qingxian picked up the basin along with the facial cleanser and a mask she had found the previous day, proceeding directly to the restroom. "You still use that?" Jun Lin inquired, taken aback. "Meticulous skincare is a virtue for every woman," Yi Qingxian replied. "Then I suggest you wear that mask into battle." "Why?" "Because when women don such things, they resemble corpses, perhaps even scaring the monsters away," Jun Lin jested. "Corpses?" At the washstand, as Yi Qingxian splashed water on her face. She suddenly halted, as if struck by a realization. She dashed out of the restroom, racing back to the window where she had stood earlier. Her expression shifted to one of grave concern. "What is it?" Jun Lin approached, inquiring as she burst forth. Yi Qingxian stared out the window, slowly raising her hand to point outside. "Those corpses. There is one more." A new corpse dangled from the building, a ghoul, swaying in the wind, as if mocking the humans who believed themselves safe. This particular ghoul had not been present the previous day. Jun Lin fixed his gaze on the corpse for a moment. It appears he cannot bear solitude. Grasping his battle axe, Jun Lin ascended the stairs. Footsteps echoed in the vast hall, producing a low, muffled reverberation. The handle of the battle axe rotated in his grip, and Jun Lin's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept through every corner. He searched repeatedly from the 5th floor to the 1st and back again, yet not a specter was found. Yi Qingxian could not help but suggest, "Perhaps he truly isn't here?" "He certainly is," Jun Lin replied. "He might be watching us." This statement sent a chill down Yi Qingxian's spine. She glanced around, questioning, "Can he also turn invisible?" "Perhaps," Jun Lin mused, his gaze landing on a treadmill not far away, an alertness rising within him. He shouted, "Get down." Jun Lin swiftly turned, pushing Yi Qingxian to the ground. Boom. The treadmill exploded, scattering countless components, springs and screws, throughout the space like a tempest. Lying on the floor, Yi Qingxian heard the wind above her roar like a tsunami, accompanied by Jun Lin's pained groan. "Jun Lin," she cried out. Yet, Jun Lin merely pressed her head down, preventing her from rising. When the storm subsided, his grip gradually loosened. Yi Qingxian lifted her head to witness a scene resembling the aftermath of a machine gun barrage. The surroundings in utter disarray. An abundance of screws, copper sheets, and iron bars had battered the walls, leaving them pockmarked. Some powerful components had even penetrated the thick, 30-centimeter wall, exposing the rebar and concrete within. Yi Qingxian was taken aback by the sight. A muffled groan emerged, and Jun Lin's hand fell limply. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Qingxian grasped Jun Lin, asking, "Are you all right?" A faint smile of pain crossed Jun Lin's face as he replied, "I suspect my new clothes are utterly ruined." Yi Qingxian turned him around, and the sight that met her eyes left her in shock. Jun Lin's back was riddled with debris from the treadmill, blood staining his entire back crimson. "Heavens, you've become a beehive," Yi Qingxian exclaimed, attempting to staunch his bleeding. At that moment, a distant point of light flickered. "Be careful," Jun Lin warned. Yi Qingxian ducked just in time as a beam of light grazed her scalp, striking the wall nearby and sending dust spiraling into the air. Before she could react, Yi Qingxian yanked Jun Lin aside, just as a loud explosion erupted where he had just stood, sending up a cloud of smoke. "Yes, over there," Jun Lin shouted, indicating a distant corner where the attack had originated. Yi Qingxian raised her hand, but found nothing. Yet the next moment, a flying knife suddenly appeared, darting towards the obscured shadow. A sharp, piercing shriek filled the air. Swish, 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 a flurry of gray streaks rushed toward them. Yi Qingxian had no time to evade. Gritting her teeth, she threw herself onto Jun Lin, as 3 stone spikes pierced her legs and arms, drawing forth a spray of crimson. Get away, Jun Lin yelled. I will not abandon you. Yi Qingxian shouted back defiantly. She pressed down on Jun Lin's body with her left hand and with a swift motion of her right, sent forth another flying dagger. However, this time the assailant lurking in the shadows had evidently learned caution. The dagger materialized with a suddenness that pierced the air, embedding itself in the wall, leaving only the tip trembling slightly. Nonetheless, this strike momentarily halted the onslaught from the darkness. Yi Qingxian quickly pulled Jun Lin behind a pillar and urged, "Quick, activate the gem." "No," Jun Lin replied. "I am too severely injured. I can feel those things lodged within me, hindering my recovery. You must extract them. If you activate the gem, you won't be able to heal my wounds. But that fiend won't grant me the opportunity." Yi Qingxian retorted through clenched teeth. "I'll handle it." Jun Lin grimaced. "My hands can still move. I can occasionally play the role of the celestial punisher." "Understood." Yi Qingxian replied irritably. "What a madman." She reached with her left hand to explore Jun Lin's back, retrieving a spring and gently lifting it, exposing a gaping wound that bled profusely, resembling the jagged mouth of an infant. With a swift motion, Yi Qingxian discarded the spring. Jun Lin caught it in midair. Another stone spike shot forth from the shadows, striking the pillar and sparking a flurry of sparks. Simultaneously, Jun Lin raised his hand, and the spring emitted a burst of light as it launched toward the wall, rebounding and eliciting a piercing wail from the darkness. However, the sound was not human. It bore the essence of some monstrous entity. "It is right there," Jun Lin murmured, while Yi Qingxian's left hand reached again, causing another fountain of blood to erupt from his back, as a small screw ejected from his body, rolling to a stop before Jun Lin. With a deft flick of his fingers, the screw glimmered momentarily before silently launching away, landing like a nail on the ground. The next moment, a chilling scream echoed, clearly a cry from the adversary stepping upon the nail. The enemy had evidently not anticipated such fierce resistance from an already gravely wounded opponent, compelling them to exercise caution. Behind the pillar and around the corner, it was as if 2 gunmen were engaged in a fierce exchange, the stone spikes relentlessly striking the column while the components from Jun Lin's body flew out one by one. "Damn, what kind of creature is that? It doesn't seem human," Jun Lin remarked. "Nikolai never mentioned that fantasy creatures are all human," he added. "There are countless fantasy beings. Humans can traverse realms, and monsters can certainly do the same. It appears this entity is not human. I can't see it." Yi Qingxian exclaimed in a flurry. "It might be invisible." "Not likely," Jun Lin replied loudly. "If it were invisible, it wouldn't be hiding in the shadows. It would attack from various angles." "Ow, be gentle. My apologies," Yi Qingxian called back. She continued to extract parts one after another, blood flowing incessantly as if it would never cease. If Jun Lin had a life bar at that moment, it would indicate a gradual decline in his vitality. Initially, the descent was swift, but as Yi Qingxian removed the debris from Jun Lin's wounds, the pace of life's ebb gradually slowed. Nonetheless, the threshold between life and death loomed ever closer. Fortunately, the activation began to take effect. Had it not been for the remarkable enhancement in his recovery rate brought forth by this activation, he may have succumbed midway through the operation. More fortuitously, Yi Qingxian was oblivious to any life indicators, rendering her unaware of just how perilously close Jun Lin was to the brink of death. The harrowing contest with mortality, akin to a tug of war, transpired deep within the realms of existence, unseen and uncomprehended, causing Yi Qingxian to miss the pivotal drama of life and death unfolding. She hurriedly extracted the foreign objects from his body, her lips constantly moving in conversation. "Here's the 12th item, a nut, which was quite well hidden. Yet I have found it. Consider yourself fortunate, for I possess the eyes of a celestial judge." The 23rd item, a metal rod, grazed his heart perilously close, nearly piercing through. Had it veered just slightly, it would have been fatal. "Hold on, Jun Lin, you will be all right." The 25th item, a shard of liquid crystal, was lodged in his spine. Removing it could inflict immense pain, perhaps even lead to immediate death. "Are you certain you wish to extract it? Stay awake, respond to me. I am speaking to you indeed. There is no other choice but to trust in your vitality. I hope your constitution is as formidable as you claim. What is the matter with your absolute truth? Why does it fail to manifest at such a critical moment?" The 34th item, a spring, nearly lodged itself in his skull. Had that occurred, extraction would have been impossible. Once again, it was a near miss, 12 brushes with death in a single assault. What kind of luck does one need to achieve that? Your fortune is remarkable, yes. I am certain this is luck. And I shall not attribute this to Nikolai's influence. Well, I am nearly done. That wretched creature, where did it acquire such a plethora of stones? Curse it. Once I finish treating you, it shall be your turn to attend to my wounds. Yi Qingxian felt dizzy, for she had endured at least 3 attacks during the treatment. The 36th and final item was extracted with a pin, revealing a needle. Your body resembles a treasure chest, containing all manner of things, but why even a needle? At this point, Yi Qingxian's voice had noticeably lightened. As the last item was removed, and Jun Lin continued to breathe, Yi Qingxian realized he had surpassed the most perilous phase. His astonishing constitution was reclaiming him from the clutches of death, and life began to flow back into him. Concurrently, the attacks from the shadows ceased, as the adversary seemed to recognize it had missed its opportune moment and withdrew, having narrowly escaped death, regrettably, without awakening any abilities. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Jun Lin remarked, "At least my recovery ability has improved. Due to the activation, it is exceedingly difficult for Jun Lin to awaken any healing abilities under the current circumstances. However, the effect of the activation itself will slightly increase. Your absolute truth is rather dubious, as it is not intended for combat." Jun Lin let out a groan and said, "Show me the needle." Yi Qingxian presented the needle before him. It was a long needle, now broken, appearing to be of the acupuncture variety. The front portion had vanished, and the remaining part was twisted and deformed. Were it not for the needle's distinctive appearance, Yi Qingxian might not have recognized it as such. Jun Lin gazed at the needle for a while, then remarked, "There is residual energy at the break point. It was severed. Perhaps that explains why the treadmill exploded." Yi Qingxian paused, and after a moment, she replied, "Do you think it was that monster's doing? But could a mere needle cause such a violent explosion?" Jun Lin contemplated this and shook his head. If that were the case, this creature would have no need to lurk in the shadows. However, he glanced at a pile of parts that Yi Qingxian had removed and extracted a few, stating, "These also exhibit energy reactions. Are you suggesting that the treadmill was tampered with, infused with a considerable amount of energy, and that a single needle could trigger such a powerful explosion? As we have witnessed, so straightforward and effective? Clearly, our adversary possesses not only claws and teeth, but also intellect." Just as Jun Lin had previously asserted, "This is a trap. Cunning creature." Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth. "Quite normal. One cannot expect every opponent to be a fool," Jun Lin replied as he rose once more. Despite the considerable blood loss rendering his complexion pale and his legs somewhat unsteady, he nonetheless managed to stand after sustaining such grave injuries. "You are like an indomitable cockroach," Yi Qingxian exclaimed, filled with admiration. Jun Lin proceeded towards the location of the earlier monster's attack. The assault originated from a corner of the staircase, where the creature must have concealed itself, utilizing the shadows of the environment to launch a surprise attack. Standing at the staircase's entrance, Jun Lin surveyed the area. Evidence of the battle lingered, including traces of his own attacks, Yi Qingxian's flying daggers, and a plethora of debris and dust, judging by the previous attack patterns. Aside from its ability to conjure stone spikes and lay traps, the creature seemed to possess no other means of assault. Its strength is mediocre, thus, if we can locate it, victory in this confrontation will belong to us. Yi Qingxian scanned the surroundings and inquired, "The question is, where is it? Perhaps you should ask." "What it is," Jun Lin replied leisurely, picking something up from the ground. It was a flying dagger, the very one Yi Qingxian had thrown first. It was still coated with a foul-smelling, dark gray slime. This viscous substance was not easily discernible, yet with careful examination, one could spot intermittent traces of it leading upwards. Following the trail of slime, Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian cautiously ascended the stairs, with Jun Lin simultaneously devouring food in a fervent manner. Consuming sustenance serves as the most effective means of replenishing expended energy. A unique constitution enables the candidate to convert the energy derived from food with remarkable efficiency. With each morsel consumed, Jun Lin's vitality is restored incrementally. He can sense an enhancement in his recuperative abilities. The 5th floor of the shopping mall remains eerily quiet, enveloped in an unsettling stillness. They traverse the mall in unison, meticulously scrutinizing every nook and cranny. In light of the lessons learned from the treadmill explosion, Yi Qingxian exercises utmost caution, employing a bullhorn spear to probe any object before approaching it. As they continue their journey, they once again find themselves in the art exhibition hall. The viscous trail ceases here. The hall is desolate, adorned solely with paintings and sculptures, devoid of any other artifacts. It is not present here. Yi Qingxian scans the surroundings, failing to catch a glimpse of the creature or any further traces of the viscous substance. Perhaps it merely excels at concealment, Jun Lin responds. You mentioned it would not be invisible. Indeed, yet invisibility is not the sole means of hiding. Jun Lin's gaze lingers upon the adjacent Venus sculpture. As he observes the statue, his hand suddenly rises, and the blade of his axe gleams silver as it sweeps across the statue's neck. Chapter 26. The shapeshifter, the gypsum head of Venus, soared through the air, tracing an exquisite arc before crashing to the ground and shattering into countless fragments. Yi Qingxian glanced at it and murmured, "At least it is not this." With a flick of her wrist, another statue nearby was obliterated by a strike from a battle blade. In mere moments, both of them unleashed their power, reducing all the sculptures to mere rubble. Amidst the swirling dust, the two stood immobile, fully focused on the potential impending attack. Although no creature emerged, an uncanny sensation arose from the depths of their beings, leading them both to believe that a monster lurked nearby. This feeling was peculiar. It manifested in both of them simultaneously, yet felt distinctly different. Yi Qingxian sensed danger, an inexplicable sense of crisis surging within her, indicating that the hidden monster remained close at hand. Conversely, Jun Lin felt a thrill, an exhilaration akin to the anticipation of an impending battle, a primal desire for blood simmering within him. These were two entirely disparate sensations, yet both converged on the same target, triggering an inexplicable sense of threat in the creature concealed in the shadows. Nonetheless, it persevered, enduring while seeking an opportunity. This was a war of patience, a war of resilience. After a considerable pause, Jun Lin declared, "It is right here. I can feel it. It is watching us." Yi Qingxian scanned her surroundings, her impatience growing. Where on earth could this wretched creature be hiding? Yet Jun Lin's face radiated excitement. "Do not rush. Take your time. Savor the moment. Feel it. Feel it." Yi Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, have you not realized? This persistence grants us strength," Jun Lin replied slowly. "By attentively sensing, we can awaken." The flower of truth quietly began to bloom once more. Yet Jun Lin's vitality showed no signs of waning. Yi Qingxian inhaled deeply. "Yes, I can feel it. Danger is approaching. It is nearby." This last declaration she nearly shouted, yet it fortified their confidence. She began to truly grasp the significance of Jun Lin's actions. "Your confirmation makes it all the easier." Jun Lin surveyed the area, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He murmured, "No matter how clever you may be, in the end, you are merely a monster." With that, he reached into his mountaineering pack behind him, retrieving an object, a music box. Jun Lin adjusted his collar, a gesture that sent a jolt through Yi Qingxian's heart. He then gently wound the key of the music box, and a melodious tune rose from it, causing the doll atop to begin to twirl. He placed it on the ground, leaving only the sound of music resonating in the exhibition hall. Suddenly, Jun Lin raised his foot and stomped down hard on the music box. With a sharp crack, the box splintered into pieces. Yi Qingxian, momentarily taken aback and about to question Jun Lin's motives, felt her inner dread amplified dramatically. "Be careful," she cried out. The exhibition hall was suddenly filled with a piercing shriek. The shrill cry echoed like an air raid siren, piercing, sharp, and overwhelmingly immense, nearly shattering the eardrums of the two individuals. Simultaneously, a shadow surged from above, howling with a chilling intent to kill. "Roar!" Jun Lin unleashed a wild roar in response. The battle axe swung skyward, instantly unleashing a vast expanse of thunderous light. In that moment, light and darkness clashed, generating a magnificent force that illuminated the entire 5th floor of the shopping mall. Jun Lin's figure soared amidst the explosive waves of light, crashing forcefully against the wall, while the black shadow that had emerged from above was also swept back down to the ground, twisting like a mass of sludge under the stimulation of the lightning and flames, elongating and flattening in a rapid succession of shape and color changes. Were it not for the entangling lightning preventing its escape, it would have vanished in the blink of an eye. It resembled a shapeshifter from The Witcher 3. Upon first sight of the creature, Yi Qingxian finally comprehended the means by which it concealed itself. "What is The Witcher 3? Jun Lin was oblivious. "A game? You, a man, have never played it?" Yi Qingxian shot him a glance. Jun Lin retorted, "You, a woman, have played it?" Both sighed in unison. Yi Qingxian remarked, "This is a shapeshifter, though it seems to have mutated upon arriving in this world, differing from its original form. Who cares what it originally looked like?" Jun Lin snapped. "How do you know that music box is significant to it?" Yi Qingxian aimed the cursed blade at the shapeshifter. The ability to morph does not equate to invisibility. Once locked onto, it becomes impossible to deceive the eyes of the opponent through transformation. The item that should have been on the 4th floor has inexplicably appeared on the 5th. Do you not find this odd? It must be quite fond of it. Much like a child with its toy. Is that the only clue? Certainly not. Intuition is key. Intuition? Yi Qingxian could not help but roll her eyes. Are you joking? No, that is not a jest. It is a capability, Jun Lin replied nonchalantly. Yi Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping the implication. You mean you have awakened? Not yet. But I have evidently brushed against the threshold. Have you not as well? Jun Lin smiled. Indeed, Yi Qingxian returned the smile. The absolute truth, you say? She could ascertain the monster's presence precisely because she too had grazed the edge of a third ability. Perhaps, but without shortening our lives, we primarily rely on ourselves. Jun Lin responded, brushing off the dust from his attire. Thanks to the activation of the Eblin Guardian, he had sustained no harm. Gazing at the creature, he declared, Buddy, the real show is just beginning. Hiss. The shapeshifter roared in fury. Its form skyrocketed, instantaneously launching countless clumps of mud. These clumps rapidly coalesced in the air, transforming into sharp stone spikes. Be careful. Yi Qingxian brandished the cursed blade to block. I do not need to be cautious of this. Jun Lin charged forward, braving the onslaught of stone spikes that struck him, yet faltered just half an inch from his skin, shattering into a fine powder. His figure surged towards the deformed creature, and with a swift motion, his battle axe cleaved through the air, leaving a long trail of shimmering light upon the creature's body. Amidst the flurry of light, a mass of viscous liquid erupted forth, eliciting a piercing shriek of agony from the swamp monster. However, in the next instant, the wound rapidly healed. With a furious hiss, it roared in rage. Yi Qingxian's blade pierced into the creature's sludge-like form, drawing forth a stream of dark, viscous fluid. Yet, a force seized her weapon, and she realized she could not withdraw it. Simultaneously, a torrent of muck began to creep along the blade, advancing toward her. Let go, Jun Lin shouted. Yi Qingxian relinquished her sword, which the mud creature promptly devoured. My sword, she cried out. Even a weapon of glory was not invincible. It had been countered by this abomination. Jun Lin reassured her, do not fret, we can retrieve it once we vanquish it. This creature possesses a third ability to corrode and consume others. Do not let it ensnare you. The notion of retrieval eased Yi Qingxian's tension. Time was of the essence, for prolonged exposure might lead to corrosion. With a deafening roar, the deformed creature's body swelled, emitting an unprecedented sound, as a tentacle morphed into a blade-like edge reminiscent of a cursed dagger. This beast could integrate the weapons it consumed into its very being, utilizing them to its advantage. What an intriguing creature, Jun Lin mused, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. It must harbor something extraordinary to justify its existence. The creature continued to bellow, its voice growing ever louder, its power escalating to its zenith. While its sludge-like form rendered its defenses mediocre, its regenerative abilities were formidable. No attack could inflict fatal damage upon it. When necessary, its very body served as its most effective weapon, and the tentacles enhanced by the cursed dagger became increasingly potent. In that moment, it charged forward like a tidal wave of muck towards Jun Lin. As it approached, Jun Lin produced an item, a finger bone from a black skeleton. Gazing at the creature, he declared, I know what you fear. With a flick of his fingers, the bone shot into the creature's body. Its viscous form could not impede the bone's entry. In the next heartbeat, a tremendous explosion erupted from within it, sending splatters of mud flying. The creature let out a deep, thunderous roar, its cries morphing into something entirely different. The grievous wound contorted its form, causing it to twist and change into countless shapes in an instant. Observing this, Yi Qingxian ceased her assault, aware that Jun Lin had uncovered the method to subdue this foe. When the right approach is identified, all becomes remarkably simple. I must ask, how did you discern the method to confront it? She inquired. Jun Lin replied, it is evident that we excel in seeking answers. The distinction lies in your focus on defense, while I concentrate on offense. Yi Qingxian paused, realizing this was the perfect description of the new abilities they were about to develop. Amidst the cacophony of sound, several phalanges pierced through its form, erupting in a dramatic explosion. Within the anguished roar, an abundance of sludge was shattered, swirling chaotically. The grotesque creature continued to morph, yet it appeared to be engaged in a futile struggle, devoid of any chance for resurgence. I never anticipated it could assume such a multitude of forms. Yi Qingxian marveled, reminiscent of the T-1000 from Terminator. Indeed, Jun Lin murmured, if only it understood English, it would be even better. Why? Yi Qingxian inquired, taken aback. That way, it could transform into an Zat one moment and Abe next. An astonishing scene unfolded before Jun Lin's eyes. The sludge writhed and, astonishingly, morphed into the very characters he had mentioned. The capital letters Azam materialized before them. Jun Lin stood momentarily stunned, suddenly grasping the implications. Absolute truth had once again manifested its power. Damn! Jun Lin exclaimed, relieved that this time, it had not cost him any lifespan. Chapter 27. The newcomer. Upon vanquishing a fantastical creature, they secured 400 points, which were to be distributed evenly among the participants. The system's enhancement announcement resonated in the air. Upon hearing this news, both individuals exhaled a sigh of relief. The system appeared as a silent witness, indifferent to the unfolding events. Regrettably, it did not notify them of every target. In addition to points, there was another gain: crystals. Compared to the crystalline remnants of the venomous corpses, the crystals from the shape-shifting monsters were notably more pristine. Yi Qingxian inquired of Jun Lin, "What utility does this possess?" "It can be utilized to restore energy. When we employ our abilities governed by the laws, we expend energy, which can be simply understood as mana. Thus, it is akin to a blue potion? One could say that, though it requires processing first. The crystal core harbors a substantial amount of negative energy. Direct absorption would lead to the infiltration of this malevolent energy into the body, resulting in various perilous consequences. Only after purification can it be assimilated. Then it is practically useless, for they will not refine it. Not necessarily. At the very least, it possesses a straightforward and quite practical application." Suddenly, Jun Lin cast a mysterious smile at her and, in an unexpected motion, tossed the crystal core into the air. As it descended, it landed directly in his mouth. With a forceful bite, he shattered the core, subsequently expelling the fragments. He deposited the crystalline remnants in his palm, where they glimmered with tiny specks of light, twinkling like fireflies in the night, swirling around Jun Lin's entire being. Then, without warning, Jun Lin's complexion turned a ghastly white, and he let out a muffled groan as he collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. "Jun Lin, what ails you?" Yi Qingxian exclaimed in alarm, supporting him. "The negative energy from the crystal core is infiltrating my body, corroding both my physique and will," Jun Lin replied with great difficulty. "But you expelled it all, did you not? There will always be a trace. Do not be concerned. The quantity is minimal and not fatal. It will only induce some pain and leave me weakened for a time." "Why would you undertake such a risk?" Yi Qingxian questioned, perplexed. Jun Lin explained, "When individuals are in prolonged contact with a substance that is toxic, their bodies naturally begin to produce antibodies in response to its influence. A similar phenomenon occurs with energetic reactions, under continuous energy erosion. Those wielding abilities governed by the laws will gradually evolve antibodies. This is known as energy resistance. Energy resistance is a crucial form of resilience, diminishing the impact of most energy attacks. In simpler terms, it is akin to magical resistance at a transdimensional level. This is currently recognized as the most straightforward and effective method to enhance magical resistance." As he spoke, he raised the fragmented crystal core in his hand. The core had been reduced to countless pieces of varying sizes, while Jun Lin now endured the negative energy released during its shattering, not a vast amount, but sufficient to afflict him for a considerable duration. Yi Qingxian observed Jun Lin for a long moment before finally stating, "But this implies you will remain in a weakened state for an extended period, does it not?" Indeed, Jun Lin did not deny the truth. There is no need for concern, as candidates must undergo trials of life and death to achieve growth. Thus, it is not the strength of our adversaries that determines our development, but rather the intensity of the battles themselves. To a certain extent, weakening oneself can indeed be a beneficial method of cultivation. "Indeed," Yi Qingxian murmured. "You are merely harboring the idea of having me protect you." Jun Lin smiled faintly. "Not every crystal core can be utilized to enhance energy resistance. It is purely a fundamental requirement. The crystal core in Jun Lin's possession, obtained from a shapeshifter, possesses a high purity of energy, making it suitable for augmenting magical resistance. In contrast, an ordinary crystal core would demand a greater cost, potentially resulting in more harm than good. As for the cores provided by the toxic corpses, they are even more perilous, likely leading to one's demise. It is precisely due to the rarity of such exquisite items that Jun Lin decisively chose to temper the recklessness of novices, which is often unavoidable. Today marked the routine patrol of the streets. As they proceeded, a distant howling echoed, the unmistakable sound of a wolf pack. The decayed wolves roamed the abandoned city like phantoms, typically moving in small groups of 3 to 5, rarely forming larger gatherings unless lured by a grander target. The sound emanated from not far off. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously advanced toward the source of the noise. Upon traversing the lengthy street, they arrived at the location of the sound, where, under the dim light, they beheld a gathering of individuals occupying an open space. There were more than a dozen people, armed with various weapons, forming a perimeter, while several women stood in the center, and outside the crowd loomed over 10 decayed wolves. These were candidates. At that moment, the wolf pack encircled the group, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light as they took turns charging at the crowd. The individuals fought desperately against the onslaught of the decayed wolves, yet the situation appeared grim. Suddenly, one of the wolves leaped several meters into the air, crashing into the throng and inciting chaos, accompanied by cries of despair. A burly man turned and swung his blade repeatedly, slaying the wolf. However, this act left a gap in his defense, through which another decayed wolf seized the opportunity to attack from behind. A band of novices, Jun Lin muttered to himself. This was the most inexperienced group of candidates he had encountered thus far, yet their lack of skill seemed to foster a sense of unity among them. Unity is the strength of the weak. They banded together out of their frailty, and in their unity, they remained weak. The group before him exemplified this notion. They were significantly lacking in power, with many yet to awaken their abilities, relying solely on their numbers. Leading them was a bearded man, brandishing a crude blade with fervor, calling out to rally his companions. Take them down. Slay them all. Do not fear, we can survive. However, his rallying cries did little to uplift his comrades, instead attracting even more decayed wolves. Yi Qingxian glanced at Jun Lin, who understood her intent. I shall go. You stay here and ensure they do not notice, he instructed. Yi Qingxian nodded in agreement. Only then did Jun Lin step forth from the shadows, his pace leisurely, akin to a stroll through the streets. Indifferent to the splattering blood and the throngs of wolf-like creatures, his demeanor calm and composed. Look, a young man was the first to spot Jun Lin's figure. Don't come closer. Can't you see the wolf pack? Hurry and save us. Be careful. Amidst the throng, disparate shouts erupted simultaneously, some urged him to depart. Others implored for salvation, while a few cautioned him to be wary, and there were those who remained silent, merely observing. At that moment, the spectrum of human nature unveiled itself, and Jun Lin absorbed the myriad reactions around him. A decaying wolf was the first to sense Jun Lin's approach. It pivoted, regarding him with a gaping maw from which oozed a foul, viscous substance. Then, it lunged violently towards him. Jun Lin unsheathed his battle axe. With a swift motion, a flash of white light streaked through the air. The corrupted wolf traced an elegant arc as it soared overhead, crashing to the ground. Only then did the sound of a gruesome rupture echo, for Jun Lin had cleaved its belly wide open. 0-1, Jun Lin muttered to himself. Even in a state of slight weakness, slaying a level 3 corrupted wolf yielded a mere 0-1 points. 2 more corrupted wolves charged forth. With a few deft swings of his axe, for wolf carcasses lay severed upon the ground. As he treaded upon the bloodied terrain, Jun Lin's steps remained resolute, leaving the beleaguered onlookers in a state of shock. Initially, there was a heavy stillness, disbelief painted on their faces, followed by an eruption of exhilarated cheers, only to be eclipsed once more by a chilling silence and desperate combat. None had arrived in the forsaken city unprepared. They were acutely aware of the terrors that lurked within this world and understood the perilous dynamics among the contenders. The man wielding the formidable axe dispatched the corrupted wolves as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, suggesting that their demise was equally uncomplicated. He advanced without uttering a word, devoid of any friendly salutation. It was uncertain whether he came as a savior or as an executioner, intent on obliterating both the wolves in them. Jun Lin continued his unhurried march. The number of wolves lunging at him swelled to 7. He casually tossed a few freshly acquired claws of the ghostly ghoul, swiftly dispatching his foes, not out of fear of being bitten, but rather to preserve his attire, for he cherished this Jack Jones trench coat. Once he had eliminated the 7 wolves, the remaining pack finally retreated. Jun Lin positioned himself before the crowd. Still, he remained silent, his expression devoid of any semblance of a smile, his gaze cold and penetrating. This undoubtedly instilled a sense of tension among the onlookers, who dared not utter a word, uncertain whether the newcomer was there to rescue them or to bring about their demise. Blood pooled on the ground, forming a crimson rivulet. His boots marked the blood-stained earth, leaving behind vivid impressions. There he stood, amidst the sanguine expanse, scrutinizing each individual. 14 remained alive, 2 gravely injured, the rest with minor wounds, while 6 corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Who is the leader? He inquired. The bearded man who had shouted earlier replied cautiously, I am. He regarded Jun Lin warily, tightening his grip on his knife, though he understood that this gesture might offer little protection against the fearsome figure before him. It at least provided a modicum of comfort. Jun Lin pressed on. How many were there originally? The bearded man pondered the question, a grimace surfacing on his face. Many, about 40 or 50, and now only this many remain. 40 or 50, Jun Lin reflected. Such a large assembly seldom appears in the Forsaken City. We have come together. From the same building. The bearded man stammered. The entire building just swept in all at once, along with its inhabitants. A new building has arrived? Nikolai, you truly are remarkable. You've moved both people and structure this time. When did this occur? 3 days ago. Jun Lin gazed up at the sky and asked, Nikolai, shouldn't you have sent them to another plane? Or perhaps waited until we departed before bringing them over? Nikolai replied, under normal circumstances, that would be the case. However, the number of lower-tier planes suitable for newcomers is rather limited. I perceive the potential for you all to connect with this plane. So I had no choice but to bring another batch over, striving to maximize the utility of this realm. Am I, then, the cause of their misfortune? Jun Lin was at a loss for words. He shook his head. That contradicts the rules. I am the rule, Nikolai retorted. Perhaps feeling it was somewhat unjust for this new group, Nikolai continued. Thus, I relocated the entire building for them. They are neighbors, familiar with one another, enabling mutual support at the outset. With the presence of a building, they will also have access to greater initial resources. But this also renders them weaker. Development arises from conflict. There is nothing more terrifying than a shameless deity who dares to discuss philosophy. Jun Lin narrowed his eyes, choosing to ignore Nikolai and turn to the bearded man, asking, where is the building? The bearded man pointed behind him and replied, over there. But there is no food left inside. I do not require food. Jun Lin followed the direction indicated by the bearded man. The residential building stood at the junction of the outskirts and the central area, with the exit located on the periphery. Clearly, the bearded man and his group had taken a wrong turn, and after exiting, they had inadvertently walked towards the rear of the building, leading them directly into the central area. You have gone the wrong way, Jun Lin sighed. I know, we only realized later, but now we cannot return. The bearded man cried out in despair, and a wave of sobs spread through the crowd. Cutting through the cries was Jun Lin's cold voice. If you continue to weep, I shall be compelled to slay you. The weeping ceased. This is the advantage of being ruthless. Had he not been sufficiently cold, those people would likely have clung to his legs in tears, and his words would have held no weight. Jun Lin shifted his axe, a motion that sent shivers through the crowd. He then spoke. Nikolai, could you allow them to return to the periphery? You ought to grant them a chance. It is far too difficult for them to develop here. Are you making a request of me? I suppose so. After all, they are the newcomers. Surely, you wouldn't let them perish needlessly? Very well, but you must agree to one condition. Suddenly, Jun Lin began to understand. You are waiting for me here, aren't you? He felt that Nikolai's assertion about not wasting the plane's value might not be the true reason, but rather that he was utilizing this group to demand something from him. Is it a difficult task? He inquired. People instinctively gravitate towards benefit and away from harm. Even the seeds I have high hopes for are no exception. I do not wish to coerce you. Excessive pressure may lead one to extreme measures. Thus, you have orchestrated this scheme. Do you believe that threatening me with their lives will prove effective? It will not, yet perhaps adding some bait might suffice. Jun Lin, puzzled, inquired. Why not simply issue a seemingly straightforward task? In ignorance of danger, we would be unable to evade it. Courage is the essence of all. True valor lies in the willingness to confront the formidable. Strength devoid of courage is utterly meaningless. So, you desire our voluntary compliance while lamenting our lack of initiative? Indeed. Jun Lin raised his hands in exasperation. I have been quite proactive, even stepping into the trap of that grotesque creature with full knowledge of its peril. How could one easily appease a deity's desires? Nikolai remarked. This time, the difficulty is moderate. Jun Lin narrowed his eyes. In that case, I might consider it. Nikolai affirmed. Then it is settled. With that, he ceased further dialogue. Jun Lin turned to the bearded men. Did you all hear that? The bearded men nodded in astonishment. Jun Lin continued. You may return to the periphery now, but do not blame me for failing to warn you. Do not presume that safety awaits you there. In this world, strength is the foundation of survival. Cease relying on anyone else. Here, sparing your lives is the greatest mercy. Jun Lin conveyed the crucial nature of survival in this desolate urban landscape with as much coldness as he could muster. He spoke deliberately, choosing the most succinct words. No questions, no interruptions. They were to listen in silence. For he understood that the moment he displayed even a hint of weakness or willingness to negotiate, they would cling to him fervently. They would beseech him with tears, snot, pleas, and even blood to compel him to aid them. There would be no escape. In that moment, one would find that the only choices left are to either shelter them or to annihilate them. Jun Lin wished to do neither. There were simply too many of them, One could care for a few, yet it is exceedingly difficult to tend to a multitude. He was not capable of such a feat, at least not at this moment. Thus, he maintained a stern countenance, conveying the harsh truth in the coldest manner possible. This was the greatest assistance he could offer them, for it would allow them to better grasp the grim reality of their world. After delivering his message, he cast one final glance at them before turning to depart. "Please wait," the bearded man called out. Jun Lin halted, turning back with a gaze as frigid as ice. The bearded man trembled slightly, but ultimately spoke. "We have two severely injured individuals here. I do not ask for your help for us, but I implore you to assist them." He gestured towards the wounded on the ground, utterly unsure of how to proceed given their grave injuries. Jun Lin glanced at the two and stated, "They are on the brink of death. How can they be saved?" "Endure," Jun Lin replied. "If they can hold on, they may yet unlock some form of regenerative ability. And if they cannot endure, then they shall perish," Jun Lin answered. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he spoke in a languid tone. "This is the city of abandonment, a battleground of sins, and you are the candidates to either evolve or perish." Chapter 28. The apartment building. Returning to the intersection of the central and peripheral areas, the apartment building mentioned by the bearded man stood at the end of the street. The street was not particularly long, and from this side, Jun Lin could already faintly discern the outline of the building. It was an old-style apartment complex, only 6 stories high, equipped with an electronic security door at the entrance, though the lock had long since failed, leaving the door ajar. Upon entering, one could observe a layout of 4 households per floor, with a small courtyard in the center. Perhaps due to their hasty departure, some residents had left their doors open, allowing Jun Lin to step inside and witness the disarray of scattered belongings. As anticipated, this newly traversed building had yet to undergo the thorough search by candidates and natives, resulting in a wealth of various supplies. Those who fled believed they had taken everything they could carry, but only the elderly knew how extravagant these newcomers could be. Soy sauce, vinegar, salt, monosodium glutamate, and sugar. Yi Qingxian excitedly packed these luxuries into her bag, having gone far too long without the taste of seasonings. Initially, Jun Lin had discovered cooking utensils at a hotel, but all the condiments had either been taken or spoiled, and the same was true in the marketplace. In one of the rooms, Yi Qingxian set her sights on a quilt and mattress, both old yet relatively clean. Jun Lin was drawn to a lounge chair and a portable wire bed. "We've struck gold," Yi Qingxian laughed. "This is merely one household," Jun Lin replied. "Indeed, just one household. There are a total of 24 families in this building, 24 households untouched by other survivors." Excitement filled their hearts as they began to explore each room. As anticipated, due to the hurried exit and limited carrying capacity, they had left behind a plethora of items. The abundance of quilts dazzled Yi Qingxian, with several still brand new. The supply of seasonings also greatly increased. Yi Qingxian even discovered a few bottles of Laogan Ma, which thrilled her immensely. By the time they reached the 4th floor, their bags held dozens of bottles of condiments, over 20 scissors of various sizes, more than 10 kitchen knives, and several iron spoons. Jun Lin made every effort to collect all iron items he could find. Their rich haul brought them joy and a sense of relaxation. Pausing before the door of apartment 403, Jun Lin remarked, "I have a feeling we will make unexpected discoveries in this room." "How do you know?" Yi Qingxian inquired. "My yet-to-be fully developed abilities seem to be attuned to such unforeseen events." "Then let us see." The door to 403 was ajar, and upon entering, they found a rather well-decorated home. A large frame hung on the front wall, showcasing a wedding photo, amusingly featuring the groom as the familiar bearded man. The bride was nowhere to be seen, presumably having passed away long before. The room was in disarray, and as they kicked aside the litter on the floor to venture further inside, Yi Qingxian's eyes suddenly brightened. "Look," she exclaimed, pointing at the opposite wall. On the opposite wall, a bow hung prominently. It was a recurved bow, characterized by its simple design and unembellished limbs, accompanied by a quiver containing 10 arrows, their tips blunted yet rendered formidable by the blade-altering technique of Jun Lin. The sight of such an object thrilled both Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian. As they conversed, a subtle sound suddenly reached their ears, causing them both to pause. Jun Lin glanced at Yi Qingxian, who slightly shook her head, indicating that she sensed no immediate danger. Their encounter with the shape-shifting creature in the marketplace had not awakened their full potential, yet it had bestowed upon them heightened instincts beyond the ordinary in matters of danger. Yi Qingxian was particularly perceptive. Jun Lin surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the large wardrobe, and then murmured, "Perhaps it is merely a rat." He gestured towards the window. Yi Qingxian understood, handing her knife to Jun Lin as she remarked, "What a pity, for rat meat is now a prized delicacy." As she spoke, she gracefully exited through the window like an agile monkey. Perched on the windowsill, Yi Qingxian glanced down to ensure the area was clear before alighting onto the balcony opposite. Raising her longbow and nocking an arrow, ready to launch a surprise attack should any other targets present themselves from her vantage point. Now, if a rat were to traverse into the abandoned city, do you think it would evolve into a rat spirit, or would it simply meet its demise at our hands? Or perhaps it would breed a multitude of rats? Jun Lin mused slowly, before suddenly hurling his battle axe. The axe cleaved through the wardrobe with a thunderous crash, followed by a piercing scream as a shadow erupted forth, its form indistinct, though two bright points could be discerned. Acting on instinct, Jun Lin delivered a swift kick, sending the shadow crashing against the wall with a cry of anguish. Human? The sound startled Jun Lin, and as he attempted to retract his blade, the shadow swiftly recoiled, narrowly evading the strike. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Qingxian's arrow was upon it. This was her inaugural attempt at archery. Her aim was not yet precise, and the arrow struck the void, but the shadow emitted an even more resonant wail. Ah! The anguished cry reverberated through the residential building. The assailant, taken by surprise, exhibited no semblance of silence. His voice was sharp and harrowing, despite the fact that the arrow had merely lodged itself in the wall after passing through his trousers. Its fletching quivering violently. The sharp edge of the axe hovered before the intruder's face. Even the reflection in the axe's surface could not reveal the assailant's features, save for a pair of luminous eyes that glowed in the darkness, exuding a chilling aura. A half-invisible figure. No, it was a black man. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback, but he soon realized that his inability to discern the man's face stemmed from the fact that he was indeed black. It is not the purest shade of black, but rather the diluted kind reminiscent of Vin Diesel or Michael Jordan. Nevertheless, in the dim surroundings of the abandoned city, it exudes a unique protective aura, to the extent that Jun Lin could barely discern the pair of wide, vigilant eyes and a set of gleaming white teeth. Yi Qingxian gracefully slipped through the window, and upon seeing the black man, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Why is he black? Hey, what does that mean? The man beneath the axe's edge voiced his discontent, crossing over ISNT solely the privilege of you Huaxiao people. Nikolai, you truly amaze me. You can even speak Mandarin? Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian grew increasingly curious. Although the system possessed a built-in translation feature, the black man was currently articulating in impeccable Mandarin. He exclaimed, "Yes, I have lived in Huaxiao for several years. Though my skin is dark, my heart is yellow. Please don't kill me. There should be no racial distinctions here. We are all earthlings." His words flowed with remarkable fluency, indicating that he had likely expressed this before. Jun Lin patted the man's face. "Well said. It's evident you're no novice. But why are you here?" The man replied, "I merely came to find some items for my own use. This is something everyone would do, right? However, I didn't expect you to arrive. I wish to avoid conflict with you, hence my hiding here. I swear by the name of God. Oh no, by the name of Nikolai. I am not one of those crazed individuals and have no intent to harm you." "Swearing by God's name is more credible than Nikolai," Yi Qingxian interjected. "What level?" No name will make Jun Lin easily trust, as anyone with a normal intellect would not claim a hidden agenda to kill while in a compromising situation. Level 3. After a moment's hesitation, the man ultimately revealed the truth. He was uncertain whether his interlocutors possessed lie detection abilities. In this bizarre world, common sense had long been overturned, leaving only the prudent and the discerning to thrive. Jun Lin continued his inquiry. "What is your name?" "Robert. Robert Connor, from Chicago, 21 years old." The young black man readily divulged all this in one breath. He exclaimed, "I adore Huaxia's culture. I know Confucius relished stinky tofu. And there are many beautiful cities in Huaxia. Shanghai, the capital, Flower City, Linen. Yes, Linen, it is the most beautiful city." The young man noticed the hint of pride on Yi Qingxian's face when he mentioned linen and promptly began to extol its virtues. Jun Lin, impatient, waved his hand to halt the excessive flattery and asked, "What abilities do you possess?" Upon hearing this question, Robert Connor fell silent. He gazed at Jun Lin without uttering a word, his large eyes glimmering in the darkness. Jun Lin did not press him further. He simply handed the knife to Yi Qingxian and approached the wardrobe to take a look inside. The wardrobe contained a pile of clothes, alongside a jumble of miscellaneous items. Jun Lin noticed several slender icicles, which had formed at the back of the wardrobe and were already beginning to melt, with droplets of water falling steadily below. Jun Lin retrieved the ice pillar from the wardrobe and turned to Robert, stating that to prove he did not wish to kill them, he must first demonstrate his capability to do so. "Show me a glimpse of your power," he urged. Reluctantly, Robert extended his hand toward the distance. and a beam of white light suddenly shot forth from his palm. In the next instant, a shard of ice pierced the nearby wall with a resounding crack. However, the shard was not deeply embedded. It broke apart after only penetrating slightly. Jun Lin chuckled. So, you are an ice wielder. A splendid ability, yet it appears rather mundane. Such an attack, even as a surprise strike, could not slay me. What else do you possess? Surely, this cannot be your sole talent. How do you know? Robert, taken aback, quickly realized he had misspoken. Jun Lin was attempting to deceive him. Very well, Robert conceded, I can also do this. He raised his right hand, and a blaze erupted from his palm. Dual control of ice and fire. Both Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian exclaimed simultaneously. However, while Yi Qingxian referred to it as dual control of ice and fire, Jun Lin called it the duality of ice and fire. Yi Qingxian regarded Jun Lin with a knowing glance. While Robert beamed with pride, Yi Qingxian then prompted, demonstrate its might. As Robert extended his hand, the flames surged, transforming his palm into a blazing torch. Can you make it larger and more distant? Perhaps a fireball? Jun Lin inquired. Robert shook his head, clearly indicating that this was the extent of his ability. Jun Lin sighed. The power is too feeble. He set down his axe, and Yi Qingxian lowered her bow, both of their expressions lightening considerably, which wounded Robert's pride deeply. Next, Jun Lin began to unravel the bundle that Robert clutched. That is my possession, Robert shouted. Ignoring him, Jun Lin meticulously examined the contents. Some clothes, a fruit knife, a wrench. An art album. He flipped through the pages, the enticing images prompting him to whistle. In an environment where tomorrow's survival is uncertain, you still find the leisure to peruse this? Robert retorted angrily. Pleasure is unrelated to life and death. This sentiment felt familiar to Jun Lin, who anticipated Robert would expound further, but he remained silent. Tossing the album back, Jun Lin resumed his search. A cup, some tissues, an earwax scoop. I say, do you possess nothing of worth? Jun Lin brandished the earwax scoop. The young black man shrugged. My ears have been a bit itchy lately. And garlic? Jun Lin finally pulled out a long string of garlic, laughing. I had no idea you were fond of this. Robert looked at him disdainfully. Garlic can mask odors, serve as a vegetable, act as a seasoning, and when necessary, can even be wielded in battle. Its pungent aroma is effective against many monsters. Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian exchanged glances. You are unaware of this, are you? Yi Qingxian remarked softly. That was my oversight. I overlooked garlic twice. Jun Lin sighed. This fellow is more astute than I had anticipated. Without further inspection of Robert's remaining belongings, Jun Lin seized several heads of garlic and tossed the bag back to him, stating, You may leave now, and take your things, but do not return. Why? Robert exclaimed. His excitement utterly diminished as he glared at Jun Lin. Observing Robert's defiant expression, as though to say, You cannot do anything to me, Jun Lin sighed and remarked. I retract my earlier assessment. The battle axe was once again poised at Robert's neck, and Jun Lin's tone turned grave, because this is my territory. Gazing at the axe resting against his throat, Robert finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He raised his hands in surrender and began to retreat. Okay, I will leave. Robert departed. Regarding the heads of garlic, Yi Qingxian remarked languidly, Is this what you deem an unexpected gain? Jun Lin shrugged. I have a feeling that once my reconnaissance skills succeed, they may possess a certain unreliable quality. Then, Jun Lin's expression darkened. The accursed truth flower had blossomed once more. Why am I so adept at cursing myself? Jun Lin felt a wave of despair wash over him. The search continued. They swiftly emptied the building. There was an abundance of items within, far too much to carry all at once, so they decided to pack it and transport it back to the mall in batches. With heavy bags slung over their shoulders, the two made their way back. Just as they exited the residential building, they encountered three individuals, Lu Shiping, Kong Yicheng, and Yu Siwen. Chapter 29. Ambush. Jun Lin never anticipated encountering Luxiping under such circumstances. The latter was equally taken aback. Both parties momentarily stood in astonishment. Then Luxiping smiled and said, Long time no see. You seem to be faring well. Not too bad, Jun Lin replied with a smile. He glanced at the trio. Kong Yicheng and Yu Siwen stood side by side. Although Yu Siwen held nothing in her hands, a collection of beads dangled from her wrist, and she was absent-mindedly toying with one of the strands, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Luxiping, on the other hand, boldly stood at the forefront, wielding a black iron pipe. At this moment, Jun Lin spoke, prompting Luxiping to survey the residential buildings behind him. It appears you are quicker than us, he remarked. Do you mind if we also search for some supplies? This wretched dimension offers nothing. We face various monsters daily and must contend with food and water shortages. Jun Lin shrugged. Of course, it's no trouble. The resources here should suffice for everyone for a while. It merely depends on who is swiftest. Luxiping chuckled and nodded before brushing past Jun Lin. Jun Lin watched him enter. As they ascended the stairs, Luxiping abruptly halted. "Oh, by the way, I heard you were inquiring about my awakened abilities?" he said. "You Mingzhu sold me out." Jun Lin maintained a smile. "I was merely curious." Luxiping responded, "I awakened a guardian shield. That does not seem like an ability befitting a leader." Jun Lin observed. "Those at the forefront aren't necessarily the leaders. They could merely be meat shields." Luxiping retorted with a grin. Jun Lin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to leave with Yi Qingxian. As Luxiping watched them depart, his eyes narrowed slightly. He said nothing but casually pushed open a door. Due to Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian being alone, they had not yet managed to take most of the resources. Kong Yiqing's eyes gleamed with greed. "There are quite a few valuable items here." Luxiping replied with a hum. "This is still just one room." Yu Siwen coldly remarked, "What a pity. We are not the only ones who discovered this place." Upon hearing this, Luxiping pondered for a moment and said, "They will return to collect more, won't they?" The three exchanged glances and suddenly shared a knowing smile. Upon returning to the mall, they organized their gathered items. Yi Qingxian asked, "Should we continue transporting more?" "Why not?" Jun Lin countered. "Just because they are there, should we relinquish the resources we've discovered?" Jun Lin inquired with a smile. Yi Qingxian shook her head. "You know that is not what I mean. However, I can sense their ill intentions. That is not surprising. Yet it does not indicate anything definitive," Jun Lin replied, grasping his battle axe. "There is no reason to retreat." Yi Qingxian remained silent, and the two returned to the residential building once more. Upon their return, they found that Luxiping and his companions had already departed. With their collection of items filling numerous bags, Yi Qingxian slung one over her shoulder and said, "Let us go." "Wait a moment," Jun Lin interjected. Waiting for what?" Yi Qingxian asked. Jun Lin, however, chose to remain silent. He merely stepped onto the balcony, retrieved a pack of cigarettes, and began to smoke. After waiting for approximately half an hour without any sign of activity, Lu Shiping and the other two had yet to arrive. Jun Lin remarked, "Let us proceed. And remember to remain attuned to your surroundings." Yi Qingxian understood and nodded as she stepped outside. The streets still bore an air of desolation. The two walked at the center of the road, their pace slow yet steady, their gazes cold and resolute. Countless buildings on either side loomed like hidden beasts in the shadows, with no one knowing when they might suddenly leap forth to strike. Yet, traversing this nerve-wracking street, true heroes felt only exhilaration. Suddenly, Yi Qingxian raised an eyebrow. "To the left," she exclaimed. Just as her voice rang out, a dark figure surged forth from the left, lunging at the pair. In that instant, Jun Lin unsheathed a dog-leg knife from behind his waist and slashed, cleaving the shadowy figure into two. It was a ghost bat, severed by Jun Lin's blade. The leading half writhed in a pool of blood, emitting an unpleasant shriek. Jun Lin approached and crushed it underfoot, saying, "Congratulations, you've made progress. If only you could be a tad quicker." Yi Qingxian retorted loudly, "I simply didn't have time to finish my sentence. It flew too swiftly." Suddenly, she gasped. A peculiar light sparkled in her eyes, as though something within her was sprouting and blooming. Jun Lin smiled at Yi Qingxian, aware of what was transpiring. Her third ability. Under their intentional cultivation and the continuous stimuli of recent days, Yi Qingxian's scouting ability was finally on the verge of emergence. This marked a first, as they were not acquiring abilities instantaneously, but rather through a gradual development. A chilling wind began to howl around them, causing Yi Qingxian's body to tremble slightly. Jun Lin refrained from interrupting her, merely observing from the side. Finally, she let out a wild howl, a cry that resonated with fierce, killing intent, before collapsing onto the ground. Jun Lin rushed over to support her. "Qingxian." Yi Qingxian gasped for breath, perspiration glistening on her forehead, yet her face bore a smile. She looked at Jun Lin and declared, "I succeeded." "I know," Jun Lin responded with excitement. "Tell me what it is." "Malicious detection," she explained, "an ability to sense malice, murderous intent, and other potential dangers. Capable of forming specific danger information under certain conditions. When sufficiently powerful, it can even discern lies and perceive the consciousness within one's heart. But it must be actively employed for detection." She continued, "The enhancement primarily pertains to distance, human sentiment, and clarity, depending on the individual. As for now," Yi Qingxian shook her head, "it's called malicious detection, but I can only sense murderous intent, and my range is quite limited." "Does that mean you can detect anyone who wishes to harm us?" "Yes," she confirmed, "as long as I actively release it. I can sense all murderous intent directed towards me within a certain range. However, the consumption is rather significant with my current energy." I can only sustain this for a brief period. Let me ascertain how many monsters are lurking on this street, observing us. With that, she closed her eyes and activated her malevolent detection. In the next moment, her body shuddered, and she opened her eyes, her face turning ashen. What is it? Jun Lin inquired. Yi Qingxian replied, her voice trembling. This is troublesome. Jun Lin was not surprised. Are you trying to tell me that numerous monsters are preparing to devour us? Yi Qingxian shook her head. Not monsters. They are humans. The indigenous people. Where? Yi Qingxian raised her head. They are already here. With a flurry of motion, countless soldiers emerged from the surrounding buildings, simultaneously aiming their guns at Jun Lin and the others. Chapter 30. Pursued at least 60 soldiers, their abilities unknown. In a mere glance, Jun Lin discerned that the situation was exceedingly dire for him. Consequently, in the next instant, he hurled his battle axe with ferocity. This throw was aimed at the distant rooftop of a building, which was devoid of any presence. Yet, at the moment Jun Lin released the axe, an officer appeared atop the rooftop, a broad smile on his face, ready to utter a boastful remark, only to be met with the sight of an axe hurtling toward him. Damn it! Was all he could exclaim before a thunderous crack resonated as the axe cleaved through the officer's skull, sending him crashing down from the rooftop along with his body. This shocking spectacle left all the soldiers in stunned silence. What on earth? Jun Lin swiftly grasped Yi Qingxian's hand and urged, run. The two dashed to the side, crashing through a wall and into a room. It was only then that the soldiers began to react. Gunfire erupted, but they had already lost sight of Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian, making it impossible to hit their targets. Soon, over a dozen figures soared into the air, rapidly pursuing Jun Lin. They were the ability users among the remnants of humanity. A cacophony of collapsing walls and crumbling structures echoed as Jun Lin emulated a crimson tank, barreling through walls until he emerged onto another street. A sharp, piercing howl resonated from behind. Accompanying this cry, grotesque, ghoul-like figures materialized around them. They crouched atop the buildings, nearly blending into the shadows, their eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Behind them lurked a cadre of corpse-like, dog-headed creatures. While these cunning beings lacked individual combat prowess, they were born spellcasters, capable of casting basic spells like fireballs, making them the ideal companions for the ghouls. At least dozens of these monsters manifested simultaneously, sending a wave of dread coursing through Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian. Some among them can control the invading creatures. Yi Qingxian shouted. I know, Jun Lin replied, pulling Yi Qingxian in a different direction as they continued their frantic escape, the ability users hot on their heels. The pack of ghouls also unleashed a frenzied howl, leaping swiftly across the rooftops, treating the buildings as towering trees, navigating the steel jungle with primal ferocity. In terms of strength, the ghouls paled in comparison to the ability users. However, they surpassed them in agility. Once ensnared by these ghouls, victory became uncertain, and even if they triumphed, countless ability users and soldiers awaited behind. Thus, the two harbored no intention of engaging in combat, opting instead for a reckless dash, with bullets raining down upon them. Jun Lin retreated slightly, positioning himself protectively behind Yi Qingxian, causing the bullets to mostly strike him. Even as he hastily hardened his clothing, the fabric rapidly succumbed to the relentless barrage. Yi Qingxian fervently prayed for her acceleration abilities to awaken. Alas, it seemed her potential for jumping, or perhaps her invisibility, led the dimensional laws to perceive her as possessing life-preserving capabilities, rendering her plight an issue of loyalty rather than necessity, thus failing to respond. They're too fast, Jun Lin shouted, glancing back. Your speed is too slow, toss the bag. Yi Qingxian retorted loudly. If at first, it was Jun Lin who pulled her along, now it was she who urged him forward. Go ahead. Jun Lin shook off Yi Qingxuan's hand and turned to deliver a powerful punch, sending the ghoul flying. Although the impact knocked him back, he seized the opportunity to create some distance. He scoffed, lacking speed? At the very least, I still possess strength. However, in the next moment, several ghouls descended upon him from above. Jun Lin had no desire to engage multiple ghouls simultaneously, so he discarded his bag and fled. As he ran, an ominous feeling washed over him, and Yi Qingxian shouted, Get down. Instinctively, Jun Lin leapt forward, hearing a whoosh as a massive fireball soared past him, crashing into the ground ahead and raising a cloud of smoke. Turning back, he spotted a corpse-like dog-headed creature perched on a ghoul's neck, baring its teeth at him. Two ability users soon appeared, one of whom was extraordinarily fast, reaching Jun Lin's side in an instant, brandishing a dagger aimed at him. Die. The dagger pierced Jun Lin but failed to penetrate deeply. The blade shimmered, radiating its final glow before shattering. Simultaneously, Jun Lin seized the assailant's neck, questioning, Are you racing toward death? With a forceful throw, he flung the attacker onto his back and activated his blade transformation technique. The ability user was no match for Jun Lin's strength and was truly transformed by the technique. As bullets whizzed past, the transformed user blocked them. Yet this action burdened him heavily. Indeed, employing blade transformation on targets not under one's control would encounter resistance. Observing the breathless figure on his back, Jun Lin discarded the body just as another massive figure plummeted from the sky. A powerful ability user hurled a teammate toward him as though he were a stone. The thrown user glistening with a metallic sheen, indicating he was a metal-enhanced individual. Jun Lin was unsure if he could eliminate such a foe instantly, though he was curious about the effect of blade transformation on someone with metal enhancement. As the opponent descended, Jun Lin propelled himself backward, rolling to evade the attack. The individual crashed to the ground with the force of a meteor, creating a large crater. However, as Jun Lin rose, a battle blade materialized out of thin air, striking his metallic form. The high-frequency oscillation of the cursed blade pierced the enhanced user's metallic skin, cutting him deeply. This blade's ability was precisely effective against him. The ability user screamed, collapsing. Maya, help me. Save your strength. Jun Lin shot a black skull-shaped projectile into the user's mouth, exploding his head from within. At that moment, Yi Qingxian appeared, blocking a flying dagger aimed at Jun Lin. He grasped her hand, urging her to continue running. Why did you come back? He asked. Did you really think I would abandon you? Yi Qingxian retorted with annoyance. All right, out of loyalty, I'll show you a way out, Jun Lin shouted. Amused, Yi Qingxian replied. You still have the energy for jokes at a time like this? This isn't a joke. We need to head to an open area. These ghouls possess remarkable climbing abilities, making it difficult to evade them in densely populated places. However, on flat ground, they lose their advantage. The dilemma lies in our unfamiliarity with this vicinity. Yi Qingxian replied emphatically. Jun Lin commanded, turn left. Are you certain? Absolutely. Jun Lin shouted in a frenzy. Yi Qingxian swiftly pivoted and dashed towards the left street, pursued by dozens of frenzied ghoul-like creatures. Behind them, the headless corpse dogs hurled fireballs with abandon, while further back, a barrage of bullets rained down upon them. Jun Lin activated the protection of Eblin, braving the onslaught of attacks, and simultaneously unleashed a tempest of thunder. This strike was a culmination of his utmost power, as the terrifying lightning surged down the long street. Chapter 31. Keen intuition as the tempestuous storm surged forth. All the specters, the ghoul-headed canines, and the foremost practitioners of extraordinary abilities simultaneously fell victim to its wrath. Seizing this moment, Jun Lin hastened to the end of the street. Arriving at an open expanse, deprived of the advantageous heights of the buildings, the speed of the specters significantly diminished, and the distance gradually widened. You were indeed correct. It appears we can finally shake them off, Yi Qingxian remarked with a smile. Don't celebrate just yet, Jun Lin cautioned, devoid of any exhilaration, his unease resurfacing. In the next moment, Yi Qingxian shouted, attack. Jun Lin instinctively enveloped Yi Qingxian, propelling himself forward to shield her with his body. Boom. Amidst a piercing shriek, a stone materialized above them, detonating violently and sending a shockwave that hurled the two of them into the air. Yi Qingxian felt a chill envelop her heart as she cried out, Yu Siwen. In the distance, three figures emerged on the ground, Yu Siwen, Kong Yiqing, and Lu Shiping. Yu Siwen possessed the ability to fabricate explosives from any material, while Kong Yiqing could teleport objects directly to their targets. Had it not been for Jun Lin's prior awareness and the activation of Eblin's protection, he and Yi Qingxian might have perished in that explosion. However, the protective shield was utterly shattered in the process. You scoundrels! Yi Qingxian glared at them in fury. Let us go, Jun Lin shouted. The two continued their frantic flight. Yu Siwen contemplated another attack, but at that moment, the native survivors charged towards them. Retreat, Lu Shiping commanded. Those natives will not show us any mercy. With no other choice, Yu Siwen reluctantly followed Lu Shiping's lead. As they ran, Yi Qingxian shouted, What now? Turn right. There lies a glimmer of hope for escape. Jun Lin urged. But that direction is filled with buildings. Yi Qingxian protested. If we continue running in that direction, we just enter the Spectre's territory again? Trust me. Jun Lin bellowed. With no other option, Yi Qingxian veered to the right. The shadows of the towering structures loomed around them, while the menacing howls from behind grew ever closer. At that moment, an urgent voice called from above, Come here. Looking up, they saw a black man waving to them from a distant rooftop. Is it him, Robert? Yi Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. Quickly go, Jun Lin urged. Both raced towards Robert, with Yi Qingxian propelling herself forward, leaping onto the rooftop first. Robert pointed beside him, saying, "Get inside." Inside. Yi Qingxian was momentarily stunned, for he was indicating a chimney. Was he expecting her to crawl down it? "Hurry up," Robert shouted insistently. Realizing there was no time to deliberate, Yi Qingxian leapt into the chimney. Just as Jun Lin approached to follow, a figure dashed towards them with alarming speed, a practitioner of swiftness. A blade was thrust down towards Jun Lin. As Jun Lin turned, he allowed the sharp blade to pierce his body while simultaneously seizing the arm of the ability user, effortlessly snapping it. The ability user let out a pained wail as Jun Lin forcefully shoved him into the chimney, following suit by leaping in himself. Robert gestured ahead, and large patches of frost suddenly formed on the bodies of the leading specters, causing their rapid advance to falter. Only then did Robert turn and leap into the chimney, subsequently crawling into the ventilation duct. Following Robert in a frantic dash, the distant roars of an enraged crowd could still be heard behind them. Eventually, Robert landed in a spacious area that resembled an underground pipeline network, broad and dimly lit. As Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian leaped in, Robert secured the duct cover behind him, finally exhaling a sigh of relief and declaring, "Well, they won't find us now. I must say, had it not been for my intervention, you would have been doomed." His tone was one of smug satisfaction. "You certainly seem experienced in dealing with those fellows," Jun Lin remarked, adjusting his attire and examining the gaping wound in his abdomen, which was visibly healing under the activation effect. "Of course," Robert shrugged. "I've escaped from those guys 3 times already." "What about you?" Jun Lin replied, "Until tonight. I have been the one hunting others." "Regardless, thank you, brother," Robert said, patting his shoulder. "Brother." Robert flashed a bright smile. "I like that title." He turned and walked further into the passage, adding, "So, interested in coming to my place for a bit?" Yi Qingxian and Jun Lin exchanged glances and shared a chuckle, following behind Robert. Along the way, Yi Qingxian queried Jun Lin, "How did you know all of this?" "What?" Jun Lin inquired. "The flat square in this place." "How did you know?" "Intuition," Jun Lin responded. "Intuition?" Yi Qingxian was slightly taken aback, but soon realized, "Your ability has awakened?" Jun Lin nodded, a look of excitement gracing his face. "It's called keen intuition. By heeding my inner guidance, I can arrive at answers more swiftly than others. Perhaps it's due to my desensitization to danger compared to you. This intuition does not excel in detecting threats, but rather assists me in pursuing what I desire, be it combat, power, truth, or anything else. Anything I yearn for may prompt a hint." "Ah, I see," Yi Qingxian understood. Keen intuition, Jun Lin's 4th ability, as it aligns with the subconscious mind. It does not operate like Yi Qingxian's malicious detection, which is actively employed and may lead to misunderstandings. However, its advantage lies in its broad applicability, capable of providing hints regarding danger, benefits, or other matters. Both malicious detection and keen intuition belong to the realm of mental abilities, consuming mental energy rather than physical strength. Thanks to the effects of keen intuition, Jun Lin was aware of the location of vitality, but failed to sense the arrival of Luxiping and his companions. Keen intuition is not infallible. As they spoke, they arrived at a cavernous environment. A quilt hung at the entrance, which could be drawn down to serve as a curtain. At the innermost part of the cave lay a stone bed, and not far away was a stove, charcoal, and a large pot filled with water. "This is my home," Robert proclaimed with pride, his tone reminiscent of someone presenting a luxurious villa. Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. Jun Lin seized the captive, demanding, "How did you discover my whereabouts?" The ability user spat in Jun Lin's direction. Jun Lin deftly turned his head aside, stepping forcefully onto the broken bone of the captive's leg, resulting in a sickening crack. "Ack!" The excruciating pain elicited a wail from the ability user. "Just kill me," he screamed frantically. "Answer my questions, and I shall grant you a reprieve." Jun Lin mercilessly tormented him. Yi Qingxian and Robert both turned their heads away. Robert complained, "Could you do me a favor and refrain from making it too bloody? I don't want to soil my place." With a splatter, a pool of blood erupted onto the ground. "Fine, let us pretend I never said that," Robert muttered. Under Jun Lin's ruthless interrogation, the ability user eventually succumbed, crying out, "Someone provided us with information, just as suspected. So, Lu Shiping is collaborating with you? I know nothing of Lu Shiping. The information was delivered on a piece of paper through someone's abilities." "I see. Are you familiar with Rob Stark?" Jun Lin inquired. "Yes. He is at a hotel in the Outer Ring. What interests you about him?" "How should I know? I'm merely a Special Forces member." "Then tell me what you know. How many of you came this time?" "2 kings, the White Ape and the Ghost King," the ability user shouted. "The 3 kings under by 2 are the White Ape Xiaoho, the Ghost King Kuwa, and the Crow Gu 1. The White Ape possesses abilities akin to the Tattooed Man, both having limb extension capabilities, yet he is the weakest, though his marksmanship is exceptional. Thus he is equipped with 2 specialized firearms. Gu Wen's ability is to spread the Black Death, while Kuwa's ability is to control undead creatures. The previous Spectre was under his command. The White Ape oversees the central ring, while the Ghost King Kuwa operates in the inner ring without the obstructions found between the central and outer rings, allowing for much easier connectivity. This is why Jun Lin is intrigued. Why has Kuwa suddenly come to the central ring? It seems he is searching for someone. Who? A solitary man. A pair of twin brothers, and one other person, though I do not know who. I was told Nikolai was sent to find them, but he has yet to return. What do they seek these individuals for? I do not know. It is the leader's request. How the hell should I know? The ability user cried in pain. Just kill me, kill me. What is Baitu's ability? I do not know. That is a secret known only to the captain and vice captain. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Jun Lin no longer hesitated and struck, piercing the heart of the ability user. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Optional task, counterattack. The local warlord Baitu's forces had arrived, intent on avenging their fallen comrades by killing you. Yet, this also presented an opportunity. Go forth and slay, using their blood to demonstrate that you are not to be trifled with. This task requires that before the night concludes, you must eliminate at least 5 ability users. The battle is to be fought solo, without the use of allies' equipment, and the system shop is off limits once the combat begins. Completion of the task offers optional rewards. 1. Achieve 500 points for completing the task, with an additional 150 points for each additional kill. 2. Gain an insight into the laws of combat. The more ability users you eliminate, the stronger your grasp of these laws will become, allowing you to choose your own direction. Only one of the 2 rewards may be selected. Currently, you have slain 4 ability users, but they only count as an additional share. Jun Lin scoffed. How can you even call this an optional task? Chapter 32. The challenge task initially. Jun Lin believed that the encounter he faced tonight was merely a task bestowed upon him by Nikolai. However, he soon realized that this was not the case. Upon reflection, it made sense, as the earlier situation had been orchestrated by Luxiping and his associates, a consequence of awakening his abilities. Now, this was the true challenge before him. With a sense of resignation, Jun Lin examined the task. Yi Qingxian felt a twinge of frustration. Since this is an optional task, it can still be abandoned, correct? Indeed. Nikolai has granted me the power to forego it, yet it would be unwise to disappoint him, Jun Lin replied. Conversely, Robert remained oblivious to the crux of the issue. Expressing his confusion, you previously eliminated 4 of their ability users. It doesn't seem particularly difficult. Are you daft? Jun Lin retorted, exasperated by Robert's lack of understanding. The 4 he had dispatched were bound by unique circumstances, and the opponent's carelessness had played a significant role. Even so, he had employed Eblin's guardian, sacrificing an essential means of self-preservation. Coupled with the lingering debilitating effects, he found himself unable to exert his full strength, while Luxiping and others lurked nearby. Under such conditions, the prospect of executing 5 superpowered individuals amidst a throng was immensely daunting. Well, I merely believed you possessed formidable strength and could handle it, Robert shrugged. Once the adversaries were prepared, raw strength alone would not suffice, Jun Lin mused, already deep in thought. Each king had a vice-captain and an aide. The vice-captain of the White Ape was a man with metallic enhancements, while his aide was Maya, a healer. Jun Lin had previously slain the aide of Kovo with a single-axe strike, and the vice-captain was the formidable giant man, known as Quan Lan, who had previously encountered Jun Lin and his team during a convoy ambush. Currently, the opposing faction boasted 2 kings, 2 vice-captains, 1 aide, and a special operations team comprising dozens of ability users, alongside hundreds of ordinary soldiers. The mere thought of hunting amidst such numbers sent a wave of headache through Jun Lin. Damn Nikolai, this is clearly a task of the utmost difficulty. It is far from being of moderate challenge, Yi Qingxian lamented. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Jun Lin's mind. What did you just say? Yi Qingxian, taken aback, replied. I said that the difficulty of this task should be classified as the highest level. What of it? Precisely. The task's difficulty ought to be assessed at the highest tier, Jun Lin asserted with conviction. So why does Nikolai categorize it as moderate? Robert inquired with curiosity. Could it be that Nikolai intends to see you fail? Jun Lin shot him a frustrated glare, yet internally, he began to formulate a theory. Without needing to ask, he recognized that this task, too, harbored exploitable elements. Nikolai's assignment was imbued with a clear intent to test courage, fortitude, and the understanding of humanity. But what would be the next trial? Jun Lin closed his eyes momentarily. his acute intuition hinting at a revelation. Upon reopening them, a glimmer of excitement danced in his gaze. He remarked, "One cannot borrow equipment, and the system store is off limits once the battle commences. As a self-evolving being, why must I impose such unnecessary restrictions upon myself? Oh, I see now. I know what I must do." He turned to Robert. "Brother, could you do me a favor?" "What? Could you lend me some points?" "If possible. I would also appreciate a few articles of clothing." Jun Lin gestured to his tattered attire, remnants of the earlier skirmish. Outside the residential building, throngs of soldiers were bustling in and out, continuously transporting supplies from within. Lucipin and his cohorts had ensnared Jun Lin, yet they failed to become the ultimate beneficiaries. One could only ponder their thoughts on this matter. Nearby, in a vehicle, sat 2 men and 2 women. At the wheel was a tall man with long limbs and a head of white hair, known as the White Ape, Xiaoho. Beside him sat a woman draped in a striking red gown, her lips reminiscent of Julia Roberts' alluring smile. She was called Maya. In the back were a hulking figure, known as the Bearman, Quanglon, and the ghastly, pallid figure of the Ghost King, Cao, alongside a throng of ghouls crowding around the vehicle. The man with the zombie-like visage was smiling. Cao was in high spirits, very much so, because his subordinate had perished, while Cao did not harbor ill feelings towards his lieutenant. He preferred Maya. He appreciated her abilities and was equally drawn to her provocative demeanor. His gaze roamed over Maya, lingering on her ample bosom and then resting on her snow-white thighs. This woman always dressed so provocatively. Swallowing hard, Cao addressed Maya. "My lieutenant has passed, Maya. Why not come to serve as my deputy?" He made this proposal in front of the White Ape, who had grown weary of the woman who never acknowledged him. "Move a little faster. Haven't tea you all eaten?" Maya shouted at the soldiers who were busy transporting supplies. Then crossing her arms, she added, "Sorry. I have no interest in the deceased." Though Cao was not dead, his appearance was indeed reminiscent of one. His gaunt, zombie-like face was lined with wrinkles, and he bore patches of necrosis. Real necrosis. Because each time Cao controlled a necromantic entity, he himself was further eroded by the undead. Although he was still alive, his body was undergoing a transformation towards the undead state. Perhaps it would not be long before he truly became a being of the grave. "It will get better," Cao rasped, his voice cracked and dry. "Once White 2's experiment is complete, everything will improve." Maya retorted sharply, "Given your combat style, I see no hope." Cao, unfazed, his semi-undead state rendering him emotionally detached, replied instinctively, "It matters not. At least I am still functional below. While I still can, indulge me. Get lost." Maya shouted in anger. The White Ape chuckled, "She doesn't even want me. What chance do you stand, Cao?" Cao responded, "That is merely because you are too courteous. If it were me, I would never seek her permission while conducting my affairs." "Then give it a try." Maya skillfully wielded her knife, responding, "I assure you, I will render that half-functional contraption utterly inoperative." However, Quanglon interjected, "We are all on the same side. There is no need for such animosity." Despite his position as vice-captain, he commanded considerable authority, prompting even Qo to merely grunt in acknowledgement without further comment. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Commander." Qo turned to regard him. And as he did, a multitude of specters behind him simultaneously shifted their gaze, their ghostly eyes glowing ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. The soldier, trembling with fear, stammered, "The candidate. He is approaching." "Who do you mean?" Qo, Maya, and Baiyuan all paused in surprise. "It is the very individual we were pursuing just moments ago." Chapter 33. A duel against 3 on the long street. Jun Lin stood with an air of indifference. Clad in multiple layers for warmth, he had wrapped himself snugly, even donning a trench coat pilfered from Robert. His polished leather boots made contact with the slightly waterlogged pavement as he remained steadfast, while in the distance, the soldiers' rifles were already aimed at him. Yet, Jun Lin merely smiled. Moments later, figures emerged, Qo, Quanglon, Maya, and the White Ape. Upon spotting Jun Lin, Qo's corpse-like visage displayed a flicker of surprise. It was indeed him. The audacious fellow had come seeking them out. Jun Lin raised a large megaphone and proclaimed, "I am Jun Lin, the one who reigns over all. That is my name." "How arrogant." Qo scoffed. Jun Lin continued, "I am aware of your intent to kill me, and now I offer you an opportunity." He extended 3 fingers. 3 individuals. "You may send forth 3 of your number to duel with me. Indeed, I shall face 3. Do you possess the courage to accept?" Qo stared at Jun Lin in disbelief. This man had the audacity to approach and challenge them to a 1-on-3 duel? He exchanged a knowing glance with Quanglon, who then shouted, "We believe it might be better to simply eliminate you." Jun Lin chuckled, "If you were capable of that, You would have done so by now. Should you refuse my challenge, I shall take my leave. Of course, you may attempt to detain me. However, we both understand that what you could not accomplish while surrounding me is even less likely now. As he spoke, Jun Lin abruptly picked up a stone and hurled it aside. Crash! The stone shattered against a wall, striking one of the ability users and sending him sprawling. Jun Lin called out, "Do not resort to your sneaky tactics. Consider this a warning. As for those 3 on the left, retreat immediately, or do not blame me for taking drastic measures." He delivered his threat with an air of righteousness, as if warning them not to provoke him into violence. The flanking ability users stood agape, glancing back, while Kuo gestured for them to withdraw. It was then that Kuo bellowed, "On what grounds can we trust that you are not scheming?" Jun Lin shrugged. "Let the gods bear witness." As these words left his lips, Nikolai's voice echoed from the heavens, "I shall serve as witness. Once you delineate the battlefield, it will be sealed. Until the outcome is determined, no one shall enter or exit freely. Upon the conclusion of the duel, should the challenger fail, the victor shall undoubtedly receive a boost to their physical prowess." Upon hearing this, all present felt a surge of exhilaration. Nothing was more enticing than this prospect. Kuo immediately inquired, "Where shall the battlefield be?" Jun Lin responded, "Once you have selected your combatants, I will choose the battleground." "You choose? Indeed. You have 3 individuals, surely. I am entitled to some advantage in terrain," Jun Lin replied with a grin. The white ape interjected, "Kuo, you cannot participate." Kuo nodded in agreement. Yes. He could not enter the fray. His strength lay not in combat, but in controlling the undead. Should he engage, Jun Lin would undoubtedly select a confined space, swiftly dispatching him. Kuo turned to Kuanglan. "You and the white ape shall take the stage." Kuanglan nodded and moved to the side, seizing a formidable weapon reminiscent of a Vulcan cannon, distinguished by its thick barrel and 8 muzzles. He began to drape himself with ammunition belts, layer upon layer, creating the impression of a heavily armored suit. Dubbed a catapult, his immense strength was unquestionable. However, those who underestimated his intellect would be gravely mistaken. Kuanglan possessed a temperament marked by remarkable composure, resembling an unyielding rock, never swayed by impulse. He did not lead the team merely because he chose not to. He found the minutiae of leadership would hinder his training. Typically, Kuanglan refrained from utilizing weapons, preferring to hone his own abilities, yet he would not take lightly the battle for survival. As a heavy artillery specialist and a close combat tank combined, he became an exceptionally formidable adversary, with the agile white ape serving as his perfect complement. Kovo was contemplating a 3rd member when Maya interjected, "Allow me to be the 3rd. Kovo, taken aback, replied, You are ill-suited for the battlefield." Maya proudly lifted her chin, asserting, "My combat prowess may be lacking, but I can heal them. With my presence, their safety is assured." White ape frowned, warning, "He will kill you first." Kuanglan chuckled, "With me here, he cannot succeed." Ranged, melee, heavy artillery, and a healer. This was indeed an optimal combination. Observing the trio selected, Jun Lin remarked with a smile, "Nikolai, the battlefield I have chosen is." His voice dwindled suddenly, rendering his destination inaudible. Yet in the next moment, Nikolai responded, "He." Intriguing. However, this does not contravene any rules. If that is your desire, so be it. The wind swept by, and the 4 vanished without a trace. In an instant, Maya found herself standing on the rooftop of a derelict building, flanked by Kuanglan and White Ape. Gazing outward, she noticed a protective barrier encasing the structure, effectively sealing off any escape. Was this truly the battlefield he had chosen? She had anticipated something far more peculiar. White Ape, who prioritized the battlefield environment, found the building suitable for showcasing his abilities and was thus relatively content. Maya's attention, however, was focused on their opponent. Jun Lin stood not far away, smiling at her while making a throat-slitting gesture. This ignited a fire of fury within Maya. "What are you all waiting for?" She drew her weapon and fired repeatedly at Jun Lin. At that very moment, Jun Lin also sprang into action, dashing toward the stairwell. He burst through the iron door and raced downwards. Was he attempting to exploit the terrain to isolate them, engaging in a form of guerrilla warfare? White Ape was astonished. He has truly miscalculated. Maya retorted angrily, "You had better not underestimate him. He killed that monster in the mall." "I know, but that was due to the assistance of that woman. This time, we have the divine on our side. He cannot cheat," White Ape replied. Maya longed to voice her doubt about the impartiality of the divine, but knowing the difference between the natives and candidates, she ultimately refrained from uttering such blasphemy. Kuanglan remained ever vigilant. Thus, greater caution was imperative. Jun Lin had undoubtedly chosen this location for a reason, and one must not forget the reaction of the divine. Ultimately, it was essential that they remain united. Nikolai's response made Konglon acutely aware that Jun Lin's chosen battleground harbored some underlying issue, though he could not yet discern the nature of this dilemma. As he spoke, he removed his formidable weapon and strode purposefully toward the staircase, his footsteps silent upon the ground. Upon entering the building, the trio positioned themselves back to back in a triangular formation, each brandishing their firearms and vigilantly sweeping the muzzles to guard against any potential assault. Despite their numerical advantage of 3-1, the trio exhibited an impressive focus, embodying the essence of elite soldiers. As they approached a corner, Bai Yuan exchanged a glance with Maya. Maya donned a pair of sunglasses and retrieved a small spherical device, rolling it onto the ground. The orb rolled to the vicinity of the corner, emitting a faint glow that transmitted the surrounding visuals into Maya's sunglasses. Shaking her head, she reported, "No one." With this assurance, the three continued onward. They descended 2 levels, yet Jun Lin had not made an appearance, which struck them as peculiar. Was this individual-esque challenge merely a game of hide-and-seek? Just then, distinct footsteps echoed from behind them. Upon hearing this sound, Bai Yuan and Maya raised their weapons, aiming at a room behind them, while Konglon remained steadfast, focusing on the corridor ahead. Should Jun Lin intend to fabricate the sound of footsteps behind them and then strike from the front, he would be met with Konglon's merciless barrage. However, no one emerged from the front, and instead, the door to the room behind them creaked open, revealing an individual stepping forth. "Open fire," Bai Yuan shouted, and together with Maya, their guns erupted in a fierce display of flames. Chapter 34. The intrusion. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bullets surged forth like fiery serpents, striking the one who opened the door, who cried out in pain and stumbled back, shouting, "Enemy attack." In the next moment, a tremendous noise reverberated as something flew out from behind the door. Astonishingly, it was a loaf of bread, which, during its flight, suddenly emitted a blinding brilliance and exploded with a deafening roar, resembling a cleverly disguised plastic bomb. The ensuing shockwave hurled 3 individuals off their feet. How could this be? Maya gasped in disbelief. In that fleeting instant, she discerned that the one who had been hit was not Jun Lin. There were indeed others within this building. Yet, before she could fully process this revelation, more debris came hurtling towards them. Wine glasses, watches, beads, cigarette cases, and even a skewer of grilled meat, all soared through the air and detonated violently. The overwhelming shockwaves inflicted injuries upon the 3, but fortunately, their robust physiques prevented them from succumbing to the blasts. Maya swiftly enacted her healing spell, placing her hands upon the white ape and Konglon to mend their wounds. In response, Konglon shifted his weapon, unleashing a frenzied barrage of fire towards the door. 8 barrels whirled in unison, unleashing a formidable dragon of flame that pierced the doorway and shattered the wall, relentlessly pouring forth a torrent of bullets towards the rear. Simultaneously, a massive beam of light abruptly materialized in the room, crashing down upon Konglon, who was struck as if by a battering ram, sent soaring into the air, while the heavy artillery in his grasp exploded, scattering countless shards into his body. Maya lunged towards Konglon, employing her powers once more as fragments of metal erupted from his form. She shouted, "The person inside is not Jun Lin." Before Maya could finish her sentence, a sudden crack echoed from above, and a section of the ceiling collapsed. Jun Lin descended from above, charging into the room upon landing. The white ape bellowed and opened fire. His 2 weapons, one named Thunder, a formidable hand cannon capable of immense damage but requiring a reload after each shot, and the other named Gale, less powerful but with a rapid firing rate, were at his disposal. In that moment, he wielded Thunder, and the torrential bullets struck Jun Lin's back. The thick fabric of Jun Lin's attire absorbed the impact, creating a large hole and scattering tattered remnants. Yet he emerged unscathed, using the momentum to propel himself forward with even greater speed into the room. Inside, Kong Yicheng lay prone, shouting in agony. His body was riddled with numerous bullet wounds. The attack had come so unexpectedly that he had been entirely unprepared. Fortunately, his resilient constitution prevented him from succumbing to death, though he was gravely injured. Lu Shiping stood beside Kong Yicheng, wielding a peculiar black iron tube. The blinding beam of light had emanated from this very device. Yu Siwen pressed one hand against Kong Yicheng's wound while the other continuously hurled objects outward. Each item she threw was a bomb. As she shouted, "It's the natives. Hurry, take us away." Kong Yicheng shook his head in despair. "No, I am too injured to mobilize." Just then, Jun Lin burst into the room. "Jun Lin?" Lu Shiping exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively redirecting the iron tube towards him. At that moment, the sound of gunfire erupted again as Mia and the white ape engaged in combat, while Jun Lin rolled forward, evading bullets aimed at Lu Shiping. With a strange cry, Lu Shiping manifested a protective white light around him, deflecting the onslaught. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Jun Lin charged forward, raising his hand to unleash two flying knives towards Yu Siwen and Kong Yicheng. Yu Siwen, taken aback, attempted to evade, hurling a glass bomb, but Jun Lin paid no heed. Pressing on relentlessly, the glass shattered, fragments embedding themselves into Jun Lin's body and face. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, even managing to smile at Yu Siwen, remarking, "Your abilities are commendable, but regrettably lacking in power." Having previously experienced the potency of Yu Siwen's explosives, he understood their effectiveness was contingent upon the quality of the materials used. As he spoke, he lunged towards Kong Yicheng, producing a pin which he thrust towards his throat. "No!" Kong Yicheng cried out. The pin pierced his throat, and with a swift motion, Jun Lin severed his neck entirely. Without pausing, he charged ahead, crashing through the wall. Agile as a monkey, vanishing in an instant. In his wake, he carelessly flung the bloodied pin back, striking Yu Siwen's shoulder, leaving a gaping wound. Jun Lin laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You will greedily pursue me, yet you are fated to distrust one another." What did that mean? Just as Lu Shiping and Yu Siwen were struck with shock, a furious roar echoed from outside. A massive figure came thundering in. Having lost his heavy machine gun, Quanlan finally exhibited the characteristics of a tank, charging ahead. "Retreat!" Lu Shiping shouted, as he and Yu Siwen dashed through the breach created by Jun Lin. At that moment, they were convinced that Jun Lin had allied with the natives to assault them. However, upon entering the room, Quanlan refrained from attacking. Watching the two flee, he glanced at the body on the ground and remarked, he was not killed by bullets. It was Jun Lin who murdered him. Mia and the white ape rushed in and halted at his words. "So, they are not Jun Lin's allies?" The white ape queried. He then called out to the heavens, "Great Supreme God, why do others appear on the battlefield?" Nikolai responded, "The battlefield conditions proposed by Jun Lin are precisely where these three individuals find themselves. Considering their relationships, I do not deem this as cheating, hence I consented." "What?" The three were taken aback. Mia began to grasp the situation. These three, they had previously ambushed Jun Lin. They are not his allies, but his enemies. Quanlan stood in disbelief. "Are you saying that fellow could not find three candidates to plot against him? So he resorted to selecting the battlefield instead?" "That seems to be the case," Mia replied. The white ape shook his head. "That does not add up. If that were true, it would imply he is not facing three opponents, but rather six. Yes, six. We need not confront the remaining two. This is our battlefield against Jun Lin. We can easily negotiate with them." "Indeed." Quanlan nodded. "This fellow seeks to exploit our conflict with his enemies for his own gain." Mia scoffed. "Such a naive notion. This approach will only lead to self-inflicted troubles." Bai Yuan remarked. "The issue is that the opposing party is currently unaware. It is quite straightforward." Quanlan then bellowed. "Candidates over there, heed my words. We are not here to hunt you down. Under the auspices of the great supreme deity, we are set to confront the candidate Jun Lin. He has deliberately entangled you in this battle, aiming to leverage your opposition against us to secure victory. Yet, between us, while we are not friends, we need not be adversaries today. If you are willing, we can certainly unite to vanquish Jun Lin." Quanlan's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout much of the building. He ensured that both Lu Shiping and Yu Siwen could hear him as he continued to stride forward, proclaiming his message. Chapter 35. The consequences of greed. Li Ping and Yu Siwen indeed heard the tumultuous roar, concealed within a secluded chamber, listening intently. Yu Siwen whispered, "So this is how it is? No wonder Jun Lin suddenly sought us out. What do you think, Shiping?" Yet, Li Ping remained silent. Surprised, Yu Siwen inquired, "What is the matter?" Li Ping shook his head. "Do you not find it peculiar? If that loudmouth speaks the truth, then Jun Lin is indeed attempting to exploit our misunderstandings to his advantage, but he may have made a grave miscalculation. True, a city has fallen, yet on this battlefield, he has only claimed one life, while we have gained two. Is it a 1-3 or a 1-5 scenario?" Yu Siwen opened his mouth, pondering before responding. "Perhaps his original intention was to annihilate us all at this opportunity?" Li Ping scoffed. "You have interacted with Jun Lin on 2 occasions. Do you find him to be so naive? Furthermore, after he dispatched a city, he did not pause for a moment, but left immediately. Does that suggest an intention for total annihilation? If he truly aimed to resolve matters in one fell swoop, he would not have departed with such decisiveness." "What is your perspective then?" Li Ping replied, "There is something amiss. That loudmouth may not be telling the truth. It is also possible that they are colluding with Jun Lin to lure us out. Jun Lin has no reason to ally with the natives." "Why not?" Li Ping countered. "What is that loudmouth proclaiming? Is it not collaboration?" Yu Siwen fell silent once more. Indeed, if they are capable of cooperating with the likes of Kuang Lan, why could Jun Lin not have forged an alliance with them beforehand? The rationale for such collaboration is evident. Jun Lin would assist them in eliminating the candidates. Both Li Ping and Yu Siwen are astute individuals, and precisely because of their intelligence, they are not easily swayed by the words of others. After all, the natives stand to gain from the demise of the candidates, and the benefits of slaying 3 candidates are evidently greater than that of one. However, I believe it is still worth a try, Yu Siwen suggested. Since they have expressed this intention, we should proceed with caution when we reconvene. Let us refrain from immediate aggression. Upon sighting Jun Lin, our primary target must be him. Li Ping nodded in agreement. I share your thoughts, but we must first extend our greetings. With that, Li Ping stepped out of the room. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. The cries of Kuang Lan echoed from a not too distant location. Li Ping took a deep breath, aimed his iron pipe towards the source, and shouted, If you wish to collaborate, it may be feasible, but we cannot fight side by side. We do not trust you. Let us each form our own group. Upon encountering Jun Lin, we attack, and upon spotting each other, we retreat, maintaining a safe distance. Is that understood? No objections, came Kuang Lan's immediate response. With the reassurance of their agreement, Li Ping exhaled in relief and turned to Yu Siwen, asking, They have consented. How do you fare? Yu Siwen's complexion appeared somewhat pale. I exhausted too much energy earlier. I feel fatigued and require a moment to recuperate. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Yu Siwen had unleashed her abilities fervently, resulting in considerable depletion. Li Ping shook his head. There is no time for rest. We must relocate immediately. The earlier shout has inadvertently revealed our location. Now, Jun Lin must certainly be aware of where we are. We must flee. Upon hearing this, Yu Siwen's expression shifted slightly. Jun Lin's earlier display of strength had made Yu Siwen acutely aware of one fact. Jun Lin's power far surpassed her own. If Jun Lin were to pursue them, their combined might may not suffice. Move, Yu Siwen insisted, disregarding her fatigue. Yet, just as they were about to exit the room, an individual charged out from the corridor ahead. It was Jun Lin. Upon spotting them, Jun Lin smiled and swiftly rushed forward. Yu Shiping and Yu Siwen were taken aback. Run. Instinctively, they darted towards Kuang Lan's location, with Yu Shiping even shouting, Jun Lin is here. Hearing the commotion, the trio from Kuang Lan hastened over, no longer concealing their presence. Their footsteps thundered, unmistakably clear. Meanwhile, Mia and Bai Yuan readied their weapons, aiming ahead. Jun Lin called out, Do not fire. The next one is mine. At this declaration, Yu Shiping, Yu Siwen, Kuang Lan, and Mia were all momentarily stunned. Yu Shiping and Yu Siwen's first thought was, This is bad. They are indeed allied. Meanwhile, Kuang Lan and Mia simultaneously realized, he intends to elevate himself by hunting candidates. In that instant, it dawned on everyone why Jun Lin had sought to embroil 3 candidates into this fray. Hunting candidates would indeed enhance his own prowess. Should Jun Lin succeed in eliminating all 3 candidates, his strength would undoubtedly surge. At that point, the outcome of the conflict would be uncertain. Regardless, they could not allow Jun Lin to prevail. In the next moment, the 3 appeared at the top of the staircase, where Mia and Bai Yuan simultaneously opened fire at Yu Shiping and Yu Siwen. Take cover. Yu Shiping shoved Yu Siwen aside, and they both swiftly evaded in opposite directions. Bullets zipped between them towards Jun Lin, who did not pause, hastening directly towards Yu Siwen. Undoubtedly, Yu Siwen was a far easier target than Yu Shiping, who bore a protective shield. Flying daggers shot forth from Yu Siwen's grasp, striking her back with 2 hits. Kuang Lan. Mia shrieked. Kuang Lan seized Mia and hurled her forward. In midair, Mia brandished a knife, aiming for Yu Siwen's throat. She sought to secure the kill. Simultaneously, Jun Lin charged forward, wielding a gleaming steel pipe, also targeting Yu Siwen. In that moment, both were competing for the kill. Although Mia was initially farther away than Jun Lin, Kuang Lan's throw allowed her to arrive first at Yu Siwen's side. The speed was astonishing. There was no time for Yu Siwen to evade. Thud! The blade pierced her throat, pinning her to the wall. Success! Mia, having claimed the kill, was overwhelmed with exhilaration, feeling a surge of energy within her. She was ascending. An indescribable thrill filled her heart, yet she heard Kuang Lan's terrified shout, Be careful! What? Mia turned in shock, only to see the steel pipe slice through her neck. With a swift motion, her head was severed from her body. No! Bai Yuan and Kuang Lan cried out in anguish simultaneously. In that moment, the realization struck them. From the very beginning, Jun Lin's objective was never Yu Siwen. His sights were set on Mia from the outset, with Yu Siwen merely serving as bait. With a swift strike, Jun Lin propelled himself off the wall, crashing through the adjacent barrier, narrowly brushing past Luxiping's body as he tumbled into the room. In midair, his face intersected with the astonished expression of Luxiping, and he even offered a smile. He remarked, "This is the fate of greed." With a thunderous crash, upon entering the room, Jun Lin had once again vanished without a trace. Chapter 36. Stalemate. Lu Shiping and the White Ape could never have imagined that all their actions were meticulously calculated by Jun Lin. From the very beginning, Jun Lin had intentionally orchestrated this situation, devising a scheme that encompassed not only his adversaries, but also his absolute truth. During this period, Jun Lin gained a deeper understanding of this absolute truth, which can be succinctly expressed as flourishing through compliance. The more one aligns with reality, the more readily one can achieve their goals with minimal cost. Thus, when he proclaimed that they would greedily pursue him, inevitably unable to trust one another, he was simply aligning with their innermost desires. The potential for collaboration between Lu Shiping and the White Ape had always existed, and the absolute truth solidified this possibility into an ironclad reality, requiring no sacrifice. However, the essence of their greed-driven pursuit implied an inability to unite sincerely. By using Yu Siwen as bait, Jun Lin successfully engineered a lethal opportunity. Now, the situation had reverted to a 1-against-3 scenario, albeit with Jun Lin's strength having increased slightly after eliminating Kong Yicheng, resulting in enhancements to both his physique and agility. Once again, the setting had transformed into a 1-against-3, comprising Quang Lan, the White Ape, and Lu Shiping. Jun Lin was uncertain whether Lu Shiping had officially allied with Quang Lan and the others. If Lu Shiping possessed sufficient wisdom, he would opt to flee and join forces with the indigenous people, effectively placing himself in a den of wolves. Yet, even should they unite, it mattered little. Lu Shiping was no Mia, and their collaboration could never mirror the sincerity and trust exhibited between Mia and his cohorts. In summary, the current 1-against-3 was far more favorable than the previous iteration. Nevertheless, Jun Lin's calculations had been exhausted at this juncture, and leveraging the discord among his opponents to achieve victory would no longer be as facile. It was of little consequence. Schemes could only serve as supplements, while strength remained paramount. Am I not correct, Nikolai? Nikolai chuckled. Indeed, I am pleased that you have come to this realization. Given that, allow me to divulge a piece of intelligence. Lu Shiping has officially allied with Quang Lan and the others. Such a trivial piece of information, and you dare to present it as a divine gift? Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. Moreover, do not suggest that this bears any relation to you. It is indeed attributable to me. I assured them that mutual harm during this confrontation would result in a loss of points. Of course, this is not favoritism. Lu Shiping voluntarily accepted a challenge of considerable difficulty, formally proposing his request to me through this means. However, considering his current advantageous position, the penalties for failure in this challenging task are substantial, while the rewards for success are minimal. Simultaneously, I will inform you of this reality. Evidently, this fellow possesses a keen intellect. Jun Lin mused with amusement. What Lu Shiping sought was not merely a task, but rather the potential for collaboration. The rewards held little significance. Yet, would this be effective? The system's tasks ensured their collaboration, while the absolute truth dictated their inability to cooperate effectively. However, the system's tasks lacked enforceability. Very well then. The next step is to engage in a fierce battle. Who shall be my next target? On the other side of the building, Lu Shiping inquired. Did you all hear the voice of the divine? It seems we can now collaborate sincerely. Quang Lan and the White Ape murmured in agreement. With the affirmation from the Supreme Deity, the feasibility of collaboration has significantly increased. Lu Shiping, holding a black tube, continued. However, Jun Lin will undoubtedly prioritize my demise. My shield is temporarily unusable. If I perish, his strength will further augment. Quang Lan, in a deep and resonant tone, reassured him, rest assured. We shall not allow him to slay you. Despite Quang Lan's fervent promises of protection, Lu Shiping dared not harbor any illusions. He was acutely aware that if Jun Lin sought his life, it was far more likely that Quang Lan and the others would seize the opportunity to eliminate Jun Lin rather than safeguard him. Or perhaps they would strike him down before Jun Lin could act. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, instead taking the lead as a decoy, fulfilling his role dutifully. Yet, discreetly, he accessed the system shop, realizing he had one remaining opportunity to utilize it. Regrettably, having previously purchased the black tube, his remaining points were scant. Given the extraordinary circumstances, even wastefulness had become unavoidable. After deliberating for half a day, Lu Shiping ultimately chose a defensive item. With limited points at his disposal, he opted for the least effective, yet most economical option, a device capable of withstanding a single critical strike before shattering. If Jun Lin sought to kill, he would undoubtedly pursue a lethal blow. Having accomplished this task, Lu Shiping felt a slight sense of reassurance. They continued their pursuit, searching for Jun Lin's whereabouts. Yet he remained elusive. Like a specter, he concealed himself within the building, quietly awaiting the opportune moment. Quan Lan furrowed his brow and posed a question. I have an inquiry. Speak, Lu Shiping replied, fully aware that the question was directed at him. Quan Lan continued. Is it possible that after achieving 2 kills, Jun Lin has opted to cease hostilities with us and prolong the situation? Lu Shiping shook his head, responding, that will not happen. Jun Lin would not challenge you without cause. If I am not mistaken, he has undoubtedly accepted a task from Nikolai. This fellow has always been audacious. When we first arrived in this world, he was the only one to undertake the extreme challenge mission. Extreme challenge mission? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan's eyes narrowed. So Xieli was killed by him? Xieli's prolonged absence had led Bai Yuan to surmise his fate. Given the circumstances, it was highly likely that Xieli had sought out what was presumably the strongest candidate at that time. I know nothing of Xieli, Lu Shiping replied. Quan Lan then inquired. Such missions must offer numerous benefits, correct? Lu Shiping acknowledged. One would gain information pertinent to this realm. Beyond that, I am unaware. However, considering the current situation, Jun Lin must have accepted a task as well. As long as he has a mission, he will undoubtedly devise a means to eliminate both of you. Are you not in the same position? Bai Yuan questioned. I am different, Lu Shiping clarified. I have undertaken an optional task. Even in failure, my life is not at stake. My aim in accepting the mission is not victory, but rather to facilitate a normal collaboration with you. Bai Yuan scoffed. Beings from another dimension truly possess no compassion. We have slain your companion, and yet you shed not a single tear, turning instead to collaborate with us. Lu Shiping retorted with a cold smile. Are you not the same? There is no need for introductions. We are all human beings, sharing the same essence. Quan Lan remarked. Enough of this, Baima. What purpose does it serve to dwell on such matters now? Our immediate task is to ascertain the next move of Jun Lin. Lu Shiping, being relatively familiar with Jun Lin, was asked how much he knew about him. He shook his head, replying, my knowledge of him is quite limited. I only know that he is audacious, possessing the abilities of blade transformation and lightning. However, I suspect he may have a third ability. 3 abilities? Bai Yuan and Quan Lan exchanged glances. Lu Shiping nodded. The candidate possesses the Gao Min Law physique, as long as one dares to take risks. Early abilities are generally easier to awaken. Furthermore, I understand that Nikolai answers all his inquiries. He is a seed that Nikolai values highly. In such circumstances, it would not be surprising for him to have a third ability. It is quite challenging to predict his actions without knowledge of all his capabilities. Wait. A sudden realization sparked in Lu Shiping's eyes. Did I not see Jun Lin clad in numerous garments? Quan Lan nodded in affirmation. His blade transformation not only sharpens objects, but also renders them resilient. Under the influence of his abilities, those garments function as bulletproof vests. While they may not be particularly rigid, donning multiple layers suffices. Yet, during the previous battle, his attire had sustained damage. Lu Shiping murmured, and then suddenly exclaimed, I know where he has gone. He must be headed to the clothing counter. Quan Lan and Bai Yuan, invigorated, responded simultaneously. You know where there is a substantial supply of clothing? Of course. Lu Shiping declared fiercely, this is my domain. Chapter 37. Internal strife on the second floor. There once stood a supermarket. The selection of clothing was scant, mostly consisting of ordinary garments. Yet for Jun Lin, it sufficed. After discarding his tattered attire, he carefully dressed himself in layers anew. In truth, most of the garments had not been torn by bullets. Rather, the very act of blade transformation inherently damaged the objects subjected to it. The more fragile the item, the more susceptible it was to ruin. However, as Jun Lin's mastery of blade transformation advanced, the degree of self-damage diminished. Now clad in thick clothing, Jun Lin casually pulled over a shopping cart and began to fill it with various items. Rotten vegetable leaves, moldy cured meats, and putrid fish and shrimp marinated in decay were all gathered without hesitation, his movements graceful and unhurried, as if he were procuring rare treasures. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a bag of chewing gum not far away, which he unceremoniously swept into the cart. He even discovered half a bottle of beverage. Though the water was undrinkable, he nonetheless stowed it away. As he ambled about, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Jun Lin paused, standing still. At the stairway, the figures of 3 members of the Fury appeared. You've arrived? He smiled. Lu Shiping hesitated, instinctively sensing this might be another of Jun Lin's traps, halting his steps and refraining from attacking. Behind him, the white ape leaped, agile as a monkey. swiftly climbing the wall to find the most advantageous angle from which to aim a shot at Jun Lin. Simultaneously, Quanlan also made his move. He detached the heavy ammunition belt from his body and, with a roar, hurled it toward Jun Lin. The bullets erupted from his hands with terrifying velocity, akin to being fired from a gun. Jun Lin dove onto the shopping cart, gliding away like a figure on roller skates as bullets whizzed past him, a few striking his reinforced clothing. With a quick flick of his right hand, he crushed a gum container, sending a flurry of gum gleaming like metal into the air. All four participants exhibited the caliber of skilled combatants, nimbly evading and retaliating with precision amidst the continuous explosions and collapses of the shelves surrounding them. Among them, Lu Shiping took the least action, crouching at the stairway, cautiously observing the outside. "Why don't you make a move?" the white ape hissed, deftly leaping back to the stairway. He had just launched a charge, only to be repelled by the 3 salted fish Jun Lin had thrown. One fish struck his shoulder, inflicting minor injury, yet the noxious odor left him momentarily disoriented. Lu Shiping retorted with irritation, "My energy-based attacks require time to charge. It's difficult to lock onto a target. Truly useless." The white ape spat in disdain. Lu Shiping smirked inwardly. As the leader of the trio comprising Kong Yicheng and Yu Siwen, his methods were far from simplistic. Yet he chose to remain silent. Quanlan and the white ape could not fathom this truth. Lu Shiping was acutely aware that Jun Lin was a formidable opponent. Most critically, he remained in the dark regarding Jun Lin's other abilities. In this scenario, he would refrain from revealing his cards. Instead, Quanlan proclaimed, "I shall create an opportunity for you." Excellent. If it were possible to eliminate Jun Lin without exposing his own hand, Su Shiping would certainly be amenable to such a plan. Quanlan turned and forcefully breached the wall beside him, astonishingly dismantling an iron door. Holding the door aloft, he charged forward. Like a colossal shield, Quanlan shielded the two behind him, allowing Su Shiping to seize the moment and rush forth, the black tube poised to target Jun Lin. Radiance began to coalesce upon the black tube. Observing Quanlan's advance, Jun Lin grasped a half-full beverage from the cart, squeezing it into the air, unleashing a column of water. The water arched in a parabolic trajectory, circumventing Quanlan's iron door shield, and descended upon him. Baiyuan gasped in alarm. "Get out of the way." Quanlan raised his hand to shield his head. The water column struck his hand with such force that it pierced through, erupting in a violent explosion of thunder. A howl of pain escaped Quanlan's lips as one of his hands was obliterated by the electrified water column. He could manipulate the blade transformation technique upon liquids and combine it with lightning. Su Shiping's pupils dilated. He understood all too well what this signified. It indicated that Jun Lin had reached a new pinnacle in the development of his abilities. Damn! Su Shiping had no time to fully charge the black tube and activated it immediately. Boom! A massive black beam struck Jun Lin with ferocity and speed that even his hardened garments could not withstand, sending him crashing against the wall, creating a gaping hole. "Well done," Baiyuan exclaimed excitedly, rushing to support Quanlan. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Quanlan angrily shoved Baiyuan away, glancing sorrowfully at his right hand. It was nearly rendered useless. Yet, being a tough man, he resolutely declared, "Move." The 3 of them approached the breach in the wall cautiously. Quanlan raised his shield with his left hand, vigilant against any sudden assault from their adversary. Upon reaching the opening, they found Jun Lin lying motionless on the ground, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Baiyuan drew his gun, the Gale, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon Jun Lin, causing his body to jerk violently. Several bullets struck Jun Lin's face, one of which penetrated his forehead entirely. Such an injury was undoubtedly fatal. Nevertheless, Baiyuan continued his assault until his ammunition was exhausted. Only then did he turn to Su Shiping and say, "You, go check the body." There was no reply. Baiyuan and Quanlan exchanged puzzled glances, only to find that Su Shiping had retreated behind them, leveling the black tube at the two. "If he is indeed dead, then the next adversary you must confront is me." Baiyuan hesitated. "So you intend to strike now?" "No," Su Shiping replied. "I merely believe it prudent for you to inspect the corpse, while my best course of action is to distance myself from you. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, he began to step back. Baiyuan and Quanlan exchanged glances. Baiyuan coldly snorted as he loaded bullets into his gun, while Quanlan began to lower his shield and pull the ammunition chain. "Do not move," Su Shiping warned, shaking the black tube. "Do not load your bullets, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate." The white ape ceased its loading motion and coldly remarked, "Do you believe this will suffice to deal with us?" Just as Lu Shiping was about to respond, his expression suddenly shifted as he glanced behind them. Jun Lin. The white ape and Quanlan turned simultaneously, only to find Jun Lin still sprawled on the ground, unmoving. "This is bad," We've been deceived. Boom. A fierce concentrated beam of light was unleashed. Dodge. Quan pushed the white ape aside but was struck by the beam, which scorched half of his body, revealing mangled innards. Ah! Quan emitted a cry of agony. Quan. The white ape cried out in distress. He turned to Lu Shiping, exclaiming, "You seek death." With a swift leap, he lunged at Lu Shiping. Aware that Lu Shiping's black tube required charging, he could not afford to grant him a second opportunity to strike, thus he charged forward. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiping exhibited an unprecedented agility, abruptly accelerating and evading the white ape's attack. The white ape, having missed his strike, stared at Lu Shiping in astonishment. Finally grasping the truth. "So you possess two abilities?" Lu Shiping responded with a cold smirk. "I am the boss." As he spoke, he retreated once more, his figure shifting mysteriously, rendering him elusive. "Bastard!" the white ape exclaimed as he leapt in pursuit. Chapter 38. L. Shiping's adaptation as the white ape pursued him relentlessly. Quan fell to the ground, overwhelmed. He struggled to tear his remaining clothing to bandage his wounds, but the injuries were too extensive to cover. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Quan refused to surrender, urging himself to hold on, to endure, to return. In the next moment, a voice echoed behind him. "Quite tenacious, aren't you?" Quan froze in his actions. Slowly, he turned to behold Jun Lin sitting upright. His pupils dilated, and his body trembled in disbelief. "This is impossible. This cannot be." Before him, Jun Lin resembled a veritable wolverine, bullets ejecting from his body. An immortal being? An immortal being? Quan finally grasped the truth. More precisely, it was a death simulation serum, as Jun Lin explained with a smile. This serum, a creation of the system, allowed the user to enter a state of apparent death, rendering them immune to fatal injuries, albeit at the cost of their vitality plummeting to its lowest point. After the simulated death ended, the individual remained in a state of blood loss, requiring time to recuperate. Furthermore, if dismembered during this phase, true death would ensue. This was undeniably a perilous gamble, a test of Jun Lin's courage imposed by Nikolai. However, had it not been for Jun Lin's activation of absolute truth, he would not have dared to employ such a tactic. Nikolai had stipulated that he could not utilize the system shop during combat, yet for a self-evolving being, such restrictions were redundant. This served as a veiled reminder. He could employ certain non-enhancing items during battle. Nikolai did not articulate this explicitly. It was up to Jun Lin to uncover it himself, and it had to be pre-prepared. Deciding in the heat of battle was not an option. In essence, this was a test of his ability to identify opportunities and strategize. With limited points, this was the only resource Jun Lin could exploit at this stage. Quan, in despair, glared at him as he swung a fist. Jun Lin effortlessly dodged, swiftly pinning Quanlan's left hand to the ground with a knife. "I have a question. Without Maya, does it still hold any significance to endure? Does this not imply that among your ranks, there exists someone who can save you?" Quan glared furiously at Jun Lin. "You shall not extract anything from me." Unfazed, Jun Lin replied, "The reward for accepting the extreme challenge task grants me all pertinent information of this realm, save for a few critical details. As far as I know, apart from Maya, there are no other medical-type superhumans among you. So, what fuels your persistence?" Sweat dripped from Quanlan's brow, leaving him speechless. Jun Lin smiled. "Even without your words, I can surmise. It must be by two, correct?" A shock coursed through Quanlan. Observing his expression, Jun Lin knew his deduction was accurate. He nodded. "By 2's abilities are shrouded in mystery, absent from my records. It appears he possesses at least one power that makes it difficult for others to perish." "That makes sense. One who can control life is more likely to ascend to leadership." Quanlan shouted. "You." Crack. Jun Lin had already snapped Quanlan's neck. Rising to his feet, Jun Lin stepped outside, apologizing. "I'm pressed for time and cannot engage in lengthy discussions." He understood the peril of verbosity leading to demise, and upon grasping the situation at hand, he swiftly resorted to violence. Just as he crossed the threshold, a brilliant flash surged forth once more, but at that moment, Jun Lin deftly veered to the side, his keen instincts finally reasserting themselves. He collided with the wall, and, using it as leverage, propelled himself away. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets struck behind him, ricocheting off the protective barrier encasing the building, sending sparks flying. The white ape and Lu Shiping had burst in together. Remarkably, these two had allied themselves again. Chaos. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor, the white ape let out a heart-wrenching roar. Turning to glare fiercely at Lu Shiping, "It's all your fault." "Enough chatter." Lu Shiping aimed his black tube at Jun Lin. As Jun Lin altered his course, he raised his hand, scattering a handful of iron nails. Both Lu Shiping and the white ape evaded, and Jun Lin noted with astonishment that Lu Shiping's speed had surged to 3 times its previous measure. Indeed, you've concealed your prowess quite well. How did you deduce that I was still alive? Needless to say, the mission remains unfulfilled. Lu Shiping unleashed another beam of light. The energy beam, shrouded in darkness, did not require prolonged charging. A swift strike, however, diminished its potency. Ah, so it is. Jun Lin laughed as he crashed through the adjacent wall, returning to the supermarket. Unquestionably, during the pursuit, Lu Shiping realized the system had not indicated that the mission was complete, finally comprehending that Jun Lin had survived. This was primarily due to his status as a fledgling candidate. Seasoned candidates had their missions evaluated directly through the system, even if an adversary were reduced to mere pulp. Unless the system confirmed death, vigilance would not wane. Although Lu Shiping was quick-witted, his experience was evidently lacking, and he had to remain wary of the white ape, which delayed his realization of this critical issue. As for the white ape, they received no system notifications and thus remained oblivious. Upon returning to the supermarket, Jun Lin casually hurled a shelf aside. Lu Shiping evaded like a specter, while the white ape leaped into the air, firing multiple rounds. Yet, at that moment, Jun Lin's vitality plummeted to its nadir, yet his physical attributes surged to their zenith, allowing him to evade with a speed not far behind that of Lu Shiping. Lu Shiping gasped in astonishment. Could his third ability be speed? However, upon witnessing Jun Lin effortlessly hurl an entire marble countertop towards them, Lu Shiping experienced an epiphany. I understand now his third ability correlates with his vitality. The more grievously he is injured, the more formidable he becomes. We cannot engage him in a war of attrition. His abilities may also encompass regeneration. Now, the realization dawned upon him. Jun Lin's audacity to feign death, to confront directly, and to engage in a battle of endurance stemmed from his ability to grow stronger with increased injuries. This signified that should they enter a war of attrition, their defeat was all but assured. Hearing this, the white ape let out a piercing cry and charged forward. But it was at that moment that Jun Lin's abilities reached their zenith. He darted behind the counter, seizing a trench coat. Bullets struck it, all deflected effortlessly. Indeed, with the enhancement of his own strength, the efficacy of his blade transformation technique had also markedly improved. However, what is even more terrifying is that Jun Lin evidently does not intend to confront them head-on. He is resolutely determined to outlast them. Thus, after the white ape exhausts all his ammunition, Jun Lin does not seize the moment to counterattack. Instead, he continues to retreat, increasing the distance and running away. He is stalling for time, recuperating his strength. He is engaging in the very war of attrition that Lu Shiping most dreaded. Lu Shiping is struck with astonishment. Fighting is futile, killing is impossible, and competing in recovery is even less viable. What to do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration ignites in his mind, and a fierce glint appears in Lu Shiping's eyes. He raises the black tube and channels all his energy. Boom! A concentrated beam of energy surges forth. But rather than targeting Jun Lin, it strikes the back of the white ape. The white ape, caught off guard by Lu Shiping's betrayal, is hit directly, letting out a long howl as he falls, only to be kicked by Lu Shiping towards Jun Lin. Jun Lin, momentarily taken aback, did not anticipate Lu Shiping's sudden turn against the white ape. Acting purely on instinct, Jun Lin raises his hand, and his coat billows out, spinning through the air like a windmill, cleaving the white ape in two. However, in that fleeting moment, Jun Lin realizes something and his expression shifts. This is not good. Ding. A system prompt sounds. You have successfully eliminated the target. The duel is over. The protective shield has been lifted. As the notification echoes, the protective barrier surrounding the building dissipates. Lu Shiping bursts into laughter as he charges outward. He is slightly faster than Jun Lin, and with all his might, he reaches the window of the building, crashing through the glass with a thunderous bang, soaring like a bird in flight, landing in the building across the street. Upon landing, he rolls adeptly, and 3 straws, like steel needles, strike the ground where he landed, and then he dashes off with unparalleled speed, disappearing in an instant.